Hi there.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us today on a Saturday for this threat hunt training. As we like to say, happy time zone, because for all of us, it's like 10:30 in the afternoon, but we know for some of you guys, it's like the middle of the night or very early in the morning. If you haven't
Yeah, for
already,
some of them, it's not even Saturday.
right, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I
Yeah,
think
it's like
Australia
Sunday
might
morning.
already be into Sunday. So
Yeah. But if you haven't already joined us on Discord, please go do that now. We're in the Threat Hunter Community Discord in the live chat, or I mean the live webcast chat channel. It has the big red dot next to it. And that's where all the chat and QA for today is going to take place. If you're already in there with us, why don't you tell us where you're joining from? Because we do love to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always very interesting, actually. It's almost amazing how far and wide the reach is. It's very cool.
Yeah, we should just try to guess where they come from by gift.
based on the accent when they type,
Just
Yeah.
yeah, we
can
could try that. It probably
yeah,
won't go very
put
well.
your common accent in the text while you type, and we'll try and guess where you're from, and we'll try not to insult you too badly.
can I cheat a bit and just narrow it down to like a hemisphere?
A planet,
Yeah, a
Hey,
planet. Yeah.
Sarasota, Florida. Wow,
our
dude, you
neighbors.
just
All
threw a
right.
rock at
Close.
my house.
Yeah, just a bit north of me.
Yep,
Another
not
Florida.
Florida,
Hey,
Georgia.
so since we have so many Florida people, we were talking about this before we came on to do pre-show. I noticed a news article that Mike Tyson is campaigning in Florida to make hallucinogenics legal. So be curious to see what people think about that. My feeling is it's Florida. We need to deal with Florida, man. Some hallucinogenics might not be a bad idea. But then
Yeah.
again, Florida man, maybe we're already dealing with hallucinogenics.
Oh, I'm
Exactly.
sure there's a bunch of weird stuff out there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was going to kind of take the opposite position, is I don't think hallucinogenics is going to help Florida at all because we're already dealing with a lot of that.
I know there have been quite a few studies done about using things like mushrooms as a medicine. I think it's for like anxiety and stuff like that. But there have been, studies done about it before. So,
Yeah,
So
well,
I can't
I
say
agree. No,
go
not to
way,
get
way,
control.
way, way, way back in my past when I used to partake in mushrooms occasionally. I felt absolutely no stress when I did. So I would say there's definitely credence to that study.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I
yeah.
think, controlled, I mean, don't go
Well, yeah, if you
overboard.
take too much, yeah,
Yeah,
you're gonna feel nothing but stressed out probably.
yeah, yeah. Well, what a fascinating way to start pre-show is talking about hallucinogenics.
Hallucinogenics, yes, yes.
I'm sure some are like, did I have the right link?
Yeah, I will say if you're partaking in hallucinogenics, do not play the second side of Dark Side of the Moon while monitoring the voltage going to your speakers with an oscilloscope. Bad idea. Bad idea.
Yeah, so whatever Chris says, don't do that.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
man.
Well, not that I have like experience in the
Oh,
past,
I have none. I
but
have none. I'm just hypothesizing here.
but the song is Children of the Sun. And I forget who the artist was, but I'm sure somebody else here knows. It's the name of the song is Children of the Sun. So
Yeah, that or they're sitting around saying, "My God, how old are these people?"
yeah, I know, right? Yeah, yeah.
Children of the
I'll even
Sun,
show
Dark
them
Side of the
some
Moon.
gray.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
We got a hello from Turkey. I saw somebody was having problems with the DigitalOcean account thing this morning. And of course, Bill is the expert at that. We are flying Bill-less today, which is kind of sad.
Ah,
But
yeah.
Bill is, so Bill
Right.
does more volunteer work than like anyone I've ever met. I know like earlier this week he was, I think today he's like feeding the homeless. No, he's doing houses for the homeless today. So he's building houses today. Earlier in the week, he was like volunteering to help do COVID shots. He just like constantly gives of his time. And unfortunately, he had not known that we were doing this on a Saturday, or forgot we were doing this on a Saturday when he committed to doing his social work. So, we're just going to dock him a day's pay for that. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if anyone deserves the title of saint, it would be Bill.
Oh, it would be. It
Really?
would be.
Yeah.
He
Amazing.
really frightened me when I first met him because he's just such a nice guy. And, and I am just such a studier of human nature that I said, okay, nobody's this nice, right? Nobody can be this nice all the time. There has to be a dark side to Bill Stearns. And it really troubled me. I couldn't see that. And luckily, when we started playing online video games together, I noticed, wow, he's an a-hole. He like camps out in respawn areas and will medically infect people. Even though he's going to die, he doesn't care. That means they'll die. He's just a real a-hole to try and play team games with. And I said, oh, good, he has that dark side. Bill's okay. So Bill is definitely okay. And that's worked out over time. The only time I've seen Bill act like that is when he's doing online games. When he's in like real life, he's a wicked nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I still remember like one of the hurricanes that came through, he like bought a pickup truck, bought a trailer, took donations for the hurricane area, drove down to like Louisiana, found a church, donated all the stuff, donated the truck, donated the trailer, and then tried to figure out how to get back home again after that.
Wow,
Wow, man.
Yep, that'd be Bill.
that is Bill.
Yep.
Sorry if you can hear my keyboard.
Oh no, that's okay. We don't take your keyboard personally, Keith. Is there a VM we need to set up for this? Yes, there is. So the training class link was shared. Thank you, SparksFly. So yeah, everything about that class is on that link. And in fact, do we have that in the content channel too, just as a reminder for folks? Yes, we do.
Yes,
Thank
we
you, Ms.
do.
Shelby. So Shelby took care of that. So there's 2 Discord channels you need to pay attention to. There's the live webcast chat, and that's where we're just going to be nuts for the next 20 minutes, and then we'll actually start the class. And then the channel directly below that is the ACM webcast content channel. And that's where you can go grab a copy of the slides. I posted those earlier this morning. And right below that, Shelby posted a link, which is the training page that has all the information on it about that this class. So if you scroll down that page, you'll find links to the VMs you need. I think I made one for, what did I use? I think I used one for VirtualBox, one for VMware, so you can download either of those. There's also a script you can grab. Some folks don't have a lot of bandwidth to play with, so you can spin up an Ubuntu 18 system, download just the script, which is fairly small, and then that'll go in, install everything that you need on the systems. The data files aren't too big, so that'll go through and take care of you that way. There's also an option for deploying on DigitalOcean, although I did see somebody posted they were having issues with that. But you can grab the slides. That has all the instructions for getting the VM up and going. And once we get into like the 3rd hour, we'll probably be getting into doing the labs. 3rd hour, 2nd hour. I figure it's going to be about 2 hours of lecture, and then, excuse me, about 4 hours lab time. I have, if you've taken this class before, I have tweaked it. So I went through and basically said, okay, I talk too much, so let me talk less. So I kind of trimmed back and optimized some of the initial lecture part of this class, and then wanted to go a little bit deeper with some of the labs. So I put the time back into doing the labs instead. So if you've taken this class before, you'll notice you probably spend more time doing labs this time than you have in the past. That's a feature because then you don't have to listen to me, or at least not as much. Script root was seamless, awesome. The one thing I will say with the script is once you run the script, log out and log back in again. So if you're SSH'd into the box or whatever the case may be, log out, log in. It needs to reset the path variable so that you can find all the tools. So if you're trying to run zcut and you can't find it, just log out, log in, and that'll take care of that problem. It's kind of like the whole help desk show they had in the UK, right? You know, did you try rebooting it?
Yeah.
Only
Yeah.
it's Linux, so you don't have to reboot. You just have to log out and log in.
It's actually kind of sad how many problems that does fix.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
But I would also like to say to you, Chris, really thank you for continuing to do this. I mean, you know, seriously, I mean, you take a whole Saturday, you know, for many hours, obviously, going through this, and it's just awesome. And
You guys do too. Wait, whoa, whoa. Don't go lumping this all on me.
Well, you're the
You
one
know, you
talking.
guys are here too. You could certainly find something else to do if you want to. So I have said this before and I will continue to say it. I get all the glory of you guys making me look good. If it wasn't for the team on the back end, this would not happen. I mean, you know, this is certainly not something I could do by myself. It would never happen. So.
cool, thank you. Well,
Thanks.
without Bill here, I guess we'll see in the end.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, it turns out, hey,
Let's see.
without
Somebody's
Bill,
said
hey,
they're
the rest of
running
these
Mint
people
20.
suck.
They didn't want to change the
Maybe we
script.
do need those hallucinants after all.
Oh, sorry, what was that, KC?
Maybe we do need those hallucinants after all. With Bill not being here.
So someone was saying they didn't want to try the script on Mint 20. So the script shouldn't break anything. Really what the script does is it just goes out and says, hey, these are the different software packages you need. So it will look to see if you're running apt or if you're running yum, and then it will use whichever one it finds to go down and pull down the appropriate packages. And then once that's done, it reaches out to a S3 bucket to pull down the lab files for this class and then expands it out. So if you have a platform we haven't tested and you want to try the script, it isn't going to break anything on your system. It may just not be able to load tools because, you know, you're using the Bob package manager and, you know, that wasn't built into the script. So you'll see a lot of errors go by. It'll pull down data, and then, you know, you could always look at the script and see, oh, what packages were they pulling down? Okay, I'll just load those manually, and you can kind of get around it that way. I tried to kind of minimize the number of tools that you really need for this class. Really, the primaries are T-Shark, TCP dump, what else? Zeek, duh, and Rita. Rita is kind of the heavier lift of it just because it uses Mongo, although we're talking about moving off of Mongo in the near future and maybe going to SQL. So, which doesn't help anybody today, but, you know, just so folks know. Yeah, so we were talking about like the training. So Shelby gave me some awesome news this week, which is, so we've been doing this class for a little over a year now. We are up to about 18, not including this class, we're up to 18,500 people who've taken it live. That's not, you know, gone and downloaded it and gone through it after the fact. That is unique people who've registered for one class. That to me is just like, wow.
It is. Yeah, it's
So like
totally
little
awesome.
over a year, train, you know, close to 20,000 people, which that's kind of one of my hopes for today. So if you have friends that you know are bored, please send them a link and get them to sign up, because I really want to hit 1,500 people for the class today so that we can go into 2021 or 2022 bragging about, hey, we've trained 20,000 20,000 threat hunters so far. I mean, that would just be awesome.
Yeah, that is cool. It is really cool. You know, and the whole thing is just to spread this knowledge to help other people to basically join in, like, I guess you would say, the battle against people molesting the internet, I guess you could say. You know, I mean, and that's really our mission here, because I'm sure some may think, oh, well, you know, they're making all this money off of YouTube because we're viewing this course, or, you know what I mean? Or this is like a marketing thing, or, you know, and I can say
Making
that,
money
you know,
off of
inside
YouTube,
of this
that's
organization,
funny.
we're not making a penny off of any of this. It's just
Yeah.
to help, you know.
Yeah.
further
The
the
biggest thing for me is, so I will not throw out names, but kind of a recognized security organization held a summit on threat hunting not too long ago. And the keynote speaker, who I know, I'm not one of these people that like yells at the TV. And I really like wanted to throw something through my monitor because they were talking about, oh, threat hunting. I've been doing threat hunting for 10 years. It's just a relabel, a check in your logs, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, 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 you're wrong. No, no. And this
I
is
like
like
that for
a
10
major
years.
summit on threat hunter. Their primary keynote speaker has no effing clue what they're talking about. So really a lot of what this is about to me is to make sure that folks are level set on what's the proper way to do threat hunting. The other thing that I think is really cool about it, which is why we're doing a webcast on how to get into this as a job, is that it's new. You know, so folks like that can't claim they've been doing it for 10 years. This hasn't existed. We haven't had the technology to do this except over like the last 3 years or so. So the folks that are the grandparents of this industry, like John Strand, yeah, they can claim they've been doing this for like 3 to 5 years now. Anybody else, yeah, no, you're just blowing smoke. This is all brand new. So here's an opportunity to get in, learn a skill that most people don't have, and make yourself valuable to an organization. I do get a decent number of folks talking about, hey, I went through your class and I landed a threat hunter job. And that just like totally makes my day. That's
awesome.
like,
That is
giving up a Saturday, now it's worth it.
Yeah.
Got somebody a job in this industry. That's awesome. And they're on the right track. They're not thinking, oh, well, we'll just do the same thing we've been doing for 10 years that hasn't worked and we'll label it threat hunting and life is good. Yeah, no, we're not going to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I'll just do like everybody else and just look through logs for 8 hours a day,
Yes.
5 days a week, because, we all know how well that works.
Yes. Well, yeah, I'm going to write a signature to go look for sunburst. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
That's it. Now I'm safe. I've got a signature for sunburst. I'm safe. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 It worked on a spam filter. Why doesn't it work with threat hunting?
Yes. Devnall, love your name. And greetings back to Colorado. Yeah, I noticed a South Dakota or Colorado, so we got some folks in the middle of the country too. That's cool. Where it's really cold. Or at least from my reference point, it's cold. So.
Yeah, I think anything north from here is cold.
Mhm. Yep.
Yes, anything that doesn't have that Gulf Stream wind, maintaining the temperature. But
Oh, well, actually, we have someone chimed in from the Maldives. I imagine it's very nice there.
yeah,
I
Beautiful.
want to go there.
Yeah.
in Chile, they're going into their summer. So that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
There's Aloha from New Jersey. Wow.
Yeah, New Jersey, Hawaii, they're pretty close together. Whenever you see the map on the screen, they always kind of tuck Hawaii up by New Jersey. So, they're pretty close.
Yeah. They both have McDonald's. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Toronto, Canada. Okay, let me be politically incorrect. Hey. For the VirtualBox VM, can you launch it from a network share or should it be loaded on the box? So if you can get it to run within your infrastructure as a service environment, go for it. The only thing you really need to be able to do is SSH into that box and you'll be fine. There isn't anything you need to do from that box to interact with the network. So we will not be generating any traffic out of the box. I mean, the box might decide, hey, it's time to go check for patches, and you might see that. But none of the labs will create outgoing traffic from that system. The only outgoing traffic we'll be doing at all is when we get into doing threat hunting. We'll go through the process as part of the class, but the first step is always look for connection persistency. Look for, hey, I've got this internal system and it's always talking to this one host out on the internet. One of the things we want to find out is this, so what's that host out on the internet we're talking to all the time? There are a couple of the labs where we'll be using some web browser-based tools to go off and do a little bit of research, but you can do that from the host system. You don't need to do that from the VM, but that'll be the only outbound traffic we're generating. Let's see, fellow New Jerseyan, I don't know how we got stuck here, but we'll be in Florida soon enough. Oh, CyberJ, yeah, I hear you. So I'm originally from New Hampshire, And about 3-4 years ago, I said, hey, I spend an awful lot of inefficient time shoveling snow. It would be nice to live someplace where I'm not inefficiently spending my time shoveling snow. And I moved to the west coast of Florida like 3-4 years ago. So I hear you, you know. And I seem to remember, Pat, when I drove down here passing through New Jersey, it was snowing. Greetings from the unpatched box of your corporate network. Cool.
For how long?
Yeah, it's a sad day here in Texas when you need to wear a jacket. No, it's a sad day in Texas when it gets so cold the power grid starts having problems. I think if all you need to do is wear a jacket, it's a good day. I don't know, I always found Texas to be very windy.
Yes.
I know that's like really generalizing because, you know, it's not like Texas is a small state. I'm sure it's not windy everywhere. And
Yeah,
Casey, Keith, you guys actually lived
you're
there,
right.
so you could speak more authoritatively than I can. So
Yeah, I actually lived in Texas for 30 years, and you are absolutely right. It's very windy.
Yeah, and the wind doesn't just come from one direction, so it's like swirling around you. So like every day it's a bad hair day.
Yeah, if you have long hair, you'll be very irritated all the time.
Yeah, there's no standing in the wind.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and Chris, we're getting more questions about the spiraling thing behind you that's hypnotizing everyone.
oh, good, it's working. It's working. Yeah, that's there to hypnotize everybody so that they become subconsciously convinced that just checking your logs is not threat hunting.
Yeah.
So the next time someone says, I'm threat hunting, I'm checking my logs, you will subconsciously respond because of the spinny thing and say, no, that's not threat hunting.
Someone just said it's part of your head.
Yes.
There's so much in there.
Here's one long and spinny.
Yeah.
I got that whole Medusa thing going.
Yeah, right.
Someone saying they tried to run the script, got an error. Yeah, if the system's trying to patch at the time when the script runs, yeah, you'll definitely get a file locking error because that's the first thing the script tries to do is to go out to repos and pull down the tools you need. So if some other tool is already talking to repos, it's going to be sad. Yeah, funny.
And I would like to add is
comment
now,
page. That's awesome.
yeah, definitely now is the time to make sure the VM's good, up and running.
Yep.
And everything else. That way you're not having to do it while Chris is talking. So. Oh, and I'd also like to mention that yes, this will be recorded and the recording will be made available. I believe we still have sometimes around 2 weeks or so by the time it actually gets out and published. But it'll be both on the activecountermeasures.com website and our YouTube channel.
It'll be in all the places.
Yes. It'll be everywhere you look. It'll be scary.
Jude Defender said clear. I know what that was. Someone has an SSH session in another window. And I know that because I do that all the time.
Me too. I can't count how many times I've done that in Slack. I've sent, our company Slack channel, and
Yes.
I've sent like a long string of commands. And
yeah, I'll get Slack will pop up and someone will type into like the general channel of Discord, ls-al. And then about 30 seconds later, they just delete it.
Yeah, right.
Yep, I know what's going on there. Do I need to run the script on the VirtualBox VM? No, this is a logical or statement. You either need the VirtualBox VM or you need the VMware VM or you need to run the script. You don't need to combine any of those variables. Oh, so this is actually kinetic art behind me. It's not just there to hypnotize, but I like moving art. It's kind of cool. And if you do a Google search on kinetic art, you'll find lots of different examples out there.
Chris, somebody was asking in not in Discord, says how much experience do we need before attempting this? Suitable for beginners to sec? Threat
So
hunting.
so beginner is a relative term, right? It depends on how beginner.
Yeah.
If you've never touched this industry, yeah, some of these concepts might lose you a little bit. But if you've got like a little bit of sysadmin, a little bit of network admin under your belt, go into it. Because I do try to do the labs to a bunch of different skill levels, which I'll get into and I'll talk about as we go in. And I hate to kind of bounce for a moment on everybody, but I'm noticing my mouse is flashing at me saying, hey, my batteries are about to die. And if that happens while I'm talking, it'll be sad. So guys, I'm gonna go off camera. So if you can like dance, sing, entertain people for like the next 3 minutes, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Trust me, nobody wants me to sing.
Yes, same here. We're gonna lose everybody.
Yeah, that would be horrible. We'd
Man.
have like an attendance of over 1,000 people and it would drop to like 5.
Yeah, that would make Chris very sad, and
Yeah.
me.
And only because those 5 weren't paying attention.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but to get back to the beginner thing, I believe actually this course is suited very well for beginners. But like Chris had mentioned, I guess beginner is a very, very relative term. I mean, if you know like nothing about how to even use a computer, and then of course this is not going to work. But if you have any familiarity with working on the command line and just basic knowledge of network or internet traffic, then this is suited perfect for you. I think you'll get a lot out of it. And the other advantage is even when this live session is over, all of this persists. So the lab VMs are still available for download. This recording will be made available. The slides will be made available. So you could always go back and revisit it, do the whole thing again, or just go back and hit the points that maybe you missed through the live session.
All right, I got a question here. What's the outcome of the session? Is this a life-changing program? I wouldn't say no. Not life-changing program. Somebody
What,
asked,
this
what is the
course?
outcome of the session? Is this a life-changing program?
Well, it could be.
Well, it depends.
It's kind of like what Chris was alluding to earlier, that there's been people who've gone through this course, watched our other prior webcasts, and ended up landing a job as a threat hunter. So it absolutely could be life-changing. It depends on what you do with it.
Yeah, you could at the end say, well, that's definitely not for me, and move away from that, but hopefully not.
well,
Hopefully we'll teach you something.
That's not quite the change that we're hoping for, but like, oh my God,
Right.
this is also scary.
I'm done.
Since we're creeping up on the start time, I want to make sure that we cover housekeeping note stuff one more time for everybody who's just starting to join us. So I'm going to do that real quick before Chris comes back.
Thank you.
But first off, I'm going to say one more time, if you haven't already joined us on Discord, please do so now. We're in the Threat Hunter Community Discord server. And right now we're in the live webcast chat channel. That's where all the chat and QA for today is going to take place. Right below that is the ACM webcast content channel where you can find the slide deck for today, along with the link for all the class information, including lab downloads, and it's where the recording is going to be posted within the next few weeks. If you cannot join us on Discord, I am going to share the link for all that materials in GoToWebinar 2, just in case. Also, I want to remind everybody that you will receive an email tomorrow containing a certificate of attendance from today. Along with that, we have a short, like 3-question feedback form that we'd really appreciate you guys filling out. It'll pop up on your screen as soon as the webcast is over, and it'll also be in that follow-up email. So if you don't mind filling that out, we really appreciate it. Along with that, we do these trainings every few months, but we also do a free 1-hour webcast every month. The next one we have coming up is the first week of December, and it's actually going to be Chris who's doing the webcast, and it's how to find a job in threat hunting. So I'm going to share the link to that in Discord as well for everybody.
Hey, I could
And-
use a job in threat hunting.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you're in our Discord server, make sure you're checking out the other channels we have in there as well. There's a lot of channels around free open source tools, lots of great conversations that go on. But we also have a job hunting channel as well, and there have been a few posts about different threat hunting opportunities in there.
Yep, I will say we had a posting for an intern. We've actually filled that. So if you see that post from me and get all excited, sorry, somebody beat you to it. And I'm kind of excited because they're going to be working on some really cool projects. So
Awesome.
and I think we're about ready to get started, right?
Yes.
All right, Chris,
Chris,
all
you can
yours.
take it away.
Cool. Well, I think everybody is like appropriately hypnotized. So I'm going to go off camera too.
Thanks, Chris.
And let's just get right into it. So welcome everyone. Thank you for turning out today. Wow, how did I end up on? Oh, that's why. I am way all the way through it. Boy, I'm sure people were looking at like slide 90 and thinking, whoa, wait, what did I miss? Yeah, no, I just like opened it to the wrong slide. So I apologize for that. So want to say, active countermeasure sponsored event, but we wouldn't be who we are today without our sister companies, Black Hills, Wild West, Hack and Fest, and Antisyphon Training. So a quick thank you out to them as well. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. So we started this class last year, and we're up to 18,500 people who've taken it live. I don't know how many have like downloaded it, but to me, that's just like an awesome number. And I'm really hoping we get enough people to turn out today to be able to get that up close enough to 20,000 that we can claim 20,000 at this point. So that's cool. But I also want to recognize that we have a lot of folks that thank us for giving our time, and we appreciate that. But I want to say thank you to the folks in the audience too, because your time has value. And the fact that you're willing to spend it with us just really gives us all a warm, fuzzy feeling. We really appreciate it. We try to put out good content. We try to, kind of raise the community. And the fact that so many people respond to that and, kind of carry on what they've learned, I just think that's awesome. So I just wanted to say thanks to everybody. Additional courses that are coming up. So this course is kind of right in the middle of the two that I have listed here. So the one on the bottom, packet decoding, if you get into this and you kind of say, gee, I wish I knew more about what network traffic looks like, and you want to kind of take a step back and kind of go through that, we've got a pay what you want class. So the pay what you want is literally that. There are additional add-ons that come in as you pay more, and Shelby can answer that question better than I can. I don't keep track of money stuff. But just to get in on the class is $25, and there's a reason for that. As an industry, security, we do not have enough people working in this industry. We need a lot more. And a lot of folks get in this position of, hey, I want to increase my skills, but I can't get my boss to give me time off. I can't get my boss to pay for these expensive classes. What do I do? This is why we kind of pull these options out for you. This is why we're doing a class on the weekend, right? So that way, your boss can't say, no, you can't attend. That's why we're offering classes for $25, because that's at least within most people's personal budget to take care of if they want to. The advanced threat hunting class, that's for if you go through this and you want to take it to the next level. It is a little bit more money, but you do spend an awful lot of times doing hands-on labs. And I really do go down the rabbit hole on a lot of stuff, which is kind of fun. At least fun for me. Hopefully it would be fun for you too. Is the advanced threat hunting course similar? Oh, and that just scrolled off the screen. Similar to the course that John Hamm just had? Not really. So Jonathan is kind of more of a kind of focus on the system logs kind of guy. And I used to be that way. I'm not anymore. I'm more of a network guy, and we'll kind of talk about why as we go through this. So, and I apologize. I know there's confusion between those two. If you're confused, please drop a note to John Strand and let him know, because I've been telling him it's confusing having two advanced threat hunting classes. He keeps telling me it's not, and then people keep telling me they're confused. So I think if you cut me out of the middle and just tell John directly, that might help kind of solve that problem. There's a VM for the class. You can download that to be able to do all the labs or run the script. You don't need to do both. It's just one or the other. Or there's a deployment option within DigitalOcean that's described in the release notes. And there's your login information right there. So if you need to log in, you've got it. Go grab a copy of these slides. They're in the ACM webcast content channel. So if you go to Discord, it is the channel just below the ones one we're using for chat. And you'll be able to grab the link that Shelby posted that has all the different content that's associated with this class, as well as where to go download the VM and the script and stuff like that. And you can also grab a copy of the slides. I posted that a little bit earlier in the day. I did it as a, kind of a hidden, hey, this is a, I don't like to post it straight up until the class actually starts. But if you click on what you see me post, you can then get the link and go at it from there. You can figure it out. Everybody here is smart. So logistics, we'll be doing a break for about 10 minutes at the top of each hour. At about the halfway point, we're going to do a extended break. We'll do 20 minutes. That's so folks has time to go through and, feed the cat, feed the kids, check email, whatever it is you need to do. And if you have questions, please post it to Discord as opposed to within GoToMeeting. And the reason for that is sometimes our audience is smarter than we are, meaning that there's been a couple of times that someone has posted a question. I've looked at it and said, I'm not exactly sure how to answer that. And somebody else always jumps in and has a great answer for them. And, so there are people out there smarter than us. So let's take advantage of that and use Discord for the questions. So one of the things I kind of want to start with is this concept of cognitive bias. What's cognitive bias? I told a story a little bit earlier about, this threat hunting summit and the person doing the keynote and basically saying, oh, threat hunting's nothing new. It's stuff we've done in the past relabeled, and it's just checking alerts and logs and, writing signatures in your SIM. And to me, that's cognitive bias. That is, I've been doing this for a long time. I don't want it to be irrelevant. I want the knowledge I have to have value. So when you tell me about a new concept that might imply that my skill set doesn't have as much value as I think it does, I'm going to reject that concept. As people, we're really good at rejecting things we don't want to hear. If you're into body language, that when someone gets exposed to a concept that they're not happy about, there's some sort of limbic brain response to that, whether it be covering their eyes, protecting their neck, bringing their arms in to kind of protect vital organs. Not that words would hurt vital organs, but we're just programmed to respond that way. And that's all part of this cognitive bias. No, I want to reject that because it has a negative impact to me. And I want you to be mindful of that as we go through this, because I'm going to be talking about some new concepts. As far as having what you are good at be a little less relevant than you thought it was, I'm first in line. I wrote the first log analysis class for SANS over 20 years ago. I've been a log analysis guy forever. I can remember when syslog was released, and I spent almost every hour of a weekend playing around with that with no sleep because I just thought it was the most awesome thing ever. And the fact that I could use regex to go in and have that tag specific things for me, oh my God, that was awesome. But it's not as helpful as it used to be. And we'll talk about that as we go through. So all I'm really asking is keep an open mind. And not so much listen to me, look at the data. Look at the data and be open to what the data is telling you. That's the part that really matters. So modern attacks, how do they work? This is a lot of what really changed what used to work for us, checking logs within a SIM, to that not really being useful anymore. It is how the anatomy of attacks changed. And the anatomy of attacks changed a good 10 years ago. It went from, some script kiddie trying to prove that they can own more systems than their buddies, i.e. it was about mass propagation. It was about how many systems can I take control of, to it's about the money. It's about intellectual property. It's about control of resources. And when that change took place, this all, what we used to do went out the window. Because before, when it was mass propagation, I could look out for that IP address on the internet that they're using C2. I could look for a known signature within the malware itself and watch out for that coming into my environment. Because since it was about mass propagation, what hit you would probably eventually hit me and then hit somebody else. So us getting a heads up about that ahead of time had value. But that's changed. Today, this is all customized because money's involved, because nation states are involved. Now it's about customized attacks. It's about, I am going to do my research to make sure I understand what's the best way to come after you. What phishing attacks will likely be most successful? What are you running for endpoint security and how do I circumvent that? And if you have an endpoint security solution and you've believed your vendor when they said you can't get around this tool, you're wrong. It doesn't work that way. One of the best tools out there is Carbon Black. My personal opinion. It's a little tainted. Back when they were bit 9, I had some input into that product, but it is consistently considered to be one of the best endpoint security solutions. That, along with everybody else, rolled over and played dead last year when we dealt with Sunburst, because that was digitally signed malware. And as good as Carbon Black is, it looked at it and said, oh, this code is digitally signed, it must be okay. And it failed. It failed. So every endpoint security software has a way to get around it. If you're a good red teamer, you already know that. But that's what attackers do. They look at, what are you running? How do we get around that? And they do a customized attack against you. So having signatures doesn't matter anymore, because the signature, even for me, where let's say an attack came across me against me, for me to write signatures to try to detect that attack again in the future, useless. Again, think of Sunburst last year. Sunburst, was announced in December. Did it make any sense to write a signature for that in December? Of course not. Because when it was publicly announced, the Russians or whoever was behind it said, oh, the gig's up, we're not going to use this code anymore. And they wiped their hands of it and they moved on to something different. So you might write a signature which will help you feel warm and fuzzy and help you feel better about your security because, hey, now look, I have a signature. But the reality is that's been whitewashed. They've moved on to something different, which guess what? You don't have a signature for. So again, we need a way to respond to the modern day attacks, not keep acting like it's about mass propagation. And like I said, that's really where the signature thing comes in. Signatures are, look for a known malicious pattern and let me know when it happens. Well, the attackers are changing this up all the time. So you need to get more into behavior analytics to be able to figure out, what's actually bad and what's not. That's a whole lot harder to really change. Every malware acts a little differently than the normal stuff, and you need to be able to trigger in on that. We'll talk about that more as we go through. But this pattern matching, hey, it's worked great since the 90s, but we got to give it up. We got to give it up if what we're worried about is keeping the bad people out. It's good for other things. And there's some pattern matching that can be kind of helpful. I'll do pattern matching for things like, is the IP header bigger than 20 bytes? If so, that means they probably got some IP options set, and IP options are usually evil. I'll look for, hey, any TCP packet where the TCP header doesn't have options set, that's very rare. That's probably malicious. I do have some signatures like that I go looking for, but they're not specific. They're more looking for, this is an abnormal pattern that's usually indicative of something bad. Those are actually still kind of helpful. And like I said, don't get stuck in the past. I get it. You've put a lot of time into building up this SIM. You've given the vendor a lot of money. You really want this thing to solve all that ails you. I get it. But don't get so stuck in it that you kind of fall back behind the wayside. I had an organization I used to teach for, and I left. And I left because back around 2007, 2008, I wanted to author a class for them that was on security in public cloud. And what they told me was, oh, no, now there's no class for that. Public cloud's easy, just say no. You can't secure public cloud, so just say no. People won't use it. It's shared space. People aren't going to go towards that. This is 2007, 2008. Gee, how did that go? Right? Are people staying away from public cloud for security concerns? Of course not. So I wanted to generate a class at that time so that the early adopters would know what's available to be able to lock things down, and they didn't want to go for it. Why? Because they're kind of stuck in their ways. And unfortunately, as security people, we tend to be kind of old and crotchety with some stuff sometimes. It's that cognitive bias thing, and we got to keep an eye on that. You can't touch this. Yeah, exactly. I think slide 9 is different than the one in the download. So browsing for cookies, awesome name. If you downloaded this prior to this morning, then yes, you may have gotten the old slide deck. So yeah, check the slide, make sure it matches on the number. If it doesn't match on the number, you got the deck from the last class. We apologize for that. Go grab it now. You'll get the latest copy. You'll be all set. Now, this is the one that kind of kids need to stay off of my lawn. Yeah, exactly, exactly. So this is what changed me, right? So is someone that was into centralized logging and alerting, you know, writing patterns to go after and match things, get it to scale the best we can. This is the thing that changed me. What changed me was the data. And the data was showing me this isn't working. In other words, when you look at centralized logging, that's a requirement in everything, right? You know, PCI has it, SOC 2 has it. Everybody's required to do centralized logging. So with that as a requirement and everybody doing it, you would, or more sites than not are doing it, you would expect that would get a little better at catching the bad guys, right? And the reality is no. You can watch the adoption of doing centralized logging go up at the exact same time the success of malicious attacks are going up. They're tracking together, which means the centralized logging ain't keeping the bad guys out. Verizon did a study. You know, they do their annual breach report. And I can't remember if it was this year or last year's report. It was in one of them. They basically pointed out that about 2% of the attacks out there get detected within the system logs, meaning if you're doing centralized logging, 1 out of every 50 times you get breached and they make it onto your environment, you will detect that that occurred. Oh, come on. I mean, you know, let's take off the security hat, put on the CFO hat for a second and do a cost benefit analysis on that. You can detect 1 out of 50 attacks. Is it really worth the money you're spending on your SIM if it's only going to save you 1 out of 50 times? Probably not. Now, you'll see sometimes people will claim, oh no, we've gotten better at this. And in every case where I've seen them doing that, they conflate 2 different numbers together. There's 2 separate stats that we need to look at from my perspective. The first one is ransomware, and the second one is advanced persistent threat. And we need to look at those separately, because when you conflate them together, yeah, it makes the numbers look different. We've had a problem with APT for a long time. You know, advanced persistent threat, somebody who goes in, takes their time, steals information, you know, whatever it is they want to do within your environment. And they tended to be on your network for a long period of time before it was detected. And that number is actually getting worse. What kind of makes it look better is when you lump ransomware in it. Because if you think of how ransomware works, I breach your environment and then I tell you I breached your environment and I try to get you to pay up in Bitcoin or whatever the case may be. Well, and they're counting that as a detection. So if I breach your environment, encrypt all your drives, and within 5 days, I'm popping things up on your screen saying, pay me Bitcoins or you won't get your data back, you don't get to say, yay, we detected this within 5 days, right? That makes no sense. And yet that's how the data is getting tabulated. So once you break out ransomware for advanced persistent threat, you actually see we're getting worse at both of those. So this centralized logging that everybody's doing just isn't working. And here's a great example of that. So this is a data set that has 2 command and control channels in it. One is Empire, one is DNS-Cat2. Both of these are open source. You can go to GitHub and download the tools. They've been around for many years. They're very well known. And what I did is I took the advanced threat signature set with Saracata and ran that across this data set. And here's the only things it flagged. It flagged, hey, somebody plugged in a USB drive. And now that Windows system is trying to find drivers. Okay, that's kind of interesting, but that's not command and control. I'm more worried about that versus somebody plugged in a USB device. The third alert is, hey, somebody queried a domain in the .cc top level domain, and .cc tends to get used to try and fool people into thinking it's a .com. So this might be some sort of a fool attack, but maybe not, I'm just guessing. In other words, that doesn't give me any indication of this. So we've got 2 command and control channels in here, which by the way, should stick out like a sore thumb because they're very noisy, they're open source, they've been out there forever, and yet it's missing it. So we need some other techniques besides simple pattern matching to go in and find this stuff. This is where threat hunting comes in. This is the job of threat hunting. The purpose of threat hunting is to do a validation, a proactive validation of all internal systems. What do I mean by proactive? By proactive, I mean we're not sitting back waiting for an alert to come in and saying, oh, we got an alert, let's go see what that alert's about. No. That's what we've been doing that doesn't work. So threat hunting is, hey, I don't know if my systems are compromised or not. I'm going to check everything and validate their current integrity state. That's what a threat hunt is about. It's about making no assumptions about the current security state of a system and validating it just to be sure. If so, think of it this way, right? If I was to ask you, are any of your systems compromised? You're probably going to answer one of 2 ways, right? Way number 1 is, nah, I think they're okay, we're not getting any alerts. Or number 2 is, no, I think they're okay because we just did a proactive validation of all the systems and everything turned up clean. Which one sounds a little bit more convincing, right? Because the other one is kind of the, see no evil, speak no evil, right? Well, an alert didn't go off, so we must be okay. Yeah, no, you're making an awful lot of assumptions with that. The biggest of which is you're collecting the right data from the right systems to be able to have visibility on that, and most environments don't. So a threat hunt needs to be a proactive validation of all systems. Then this is the other part where we kind of fall down on logging, is that we tend to kind of log like our servers, but not all the desktops, the network gear, the industrial Internet of Things devices, the printers, you name it, all the different things that get plugged into the network. We're monitoring a small portion of them and feeling warm and fuzzy because we're not seeing alerts from that. Threat hunting says no. Threat hunting says you must validate everything. The printers, the network gear, the cameras, we need to validate everything. I'll give you a great example. We had a site we were working with that did centralized logging, that went with a threat hunting solution we were selling. They deployed it on their network and immediately popped up with a number of IP addresses that were saying, that looked like they were beaconing back out to Guangzhou, China. And they looked at that and said, that's interesting. We don't have a business partner in Guangzhou, China. We don't have a vendor in Guangzhou, China. We can't think of a legitimate business need why any of our systems should be in constant communications with Guangzhou, China. So they went through and they did an evaluation on what are those systems. Well, it turned out those systems were 3 IP-based cameras their facilities team had bought off of Amazon. And it just so happened they came pre-compromised by the vendor. I'm sure they didn't charge extra for that. But they plugged them into the network and these things started calling homes and taking pictures of the inside of the facility. Now, they didn't support logging, but even if they did, I can pretty much guarantee, because it looks like it was the vendor who did this, they're not going to send off a log entry saying, we just photographed the inside of your facility and sent it to Guangzhou, China. Hopefully you're okay with that. That's not going to show up in the logs. But these were running for months and they didn't detect them. They didn't detect them until they did a proactive threat hunt. And as part of the proactive threat hunt, they said, okay, everything on the internal network, who's persistently talking to who out on the internet? Can we put a business need behind all of those connections? Oh, look, we have 3 of them that are talking to Guangzhou, China. That looks kind of suspicious. That's what allowed them to be able to go in and run this down. So this needs to take care of all your systems. So it's to fill that gap. If you stop and kind of think about the different tools and processes we have today, they all fall into 1 or 2 buckets. They're either protection-based. This is how we keep the bad people out, like a firewall. A firewall is there to try and help keep the bad people off your network. Or they fall into the response bucket. This is what we do when the bad people are in, right? Like incident handling. That's a good one, right? Hey, we know the system's compromised. We're going into incident handling mode to do our best to recover from this. The problem has been, how do you tie those together? How do we figure out when our protections have failed and we need to trigger response? And that's the one that over time has been getting longer and longer. We're at about 6 months right now. On average, it's going to be an attacker is going to live on your network for 6 months before they're detected. And when they are detected, it's probably not going to be you who detects them, unfortunately. Again, to refer back to sunburst, solar winds got compromised in either late February, early March, right? So solar winds is compromised. We as a community found out about it in December. Okay, that's more than 6 months, right? And the code, their malicious code was getting pushed out to literally tens of thousands of different sites. When we found out about it, we didn't find out about it from SolarWinds, we found out about it from FireEye, a third party. So there's that pattern I'm talking about. 6 months and it's an outside third party that detects it. That's actually pretty common with what we're dealing with today. So the goal of threat hunting is to take that 6-month window and make it shorter. Now, one of the things people sometimes get OCD about is, well, we're not triggering alerts. I want to know about this when it happens right away. Because sometimes with threat hunting, you need to take a little bit of a slower approach. You need to sit back and say, hey, is that system in constant communications with that host out on the internet? And it might take you a couple hours or a day to be able to come to that determination. And some people get freaky about that. Whoa, wait, that means the attacker's on my network for 24 hours before they're detected. Yeah, you're right. But you know what? Without it, they're going to be on your network for 6 months or more. So what do you want, 6 months or a day? Which one makes more sense? Ideal world, we want to know about this within a millisecond, right? But if we can't get it within a millisecond, I'd certainly rather figure this out within 24 hours versus 6 months from now. And I'd rather be able to figure it out myself versus having some third party like the FBI come say, hey, look, we found all this data. It looks like it's yours. It was up on Pastebin. Sucks to be you. It's an outside third party letting us know this happened. See a lot of folks jumping in to help other folks out. That is awesome. Somebody mentioned the audio went out. Sometimes GoToMeeting gets a little flaky. I see it happen more often when we're on a break. So like if we break for like 20 or 30 minutes and then come back, sometimes the audio doesn't work. If you do like a Control-R and just refresh the page, all of that stuff comes back for you. But I see a lot of folks jumping in, helping each other out. Thank you. We talk about like why we do this. Honestly, that's part of the reason for me too. We've got an awesome community here. Well, I love that when someone asks kind of a basic question, that people are jumping in to help them, not flame them. Everybody's kind of recognizing that, hey, we all need to start somewhere here, right? We all started at a point where we were clueless. Some of us are further along the journey than others. The job of us that are further along is to help the ones who haven't gotten there yet. Because the more we all know, the better we get at this stuff. The more we can participate with each other. So that is awesome. And does that show up twice? Nope, I must have just went the wrong way. Sorry about that. So what is threat hunting not? I talked about this already. It's not that reactive checking of logs. This has to be a proactive activity. So what's the process? What's the run book for threat hunting look like? Let's talk top level first, right? Let's talk high level. So at a high level, the threat hunting process is to go through and review the integrity of all of our systems and come up with one of two possible dispositions. I'm pretty sure this system is safe, or I'm pretty sure this system is compromised. We may not do this with 100% certainty, right? I may not see any indicators that this system is compromised, but I wouldn't bet my child that I'm 100% right on that, right? There could be something that got missed, but I'm doing my best effort. That's the part that matters. So our dispositions are, think of it as a scale, right? So let's say a 0 is I'm 100% certain the system is compromised, and 100 points is I am 100% certain that system is safe. Actually, let's switch it around. 0 is I'm 100% certain it's safe. 100 points is I'm 100% certain it's compromised. When we call a system compromised, or excuse me, that it's currently still in a safe state, it's probably not because the score is 0. It's probably like 30 or less, right? We're seeing a couple of weird things, but nothing that really sticks out for us as an indicator of being compromised. It's probably okay. Or, hey, over the period of time we monitored, let's say 24 hours, we didn't see anything suspicious, but there could be something happening suspicious on a weekly basis as opposed to a daily basis, and we haven't caught that. So this isn't about 100% certainty in every direction. There's a little bit of fuzz on each side, and that's okay. We're going to do the best we can with it. But as a threat hunter, really our job is that simple. Is the system safe? Is it currently compromised? And make that determination for every system. It sounds simplistic, but when you take on the reality of, we are talking about, Linux systems, Macintosh systems, Windows systems, Cisco gear, every other type of network gear you can think of, thermostats, industrial Internet of Things, devices, PLC controllers. There's a lot to do this job, even though it kind of simplifies down to, if for every single one of those systems, is it safe or is it not? That's our job. Also, be careful about crossing the line into forensics. Forensics for me is when we get to a point where we could possibly taint the evidence. So for example, let's say I see a system that looks like it's persistently communicating with Guangzhou, China, and now I'm pretty certain that might be compromised. The next logical step for me might feel like, oh, hey, let me go to that system in image memory. Well, as soon as you touch the keyboard, you take the chance of tainting data or getting detected by the attacker. No, that is not our job. Our job is to say, whoa, I think that's compromised, hit the big red button for incident response. And incident response will drive what happens with that system and when. I've seen people not stop themselves and it's caused problems. I've seen situations where it rather than pulling back and getting the big picture, where they might say, okay, hey, look, actually, when we take this data and extrapolate it, it's not just this one system that's compromised, there's a dozen systems that's compromised. They take the one and keep running with it, and they end up playing whack-a-mole with the attacker, and the attacker finally gets tired of playing whack-a-mole and just goes scorched earth and torches the entire environment. Where if they had just pulled back, gone in incident response mode, looked at that big picture and realized there's 12 systems, not just this one to address, they could have addressed all 12 at the same time. And now the attacker is truly cut off from access all at once, all at the same time. They can't go scorched earth on you. So start with the network. To me, one of the things I love about network stuff is it's a great equalizer, right? Everything is attached to the network that's going to the internet. If it's not attached to the network, well, then it can't get compromised over the network, so we're okay. We don't need to worry about that system anyway. But anything attached to the network, we want to be able to go through and validate. One of the things I love about this is you can't hide packets. You can stealth processes. I'm not sure I could do it with modern days Windows 10, but go back to my red teaming days with Windows NT, and it wasn't that hard to go in and hide a process so that when people went in and tried to look at what was running, they didn't see that process running on the system. So it's possible to hide processes, but you can't hide packets. You can try and make them not look that much different from the normal traffic that's taking place, but you can't completely stealth them. And because they're there, if you know what to look for, you're going to find them. The other thing I like about it is the way you would do endpoint security or forensics on, let's say, a Macintosh laptop or an Apple laptop versus like a Windows 10 machine versus a Linux, Ubuntu system is totally different. Those are three kind of different skill sets, right? Some people are really comfortable with Windows and not other platforms. Some people are really comfortable with Apple and not other platforms or Linux. On the network, it's all the same. The Windows system is generating IP packets. Well, so is the Apple system, so is the Linux system. So we can apply kind of one process to protect all of these different platforms all at the same time. And oh, by the way, that also applies to our network gear, our industrial Internet of Things device. We can cover all of them at the same time. So start on the network. So don't get too caught up in this tool. What I want you to kind of notice is a couple things here. One is this connection on the bottom, this graph on the bottom. So this graph on the bottom, my x-axis is time. And what it's indicating is each one of those bars represents a 1 hour period of time. My y-axis is describing quantity. So what this graph is showing us is how often is this IP address connecting to that IP address. So this is my internal system. It's a private address. How often is it creating a connection to this host out on the internet? Notice what happens when I look at this over a 24-hour period of time. I'm seeing about the same number of connections take place all the time, right? That's connection persistency. That's the type of thing we're looking for. it is in constant communication with this host out on the internet. Now, if this is a Windows system and it's talking to Microsoft.com because it's looking for patches, it's part of the Windows notification system or whatever the case can be, that's fine. There's a business reason this is taking place. We can create an exemption for it to not have to look at it in the future. But if I can't define a business need behind this connection, if I say, oh yeah, it's going into DigitalOcean, we don't have resources in DigitalOcean, why is this happening? If I'm in that state, oh, I got to go down the rabbit hole and actually figure out what's going on. The other thing that's kind of cool about this graph, so take a look at this graph right here. This graph is describing how long of a time pause was there between connections. That pause between connections is referred to as dwell time. So my dwell time delta is how long did it wait? So for example, a compromised system might call home, check in with the command and control server and say, hey, do you have anything for me to do? And if the answer is no, it'll sleep for some period of time and then go back and check in again. That's its dwell time. So it may be pausing for some period of time in between each of those connections. My x-axis is dwell time. How long of a pause did we see between connections? My y-axis is quantity. How often did we see this specific dwell time? So for example, 28 seconds happened about a little less than 1,000 times. And a little more than 1,000 times, it was 29 seconds. But 550 times, let's call it, it was, it was 30 seconds. And then a small number of times, it was 31 seconds. And then a slightly larger amount of time, it was 27 seconds. Notice there's not an exact time interval. It's not going off on a specific, exactly every 30 seconds. It's varying the timing a little bit. Why is it doing this? We'll get into this when we talk about beacons, but this is what's referred to as jitter. Attackers like to use jitter because it helps to circumvent a lot of the tools a lot of the techniques that many tools use to try to detect beacon activity. As soon as you vary it and it's not an exact repetitive pattern, it becomes a whole lot more difficult to detect. But I want you to notice something. Even though this signal timing is changing a little bit back and forth, if I take all the times it connected in a 1 hour period of time and add them all up, it kind of normalizes out that jitter, right? In other words, I'm going off this often, about as often as I'm going off up here. So this is still averaging out to about 30 seconds each time. So if I use big data sets to go in and do this analysis, even though something like jitter has been introduced to try and hide what's going on, it'll still stick out like a sore thumb if I look at this over a large period of time. So again, working with large chunks of data can be super helpful. But imagine we see this and we look at it and we say it's going into DigitalOcean. I don't know what the user was trying to get to when they went there. It's HTTP, TCP/80 traffic, so they were trying to access a website. It's a little weird that it wasn't HTTPS, but some people are still running non-encrypted websites today, so this might be okay. We don't know, right? It's a persistent connection, definitely, but we're not sure if this is evil or not. Well, this is where our host logs can actually be helpful. So you heard me bash on host system logs a lot, right? And writing signatures. And a lot of the reason for that is because, like I said, the signatures change. So trying to use a pattern to figure out which ones are interesting is useless. But look at it in this context. I'm seeing an internal system persistently communicating out with the host on the internet. My context is, why does this connection exist? Is there a business need behind it? Well, if I can jump into my system logs, which is what this button does, is it allows me to jump into looking at the system logs and use that context, to be able to go in and say, hey, when that internal IP address was connecting to that external IP address over this 24-hour period being analyzed, what was the application running on that system that was making that connection? Well, in this case here, we can see it's PowerShell. Oh, that's okay, Chris. I'll just write a signature in my SIM to look for PowerShell. Yeah, you could do that. And how often is it going to false positive? Meaning, the IT team decides they're going to modify the login script to run PowerShell, and now all of a sudden every system in your environment is running PowerShell. You're going to get a ton of alerts as a false positive. Here, you're not going to get false positives, right? PowerShell is reaching out to an unknown host for some reason. That's suspicious. Now, I'm pretty certain that this is something illegitimate taking place here, right? If it was PowerShell, maybe talking to like an internal patch server or something, yeah, okay, that might be explainable. If it's setting up a network share or, whatever the reason the IT people decided to use PowerShell for an internal resource, that would make sense. But here's PowerShell connecting to some host out on the internet and we don't know why. Oh, that just makes this that much more suspicious. And it does it with proper context, which means we're not chasing around false positives. We have gotten way too used to dealing with false positives. We've just we kind of thrown up our hands and act like it's just a part of dealing with life. Push back on your damn vendors about that. If a vendor says, I detect lateral movement, right? If they want to make that claim, but they're going to false positive 3 or 4 times a day in an effort to find that lateral movement, unacceptable, right? Because what are you going to learn to do? If let's say you and I share a flat and 5 times a day I scream, fire. Okay, the first time you're going to freak out, right? Whoa, what's going on, Chris? Why are you yelling fire? What's going on? What's going to happen by day 2? What's going to happen by day 5? This is what we've dealt with as an industry, right? We've become numb to these alerts. So the vendor says, oh yeah, we detect that, ha ha, pay for our tool. Yeah, well, except you're friggin' false positing all the time. So even if that alert goes off at a point where it's going to be helpful to me, you've taught me to ignore it. It does me no good. So we need to get better at pushing back on vendors at saying, you can't claim to detect that unless you can also claim a certain low number of false positives associated with that detection, right? We've just gotten too used to it. Again, that's one of the things I love about here. We're seeing a connection. That's our context to go in and look at this. This is not a false positive, right? We may eventually figure out there's a business need behind it, but the context is still valid. There is a valid connection leaving our network every 30 seconds or so. We need to understand why that's taking place. That is never going to be a false positive. The InfoSec tool that cried wolf. Browsing for cookies, I totally agree with you. And yeah, we accept that, right? I mean, how bad is that for us, especially with what they charge us? I mean, oh my God, security tools aren't cheap. Have a medium-sized environment, and most of these tools want 6 figures out of you to deploy them to generate a crap load of false positives. Come on, we can do better than that, right? But it isn't going to happen unless we start pushing back. Or if we push back and they don't change their ways, we need to find other tools and techniques that aren't going to waste our time. All right, I will get back off my soapbox now. So let's talk about C2 detection techniques, right? So we want to go in and look for command and control. That if we see command and control, that's going to be indicative of a compromise took place, right? Somebody did a phishing campaign. They, despite us training our users not to click things they shouldn't, someone clicked something they shouldn't. Despite the fact that we're running endpoint security, the endpoint security software missed this malware getting loaded onto the system. And now the system is in a compromised state. How do we catch it? The easiest way to catch it, go look for the command and control channel it's going to generate. It's going to create a channel so that the attacker can come in and tell that software what to do. That's what we want to go in and target. Now, how much data, what's our best way to see it? Well, it's not system logs. Like we said, look at the network, look for that persistency of connection. That's what's going to give it away, regardless of what platform they've compromised. How much data do we need to connect? That really depends, right? That really depends upon what do we want to go looking for. The minimum bar for me is Sunburst, right? Because think about that. That was nation state going after commercial, and that is just way too common these days. So for us who are in the commercial industry, that's our minimum bar. I need tools and techniques that can detect Sunburst-like command and control activity. Not Sunburst specifically, because that's gone, right? In December, it stopped getting used. But the next iteration of that, I need to be able to detect that. How much data do I need for that? Well, one of the things that made Sunburst so stealthy is that its command and control channel only went off every 15 minutes. And they varied that timing by about 90 seconds. So it was going off somewhere between 13.5 seconds and 16.5 seconds. So it was calling home about 4 times an hour. So now you need to stop and think about, okay, how many connections do I need to see to identify persistency? In other words, if I see a system connect to some host twice, is that persistency? Well, it depends, right? If it's 2 connections in 5 minutes, nah. If it's 2 connections about every 12 hours and we're seeing that over days, oh yeah, that's definitely persistency, right? So how much data do I need to analyze? The minimum bar for me is 12 hours. You need at least 12 hours to have any hope of being able to find stuff. My recommended is 24 hours. I honestly feel we all need to be looking at 24 hours. Again, go back to Sunburst, right? With Sunburst, that was going off at 4 times an hour. So that's about, just a little less than 100 connections in a day. With 100 connections in a day fairly evenly spread out, I can look at that and say, oh yeah, that's connection persistency, right? I can pick that out versus just normal regular traffic patterns. So 24 is the one for me. Now, you work for a 3-letter government agency that no one's ever heard of before. Is 24 hours enough? Probably not. You're now talking maybe you need a week's worth of data. Maybe you need 2 weeks worth of data. It kind of comes down to what is the value of the data you're trying to protect and how much patience is an attacker going to put into trying to get to that data. So for example, I have some really good intellectual property on how to write a specific software app. Okay, an attacker might be patient enough to wait 10 minutes between every command they issued, right? So I need to kind of focus on that. Now, what if I'm in a business where I develop stealth aircraft that can't be detected by any means by any government? Oh, now getting that data, oh, I might be willing to wait 3 days between each command, 5 days between each command, right? Now we're looking at like weeks worth of data. So again, most commercial organizations go for 24 hours, you'll be in good shape. But if what you're dealing with is like top secret, you might need to be collecting more data than that. Out of that data, we need to go in and start analyzing communication pairs. A pair might be a set of IP addresses. It might be an internal IP address and an external fully qualified domain name. I'll talk about the difference between those two. I tend to ignore internal to internal. And the reason is there's lots of business reasons why internal systems need to stay in constant communications with each other. Again, it's that you don't want to deal with something that has a high false positive rate. Analyzing internal to internal has a high false positive. But if we look to internal to external, that's a whole lot easier to go through and sort out why that, if there's a business need or not. And like I said, to me, Sunburst is our baseline. And to accurately pick up Sunburst, so most of the world didn't know about Sunburst until December. Folks that were using our open source tool Rita, which we will play with in labs, that detection engine was catching Sunburst in August. We had folks that were, hey, my solar wind system is now beaconing to a host on the internet that has nothing to do with solar winds, and it never used to do that. Gee, I'm a little suspicious about that. And they were able to implement firewall rules and deal with it. They didn't know it was Sunburst. It wasn't called that at that time. FireEye hadn't named it yet, but they knew their server's characteristics had changed. It was maintaining a persistent connection with something that did not make sense for what it was doing. It was a solar wind system. If it was talking to SolarWinds network, that's one thing, but it was talking to somebody else that had nothing to do with SolarWinds. That was enough to trigger a response to say, okay, we're not exactly sure what's going on, but we're going to fortify things like put in firewall rules to stop that from happening, to make sure that we maintain a secure state. So, again, I was talking about like what six-figure dollar tools let us get away with because we've gotten too used to dealing with their false positive rates. Those tools weren't catching Sunburst. Rita, who anybody can download and use for free, was. Use that as your baseline. And like I said, we'll be working with Rita in the labs today. So, threat scoring system. So I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. I like to use kind of a point system when I go through and do a threat hunt, because what I'm trying to avoid is that kind of circular, you never really make any progress. In other words, anytime you start looking at a system, it's easy to say, oh, that looks normal. Oh, that looks a little weird. Oh, that looks normal. Oh, that looks a little weird. Oh, that looks normal. Oh, that looks a little weird. And you don't want to spend days doing that on a single IP address, right? Our job is to come up with, I'm pretty certain it's safe. I'm pretty certain it's compromised. So what I like to do is use a scoring system and come up with major and minor modifiers. So a major modifier, something that let's say adds in 70 points is, hey, there's a persistent connection there. The system is beaconing to that host on the internet once per minute. It's doing it all day long. Then I may look at, hey, the system didn't resolve a fully qualified domain name. It just did a direct connection to that IP. Oh, I might add another 10 points in on that, right? Because that's not normal. How, normally someone will type something in their browser, it'll get resolved over DNS, and then they'll connect out. So if they're not using DNS prior to doing the connection, that's a little suspicious. So, where there was persistency of connection, that was a major modifier, I added in 70 points. The not resolving a host name before they do, that's a minor modifier to me, that ends in 10 points. But hey, look, we're already up to 80. Now, if there's anything weird about the protocol, that might add another 80 points. And now I need to look at, okay, where are my safe and compromise zones? Like I might say, hey, if going through this process, if I scored a system somewhere between 0 and 30, I'm going to call it safe. Or maybe 0 and 40, I'm going to call that safe. Call that one okay. Anything that scores 85 or higher, I'm going to say, I'm thinking this system might be compromised. We need to do a more in-depth analysis. So we're using ranges on both ends and major and minor modifiers to get there. Another major modifier might be they resolved a business appropriate host before connecting to this IP. In other words, they were trying to get to a Windows notification server within Microsoft.com when this persistent connection was set up. And it looks like it's a Windows 10 system. Okay, yeah, Windows 10 does that. Now, you could argue whether you want your systems talking back to Microsoft on a regular basis or not. That's a privacy conversation. That is not a compromise conversation. That's different. We're not going to go there. What I am saying is that Windows checking in with Microsoft is normal for that operating system. It's not indicative of some third party has come in and compromised your network. And I gave you some score examples. We'll talk about more as we go through. But like I said, this concept of major and minor modifiers, now that kind of helps keep me from getting wrapped around the axle. That allows me to go in and say, yeah, I can move forward with saying, I'm pretty certain it's safe, or I'm pretty certain it may be compromised and we need to do a more in-depth analysis. So, sorry, I just saw the only dumb question is, mother, do I have to? Yeah, okay, I missed some of that thread. I apologize. But it looks like everybody's kind of helping each other out. I don't see any questions in here that don't look like they've been flagged, so that is awesome. So community, thank you for making my life easier. I appreciate that. All right, we're coming up on our first break, but I want to cover a few more concepts before we do. One is we talked about threat hunting from like a 50,000 foot view, right? Okay, let's zoom down to 10,000 feet. What steps should we be using as part of our threat hunting process? The first thing we should be looking for, those persistent connections. We should be looking for, hey, I've got an internal system and it's in constant communications with some host, some fully qualified domain name out on the internet all the time. That persistency of connection, that's the first thing we want to tag. If we see a system that looked like it randomly talked to a host a couple of times and then stopped, or briefly communicated with a host for like a 10-second period of time and then stopped and never communicates with it again, we don't care about those. Those can go off to the side. It's the persistent connections we want to focus on first. The next thing we want to do, validate that external IP. Does it make sense? Hey, if my system is talking to a fully qualified domain name within Microsoft.com and it's using a digital certificate that resolves to that same host name, yeah, this is okay. I don't need to worry about this. I can add this IP address to my safe list. So validate that external IP. The next thing I want to do is I want to go in and look at the protocol for abnormal activity. So for example, our internal system connected to that web server 100 times over the course of the day, and every single time it asks for the same URI. Okay, that's kind of weird, right? Why would we ask for the same data over and over and over and over and over again? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Or it connected 100 times and pulled down the same JPEG file, but when I analyzed the MIME type used by the server, it says JPEGs are text files, not image files. Whoa, that's weird, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense. So we're going to look, and I'll get into this stuff deeper as we go through. I'm just doing a high-level overview for now. But that type of abnormal protocol activity where they're not breaking the protocol rules, but they're definitely bending them, that's the next thing we want to go in and look for. Finally, what we want to do is we want to analyze the internal system. Hey, can we identify what application was running on that system that was making these connections? Because I see a connection going out to EC2 on a regular basis. Well, if I can run it down and see that it's Slack making that connection, and I know we use Slack internally, hey, that's okay. If I go in and see it's PowerShell making that connection out to Amazon and we don't have any resources in Amazon, I'm a little nervous now, right? Now, oh yeah, we got to go in and pay attention to that. So persistency of connection, external IP analysis, protocol analysis, internal system analysis. That's our order. That order is designed to eliminate as many possibilities as quickly as possible. You know, think about like persistency. We have a lot of connections taking place in the course of the day that have no persistency associated with them. All of those immediately go away on the first step. You know, if we started trying to like validate every external source first, it would include all of those non-persistent connections that we don't really care about. So this order is designed to optimize this threat hunt process as much as possible. Now, does C2 have blind spots? Of course it does. Everything does. Its blind spot is, what if there's no command and control? There is a working example we've seen in the wild of that, NotPetya. NotPetya was basically the cyber equivalent of a bomb. It was a supply chain attack. They thought to be the Russians, infected a system that was used for processing taxes within the Ukraine. So it was a system that everybody who did business in the Ukraine had to communicate with. And they downloaded some software that tried to move laterally in the network using some internal vulnerabilities, and then encrypted the drive, and it would pop up on the screen and say, hey, pay this account Bitcoin if you want your data back, but if you paid, you didn't get your data back. There was no command and control channel to be able to monitor that type of stuff. It was specifically designed to blow up as many computers that do business in the Ukraine as that it possibly could. The problem was it went beyond that, right? Because you've got like global shipping companies that do business with Ukraine along with everybody else. They got impacted by this. So these are rare, but they do occur. You know, now we're back to kind of trusting our protection tools as much as we can. So this is the one instance I've run into where, you know, looking for command and control isn't going to necessarily find something for you. And techniques versus methodology. So some of the stuff we do in our hands-on labs, you may look at and say, hey, I've got 20,000 systems. This won't scale. Don't worry about it. There's two parts here. There is the understanding how this stuff works, and then there's figuring out how to scale it. Usually how to scale it is get a commercial tool that's been designed to scale. But unless you know how that tool should work, you could end up deploying something that doesn't do you a whole lot of good. I'll give you a perfect example. Back in the day, you'll find a lot of vulnerability announcements from me through the old bug track list that deal with Checkpoint Firewall, because Checkpoint was very popular. A lot of people deployed it and nobody tested it. And when I went in and tested it, I started finding tons of different ways you could circumvent that firewall and not get logged while you were doing it. It was stupid, just how easy it was to go through and do it. So I came up with methods to go through and how to test your firewall. Now, if you had dozens of firewalls, the hack tools I did using like HPing and Nmap and stuff like that probably didn't scale that well. But it wasn't shortly after that people started releasing commercial tools that did the same thing and leveraged the same techniques. So if you understand the techniques, you can understand how the commercial tools are supposed to work, and you can validate they're working properly. That's really what this class is about. All right, and with that said, we're going to take a break. So we're on break until 10 minutes after the top of the hour. You will not hear me talking. I'm going to go on mute for 10 minutes. We'll come back after that, and we'll start talking about specific different types of persistent connections. So I will see folks then. All right, we are back. So we've been talking a lot about the process of threat hunting, and we talked about the, kind of 10,000 view of the order, which was first go looking for persistent connections, validate or identify the external system being communicated with. Is there a business need that we can identify? What is that host? Then analyze the protocol, then analyze the internal system. That's kind of our, like I said, we went from 50,000 foot view to 10,000 foot view. Now we're going to kind of get in the weeds. So when we talk about checking for persistent connections, what does that actually mean? What are we looking for? One of the things we want to look for is long connections. A long connection is easy. It's just connect to that system out on the internet, hold that connection open all the time. That's it in a nutshell. There's a variation of this. You'll see Metasploit do this. So the default command and control channel for Metasploit is it creates the connection, it holds it open for 30 minutes, it closes it, and then immediately opens it back up again. And it does that for a couple of reasons. One is it's kind of beacon-like, right? It's going off every 30 minutes, but because it's only going off every 30 minutes, it tends to get missed because it's only going to beacon, less than 50 times in a day. A lot of people won't pay attention to that. From a long connection standpoint, it's only holding the connection open for 30 minutes. So folks may not pay a whole lot of attention to that either. 30 minutes isn't that long. Usually it's like 5 hours or more that you want to go looking for long connections. Something that short could just be a big file transfer. So again, that's what Metasploit does to get around it. One of the things I like to do with looking for long connections is not just look for the connection time of a single connection between 2 points, but look at the cumulative communication time between 2 points. So again, even though Metasploit is only opening up a connection every 30 minutes or holding the connection open for every 30 minutes, it's doing it over and over again. That's still 24 hours worth of communication within a 24-hour period of time. Look at it from that perspective, and now it sticks out like a sore thumb. So like I said, when we're talking long connections, this could be the length of time of a single connection, or it could be multiple connections taking place between the two systems that add up to some extended period of time, like 24 hours. Now, we have a lot of tools that can kind of help us here. Some do better than others. Wireshark has a statistic option that will go in and show you long connections. Don't trust it. My experience has been it's static, it's not stateful, meaning if I have a connection between two systems at the beginning of the capture file that uses a certain set of ports, and it just happens to use the same set of ports again later on, let's say 20 hours later, and both connections only lasted about 50 milliseconds, well, it isn't going to list that connection as taking place over 100 milliseconds. It'll list that as a 20-hour long connection because it's just looking at ports and just assuming the connection was running the whole time, even though it wasn't. So Wireshark isn't your best option for that. Zeek is really good at it. So we're going to be working with Zeek in our labs. Zeek is a tool, a network monitoring tool that watches all the traffic that goes by on your network and makes a little bit of a recorded history about it. What I love about Zeek is that it's very efficient. It keeps track of all the stuff that we as security people tend to care about and doesn't keep everything else. Like, every IP header has a CRC check. It doesn't bother logging that. Good, because I've never used that as part of doing my security checks. I don't need that information. The other thing that's kind of nice about Zeek is if you think about, let's say we want to try and keep raw PCAPs, and let's further assume that we have enough disk storage to keep 5 days worth of PCAPs. Well, that means if something happens on my network and I need to start going back through PCAPs to see, when did this all begin? If it started more than 5 days ago, I have no visibility because I've only got enough storage for 5 days. Zeek is very efficient in the way it writes out its log files. And if you compress it, it's even more so, to the point where it takes about 1/20th the storage of trying to save raw PCAPs. So in that same scenario where I could only keep 5 days worth of PCAPs, I could keep 100 days worth of Zeek log files. Now I've got a much broader history to go back through to be able to see what was going on. Zeek goes in and creates a bunch of different log files, and we'll talk about them when we talk more about Zeek, but its primary one is this connection log. And in this connection log, it just writes out summary information about every connection it sees. And one of the things it stores is the duration of the connection. So when I want to see how long did a connection last, I can go into Zeek, look at the duration column, and that'll tell me how long that connection lasted for. You know, in this case here, it was about a quarter of a second. Now, when you're looking at text files, this is more of a like a system thing as opposed to a security thing, but folks sometimes find this helpful. When I just go in and I say, show me the contents of con.log, it does this. This is line wrapped, right? I got multiple things line wrapping here, and it can be kind of hard to read things and figure out what's what and what's where. If, however, I say less, so for the people on Windows, think of the more command, right? Except less does more than more does. I can page up, I can page down, I can use my arrow keys to navigate around, all stuff that more doesn't do. But if I say less space dash capital S, that tells the less command, hey, there's columns here, could you please try and straighten them out for me? So I'm saying less space dash.con.log. This is the same log file as what I have here. The difference is this is kind of readable, right? And I can figure out what's where. Now it's not showing as much information. You know, this line wrapped, this one, line wrapped, and it shows me all the information within the width of my screen. This did not do that, but I could hit the right arrow key and start seeing all that information that's off the right-hand side of the screen. So right arrow, left arrow will move me left and right. So this is a great way to go in and view files. Hey, if you've got your VM up and running, go into the lab1 directory and just type in less, L-E-S-S, space, dash capital S, con.log, and you'll see what I'm talking about. To get out of this, hit Q. People sometimes try hitting Control C and that doesn't work and they get all freaked out. Just hit the letter Q and that'll bring you back to the command prompt and you'll be fine. But if you want to see the difference, do less space con.log and see how that's kind of hard to read, and then Q to quit and then do less space dash capital S con.log, and you'll see the difference that I'm talking about here. The other nice thing about it is I can do cumulative talk time. So I've got this tool specified later, but I want to talk about this one now just because it'll kind of help you understand more what it is and how it works. One of the things that I've run into a lot is sometimes it's nice to be able to perform addition or multiplication or something on output that's on the screen. And that's always been kind of hard. There are some tools that are specifically designed for those types of situation. One is the R tools. There are a bunch of Perl scripts that allow you to go in and generate statistical information. The one I prefer a little bit more though is data mash. So data mash is a tool that allows me to do, I can with data mash, you can give it, let's say, a range of numbers, and you can say, show me the min, the max, the mean, the average, and it'll print all that stuff out for you. So that can be super helpful if I have a bunch of numbers and I need to do a quick statistical analysis. But the other thing I can do with it is I can add things up. Let me walk you through this command. So I'm saying cat. So cat is the equivalent of type on the Windows side. So if I say cat space con.log, it's just going to list out the contents of the file. And by the way, here's a little trick for you. Let's say you're looking at this and you haven't done a lot on the command line before, let alone with Linux. And you're like, what the heck does all this mean, Chris? Here's one thing I want you to key in on. See these little bars? See these little slashes here? This is taking one command and sending its output to another. So this is a command. In between these two bars, that's another command. In between this bar and that bar is this command, and so on down. So every time you see a bar, that's a new command that's going to do additional processing on the data. When you look at something like this, don't try to wrap your brain around the whole thing right away. I mean, if you've been doing this for a while, yeah, go for it. But I'm saying if you're new at this, here's what you do. Cat space con.log, and then when you hit this little bar wall, just hit enter. What's that output look like? What pops up on your screen? Now hit up arrow, get the command back, type in the little bar character, and then type in the second command. Hit enter, see what it does. Okay, now the bar, type in the third command. work your way through one set of commands at a time. What that's going to show you is, what are we doing to the data each time? Like the first time, you're just going to see the raw contents con.log. It's like it pukes it all over you. Here you go, it's everything. All little chunks you got to pull off. This command is pulling out just certain pieces of information. This command is reorganizing it. So we're doing different things as we go through. Watching it happen one command at a time, at least for me, kind of helps me wrap my brain around it. So there's a little trick to try if you see a command like this that I've pulled it together that looks kind of complicated. If you want to kind of figure out what's going on, just do one command at a time. But let me run through this whole thing for you. Yes, like that fire hose Morningstar, absolutely. So cat con.log, so that's just going to display all the data that's stored in con.log. This command is awesome, zcut. Zcut, it says, I don't want to see all the data. I only care about certain columns. So for example, to go back to this slide, we were interested in the duration information. We didn't really talk about anything else. So with zcut, I could say zcut space duration, and all the lines that have data in it, it's going to spit all that information out for me. Well, that's kind of cool. So now if I want to see the duration of a bunch of information, I need to go into the conlog file and say, okay, how does the source IP address get described? Oh, that is, excuse me, this id.rig underscore h string. That's the source IP. Okay, so zcut, I need this information, the source IP. The destination IP address is id.resp underscore h. That's off the side of the screen, so you can't see it here. So I want that information, and I want the duration information. And if I hit enter on that, it's going to print out source IP, destination IP address, and how long did the connection between those two systems last. Cool. So zcut lets me pick and choose which information I want to print to the screen. So to go back to our command, we're saying print out all of the con.log information, but pipe that through zcut and tell zcut, look, I only want data that's in the source IP address column, the destination IP address column, and the duration column. So if I hit enter at that point there, I'd see 3 columns of information, source, destination, and duration. Now I'm sorting it. So when I run it through sort, anytime the source IP address was talking to the same destination IP address, those will end up one line after another. Okay, this one looks kind of weird if you're not used to working with grep. So grep is a pattern matching tool. So grep allows me to go in and basically find things within a file. It's kind of equivalent to find on the Windows side. I'm telling grep, go in and look for this pattern. So the character $sign means blank line. -E says, I want a pattern, this is a, what do you call it? This is a regex match. It's not an exact character match. And this is the signature we use, if you will, for matching on a blank line. -V says, so normally if I say, let's say I say grep space money space some file name, what the output of that will be each line in that file that has the word money in it. So grep is there to be a pattern matching tool to find lines within a file. Anytime I say -V, that says everything but this pattern I've defined. So what this command is basically saying is, I want all those lines of output except the ones that are blank lines. Why am I getting rid of blank lines? The reason is we're going to eventually pass this through data mash. Data mash is going to go through and add lines up. Data mash expects the values it adds up to be numerical. Well, a blank line has a blank instead of a numerical value, right? So data mash will see that and say, I don't know what to do, and it'll just stop processing. So we need to pull the blank lines out before we hand it to data mash, so it only has numerical values to work with. So that's what that's doing. This here, grep -V, so again, everything but a dash character. What does that mean? When Zeek sees a system connect to another one, but not transmit any data, the duration it logs it as is 0. And the reason for that is there was no duration of data transfer taking place. So if it sees like a TCP/3 packet handshake connect to a port, and then the connection closes, well, the duration there is 0. No data got passed back and forth. So it identifies that as a dash. Well, again, a dash is not a numerical value. Data mash will see that and puke on it. We don't want data mash to puke. It's not pretty. So we're saying, hey, any lines that have a dash character in it, meaning the duration was effectively 0, pull those out. And since we're trying to add up cumulative communication time, anything where the duration was 0, we don't care about that anyway, right? There's no duration to add in. So it's okay to delete those out. So we've taken our data, we've removed blank lines, removed anything where the duration was 0, and now we're passing it off to data mash. What this command is telling data mash is anytime the first column and the second column, so -G, anytime the first column and the second one match, meaning the source and the destination IP address are the same, I want you to add up the values in the third column. So remember back here, we sorted. So let's say I had 10 connections take place in the course of a day between my internal system talking to some host out on the internet. This sort command would make sure all 10 of those connections are one line after the other. Because what data mash is going to do is it's going to go in and it's going to see those 2 IP addresses and then start adding things up. And when the one of those IP addresses changed, it's just going to print out a summary and then move on as if it's a different set of connections. So if I have them interspersed throughout the data set, meaning, there's 10 connections, but there's like 50 other connections mixed in between them, it isn't going to give me the right data. I got to get all the data together first. So data mash is saying, hey, when column 1 and column 2 match, add up the value in column 3. Cool. Now I'm piping it through sort. So sort goes through and just sorts the data, right? But notice we got some switches in here. So normally sort starts all the way over on the left. This is where it's going to want to start. And when we were trying to sort out so that all the IP addresses that were the same were together, that worked perfectly fine. This time what I want to do is sort on that cumulative duration time. So I'm going to say, don't sort at the beginning, -K3, go to the third field and do your sorting based on the data in the third field. So we're going to ignore source and destination IP. It's only that duration value we're going to sort on. -RN. So normally sort will sort from lowest to highest. When we're thinking duration, it's actually the longer durations we care about, right? So we really want the longer durations to print out first because those are the ones we care about most. So -R means do a reverse sort. Sort from the highest to the lowest, not your normal way of doing lowest to highest. -N means this is a numeric value. I want you to process it as a numeric value, not as a ASCII character sequence. So if you've ever seen sorted output where it goes 7 and then 80 and then, the numbers are all mixed together, this is why, because it's pattern matching it based on the character set versus viewing them as a numeric value. So this says, hey, this is a number, handle it accordingly. And then I'm piping it through the head command. The head command says, print the first 10 lines worth of output. So I know that's a lot of commands all strung together. But like I said, if you want to see what we're doing and where, go through and just execute one command, do the little bit of the first, add in the second command and the third one and work your way through that way. And you'll see how we keep changing the output each time till we get to this. So this final output is this internal IP address talking to that external IP address. They were talking to each other for 86,389.6 seconds or 0.7 seconds. Okay, there are 86,400 seconds in a day. So we're about 10 seconds shy of a 24-hour period of time. So if I'm analyzing a 24-hour data set and I'm seeing a connection that's 10 seconds shy of exactly 24 hours, oh, that ran all day. That's definitely connection persistency. That's something I need to go in and pay attention to. My next entry is about 4,000 seconds. Okay, that's not nearly as long. 20,000 seconds is about the barrier for me. Because at 20,000 seconds, you're at about 5.5 hours. If you talk about like command and control traffic that tries to use business hours, it only triggers during your business hours, or more likely it usually triggers during the business hours of the attacker because they get that wrong pretty consistently. But it's only running for a couple hours a day and then stopping. Those are the connections you want to go in and take a look for. So 20,000 or more tends to be what I go in and pay attention to. 4,000 and less, yeah, we're not going to pay a whole lot of attention to those. So if I was looking for persistency of connection, long connections on my network, I'd pay attention to the first one. I'd skip everything else after that. Did I miss something on the command line So Johnny C is responding to someone who said they're getting an invalid numeric value or something, dash. Yeah, you missed this. This command is not correct in the output that you just typed. Because what data mash is saying is, hey, I see this character, and that's not a number, and I don't know what to do with it. So again, this grep-v will get that out of your output to make sure that you don't run into that problem. So Johnny, you were exactly right. Thank you for helping them out. Appreciate it. Well, wait a minute, Chris. Do we really need Zeek to get connection duration? I mean, these connections are going through my firewall. Can't I just get that information out of my firewall? Unfortunately, no. Firewalls don't keep track of overall connection time. They keep track of how long has it been since the last time I saw a packet in a session. There are 2 exceptions, which I have listed here, where I have seen, yeah, you could actually extract decent duration information out of it. But for the most part, yeah, no, firewalls don't do this. Okay, so those are long connections. What about beacons? Beacons are a repetitive connection. We talked about that. So they have a dwell time associated with it. So I'm going to connect out to that command and control server. I'm going to see if there's any commands in the queue that I need to execute. If there isn't, I will sleep for some period of time and then I will connect back up again. So that repetitive connection there is indicative of what a beacon is. That connection can be from IP address to IP address or an IP address to a fully qualified domain name. That second one sounds a little weird. I've got a graphic that explains it a whole lot better in just a minute. So here's how it works. So the attacker has compromised this internal system. They can't connect to it directly because there's a firewall in the way and this has a private address assigned, right? So how do they talk to that system? Well, what they do is they set up an intermediary. They set up a proxy. And we refer to that proxy as a command and control server, or sometimes you'll hear CNC server, or what you'll hear me refer to it as is a C2 server. So C2 server means command and control server. And it basically proxies the connection between the attacker and their compromised systems. So the compromised system is pre-programmed, by the malware that got loaded on it to say, connect out to that command and control server. Check in and see if there's anything in your work queue for you to do. So this compromised system will call out to the command and control server and say, hey, you got anything for me to do? And a majority of the time, what it'll probably get back is, nope, go back to sleep. So now it'll pause for some period of time, whatever it's been programmed to do, and then it'll connect up again. Hey, do you have anything for me to do? And this may happen dozens of times in a day. This may happen hundreds. In many cases, this happens thousands of times a day. It depends on what that dwell time is, right? If it's 600 seconds, well, that's once every 10 minutes. That means it's only connecting out like 6 times an hour. But if it's set to check in every second, well, that's 86,400 times in an hour or in a day. That's tens of thousands of connections. That's a little bit easier to go in and spot. So how many connections depends on what they've set for dwell time. But we're going to see this from IP to IP. This is connection persistency. This is one of the things we want to be able to go in and look for. The other possibility is to, rather than connecting to the DNS to the command and control server directly, I relay that traffic through another internal system. So I need an internal system that I know is going to have access to the internet. One of the best choices are DNS servers. So we tend to set up internal DNS servers that know about all of our internal private addresses and then act as resolvers for hosts on the internet, meaning our systems can go talk to them to get answers to their DNS questions, and they'll hand back the answers. And now we build up a nice rich cache so we're not having to go and do queries all the time. Well, what if I make my command and control channel look like normal DNS queries? Now what I do is I register a domain name, evil.com or fubar.com or whatever it is they want to use. And I make my authoritative name server my C2 server. Here's what happens. So the compromised system wants to call home and check into its work queue. It will do a DNS query that's coded to basically identify, hi, this is who I am, and I'm checking my work queue to see if there's anything for me to do. It sends that coded query to the local DNS server, the local DNS resolver. That says, hey, I don't have anything for evil.com in my cache, so I'm going to go out to the root name servers and ask the same question. Root name servers will come back and say, oh, that's a .com, that's these servers over here. Now it'll go to those servers over there, ask the same question, and they'll say, oh, that's evil.com. Here's the authoritative server for evil.com. And now it'll send that request to that DNS server, which is the command and control server. That command and control server looks at that query and says, oh, that's this specific system looking for work to do. Nope, there's nothing in its work queue right now. And its response that it sends back is effectively that same. Nope, nothing for you to do, go back to sleep. If there is something to do, that gets coded into the answer. The responses that come back out will have the answer to that question, or they may set up a secondary channel to go through and try and do the data transfer. It really depends on the malicious code. But notice, nothing bad is going out to the internet from my compromised system. It's all coming out from the DNS server. That's the key. So I need a way to be able to keep an eye on my DNS queries that are taking place. I'll cycle back into that one and some solutions as we go through this. The other one we've started seeing recently is attackers taking their C2 servers and putting them behind CDN networks. To be honest, I'm surprised they didn't start doing this years ago, right? Because if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Back here, there's a single IP address all my traffic is going to. Here I could see, hey, this C2 server has nothing to do with any of my legitimate business connections. This is bad. This is something I need to pay attention to. So once I have visibility of C2, this becomes more blatantly obvious. Think about this for a second, right? So now when they want to get back to, c2.evil.com, whatever they call their command and control server, when the local DNS resolves that, that resolves to the CDN network. That means my connection, that C2 connection, is not going to one IP address, but probably multiple IP addresses over the course of the day. So I can't analyze for beacons IP to IP anymore because that beacon signal is broken up over multiple IPs. Okay, if that doesn't make this hard enough, there's another variable in here, right? What if Microsoft also uses the same CDN network? Well, now that Microsoft traffic is going to go to these same IP addresses, and that'll throw off your analysis of the signal timing because you won't see that repetitive heartbeat type of signal anymore because the Microsoft traffic's get mixed in on occasion. So I need a way to combine these IPs together, right? To figure out that the traffic going out to all three is actually just going out to one system, to combine it together to actually find the beacons. And I need a way to pull out the Microsoft stuff and everything else so that doesn't throw off my signal checking. How do I do that? One of the easiest ways to do that is to go in and look for beacons that are going from a source IP address to a fully qualified domain name. Now I'll be able to pull all the Microsoft stuff out of the way, combine those IP addresses together. I'm back to being able to just do a fairly straightforward analysis of this connection information. This is the tough one. This is the thing that most tools miss. Most commercial tools on the market do not have a way to detect C2 servers sitting behind a CDN network beyond a signature, meaning that, if you give them an example of, I'm not going to give anybody pointers, but there is code up on GitHub that allows you to do this type of a setup. If you send them to that, they will just write a signature for that and call it done. Well, yeah, no, that only works for that one code. You need a way to be able to handle this consistently. The way to handle it consistently is now do your analysis based on fully qualified domain name being targeted, not just the IP address. So there's two ways we can go about detecting beacons. One is based on timing. It's looking for that heartbeat that I was talking about. The other is based on session size analysis, and that only works if you've got a large data set to work with. But let's start off talking about timing, because this is the one everybody uses. Most tools use a math algorithm called k-means clustering. Here's the spelling right here, k-means clustering, to go in and do this detection. K-means is great for finding repetitive patterns in large data sets. So imagine yesterday there was 1 million connections that left our network and went out towards the internet. But also let's imagine that buried in there was an internal IP address talking to the same external IP address once a minute, exactly once per minute. Well, k-means will go in and look at that and say, hey, out of all this data, here's a repetitive pattern. Every minute, this system communicates with this other one. That's how they go through and they detect beacons. Sounds good. Here's the problem. For at least the last 2 years, every malicious connection I've seen uses jitter. Jitter is a variation of that timing. Cobalt strike is a common one. We looked at that in that little graph in the top right in a slide that I showed earlier, where it wasn't going off exactly every 30 seconds. It was kind of sometimes going off at 28 seconds, sometimes it was going off at 32. You know, there was kind of a range of times it was actually using. That's jitter. So I mentioned, I mentioned sunburst. Sunburst was going off once every 15 minutes, plus or minus 90 seconds. That's jitter. So why do attackers introduce jitter? Attackers introduce jitter because most tools that can detect C2 are trying to use k-means to detect them. As soon as you introduce jitter, k-mean stops working. You know, so if I take that 1 minute signal and I vary it by, let's say 50%. So now my delta time is as short as 30 seconds, as long as 90 seconds. Well, k-means looks at that and says, well, that's not going off exactly every 60 seconds. So that's not a beacon. I'm going to ignore it. I'm not going to pay attention to it. When a tool can't use k-means to detect things, they fall back on using signatures. So you'll hear a vendor say, oh, we have AI and we have machine learning and we have all this awesome stuff to go in and detect beacons and we use the k-means, blah, 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 blah. Really what they're telling you is so long as it's a fast, quick beacon, we can detect it. If it's not a fast, quick beacon, we got to write a signature, which means we'll be able to detect old patterns that have happened in the past, but we won't be able to detect any new stuff that takes place. But don't worry, after you get compromised, we'll write a signature. We'll take care of that. Oh yeah, that does me a lot of good, right? So jitter is where it's at. You need to be able to detect beacons with jitter in order to be able to actually detect what's new and coming down the pipe. And I mentioned one of the best ways to do this is just to look at large time blocks. The reason all commercial vendors don't do this is the overhead. Most commercial tools maintain state for about 20 minutes or less. Most of them are much less. So they've got a 20-minute window of data to work with to try and find their beacon traffic. Well, again, think about sunburst. Every 15 minutes plus or minus 90 seconds. Well, if I'm only looking at a 20-minute window, I'm going to have one, maybe two signals to look at to try and figure out it's a beacon. That's not enough. I can't distinguish that versus all the other traffic patterns taking place. But if I've got 24 hours and then I start averaging out each hour, oh yeah, now I've got enough data to work with, right? Now I've got 4 connections taking place every hour, right? That's going to give me about 100 connections in a day. If I can draw that little flat line we talked about across the top of that, oh yeah, that's looking like a beacon. So there's ways to do this without k-means. You just need to build it in. You also need to make sure it's not one of the methods we've patented that we built into Rita, our open source tool. So why did we patent it and then put it in an open source tool? We patented it to make sure someone else didn't patent it and only put it in a commercial offering. Because we saw it was an effective way to find things that are jittering, that are going to fully qualified domain names, that's why we pulled the patent on. But we put it in open source tools so that it's available to everybody. It isn't just going to be, oh, hey, give us $200,000 and you can leverage that technology. Yeah, no, that's not how we roll. So a connection with no jitter, like I talked about, is going to go off at a specific time interval. In this case here, it's showing like once per second. Jitter with, or a beacon signal with jitter is going to show some variance in it. This is what, so 99% of the time when jitter takes place in a beacon session, it's because of cobalt strike. Good guys use it, red teamers use it, bad guys use it, everybody uses it. Wait a minute, why are they, leasing the software to the bad guys? They're not, but it's portable software and they're just going to go ahead and use it as part of their beacon signal, even though they didn't license it. Hey, they're bad guys. That's what they do, right? So even the evil stuff, I mentioned sunburst, right? Plus or minus a minute and a half. That was cobalt strike code that was doing that. So when cobalt strike is being used to jitter the signal, this is what you get. You get something that basically looks like a bell curve, right? It's peaky in the middle, it rolls off at the ends. That's a bell curve. And it does that because random is not as random as we think random is. If I say, beacon once per minute plus or minus 50%, that's 30 seconds to 90 seconds. Well, at 30 seconds, I only have one data point to pick near 30 seconds, whereas at the 1 minute mark, because it's in the middle, I could pick on the positive side or the negative side. So I've got 2 data points to pick from. So I'm going to end up picking data more towards the middle versus either my extremes as it goes through. That's why we end up with this bell curve. Sometimes you might run into something like this. I've only seen this once. This is a lot of thought that was put into doing the C2 connection. They tried really hard to jitter it in a way that didn't look like cobalt strike to really try and fall under the radar. However, by doing that kind of large bucket analysis that I talked about, you still end up in a situation where it looks like once they start averaging out all the connections in an hour or all the connections in 2 hours, and then plot that over a 24-hour period of time, that normalizes out a lot of this jitter. It makes it really easy to go in and detect. So if you're using those types of techniques, yeah, you can still catch even the more advanced stuff. So like I said, this, I've only seen it once, and I've been doing this for years. But if you can detect this, oh yeah, now you're in a nation state. You're actually above most nation states in being able to do detections. So detecting with jitter really comes down to having a long period of time. So if a vendor tells you, yeah, we detect beacons, and you say, okay, how long are you keeping state for to detect those beacons? And they tell you 20 minutes. Think about this conversation we just had. Or what most of them are probably going to tell you, oh, we keep state for 5 minutes. Or, oh, no, we don't keep state. Yeah, either one of those are failed answers. They're not going to help you detect the latest and greatest stuff that's coming out. Oh, also, when you see jitter in a beacon signal, right? So if I see this, where it's going off at the same time interval all the time, this could be a false positive. This could be a Windows system calling home. This could be a Linux system checking to see what time it is. Beacon doesn't mean evil. It's just a very rare way for systems to communicate with each other. There are situations where there's a legitimate business need for it. Network time protocol is a perfect example. With network time protocol, my system will call out at an exact time interval, usually somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes, but it'll use the exact same time interval every time to go out and check to see, hey, what time is it? So let's say it's 20 minutes. Every 20 minutes, it's going to check to see what time it is. Well, that's a beacon, right? It's going off every 20 minutes, but it's a legitimate, there's a business need for it. My systems need to keep time. So when I see something like this, I'm leaning towards it's probably going to be a false positive. I still want to check it just to make sure, but most malicious beacons today have jitter involved. So if I see this, I don't freak out. Like I said, there's probably going to be a business need. But if you see this, oh, this is rare. This is 99.999% of the time, it's going to turn out to be evil. Well, wait a minute, Chris, why not 100% of the time? I have run into one situation where this was happening and it was legitimate, but it was between internal systems. Basically what it was is this was a cloud provider, and the cloud provider was pulling stats off of systems. And they didn't use a specific time interval because let's say all of those systems kind of ended up in sync with each other. Let's say like 100 VMs got deployed and they were all going off exactly every 5 seconds at the same time. Well, that may overload the system. They're going to get bursts up and down. So by jittering the timing just a little bit on when these systems call home to report stats, it still looks like a consistent time report to their customers. But now they're varying the timing a little bit to make sure they never get a full network load burst followed by a back off. It kind of makes sure things stay normalized over time. But that was internal to internal. And like I said, that was that 0.001% of the time. Beyond that, yeah, if you see a beacon signal, it's being jittered, it's probably evil. Now, detection based on session size. This only works if I have a lot of if I have a long time interval to work with. In other words, if I'm only keeping state for 5 minutes, you can't use session size. You need a longer period of time. But what this is based on is, if you think about how the C2 traffic is working, compromised system calls home and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? Gets an answer back, no, go back to sleep, over and over again. That's what we refer to as the heartbeat. A majority of the time, there will be nothing for it in the work queue. However, when there is something in the work queue, that's going to change the amount of data that gets transferred as part of that session. So let's say this compromised system calls home and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? And it's told, yeah, I want you to list out all the running processes in memory. Well, now it sees that command, it executes that command, and it exfiltrates the data that resulted from running that command out through that same C2 channel. Well, now the session size is bigger, right? Before, it only needed enough room to say, hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Now we've got to fit the output from listing out all the processes in it. So you'll see the session size grow. So one of the neat things about doing session size analysis is a couple of fold. One is it helps you detect beacons. The other is that we can start enumerating what the attacker's doing. One of the realities today is that attackers double encrypt everything. It's kind of funny because I'm seeing some vendors trying to get their customers to buy into intercept proxies to decode the TLS string so that they can try and pattern match on what's inside. Yeah, good effing luck with that. Because what I'm seeing out in the wild is the attackers are encrypting or at least obfuscating their data and then running it through a TLS tunnel. So even if you have some method of tearing the TLS tunnel away and looking at the raw data inside, it's still encrypted. You're still not going to see what's going on. But keep a lot of data, like 24 hours, and now you can start making enumerations about what takes place based on the amount of data that goes by. So for example, let's say we have a 1 gig database that has all of our customer information. And we get that box gets whacked and we see there's a C2 channel on it. And our boss asks us, hey, did they get our customer data? Well, if I'm doing session size analysis, the first thing I want to go in and look at is what's my biggest data transfer as part of the C2 session? Because if it's a gig, yeah, they probably got the customer database. Or if I take that customer database and I see it zips down to 500 megs and I saw a 500 meg transfer, yeah, I'm still going to be worried that data got exfiltrated. If I see what's on the screen here and my boss asked me that question, no, we're still good. Get them out now. They haven't gotten to the customer data yet. How do I know that? I know that because my largest data transfer, if I look at the bottom here, my largest data transfer is somewhere around 300 bytes in size. 300 bytes is much smaller than a gig, right? I'm not going to fit the 100 gig database into 300 bytes. 300 bytes is show me running processes owned by a user, show me files in this one specific directory. They're still just poking around on the system. They haven't actually done anything detrimental yet that we may need to actually tell the public about. If we can get them off now, we're in good shape. So session analysis allows us to pull in a lot of good things like that. And with Zeek, you can go in and you can do an easy session analysis. So here I'm saying cat the con log, use brocut to pull out the source IP address, the destination IP address, and the number of bytes of data that the client, my internal system, sent to that target, the destination, the external IP address. How many bytes of data did it send? And in this case here, I want to analyze connections going to one specific system. I'm sorting that data. Unique C. So unique C says, if there's 50 lines or 100 lines of data that match, don't print all 100 lines. I only want you to print one line, but I want you to give me a number at the beginning of the line to tell me how many lines did you collapse down. That's what unique C is doing for me. So what unique C is doing is it's taking the 2,868 lines that looked exactly like this and printed out only one of them. So now I can see 2,868 times with my internal system connected to that system, the exact same amount of data was transferred each time. In one case, no data was transferred. Okay, that sounds like the C2 server got too busy, was rejecting connections, and something like that happened. But what this tells me is if this turns out to be a C2 channel, this is my heartbeat with no activation. They compromise the system, but they're still in that wait mode to see if you detect it before they actually go in and start poking around. If I can get them out now, they have literally done nothing to that system. It's so hard for me not to say, bro, but can we use Z-cut here? Yeah. Oh yeah, I apologize for that. You're right. Z-cut will do the same thing. I need to update this slide. Let me make a note of that. Yeah, like I said, we've been doing this class for about 1.5 years now. Back then we started with Bro. We've moved on to Zeek. I need to update that so it says Zeek and so it's more consistent with what's in there. So yeah, Bro root-cut and zeek-cut are the same thing. They perform the same functions. Thanks for catching that, dude. So we found connection persistency, right? It's a beacon, a long connection, cumulative communication time, whatever the case may be. We've got an internal system communicating with a host out on the internet consistently. What do? Well, we want to learn as much as we can about that external IP. Like, who manages the ASN, right? If it looks like it's Microsoft.com, but it's not an ASN managed by Microsoft.com, yeah, it's probably not the real Microsoft.com, right? That may help us kind of figure it out. Geolocation information. I mentioned that one customer that found 3 signals beaconing out to Quanzhou, China. And the fact that they were going to Quanzhou, China told them, yeah, this ain't a business partner. Now, maybe they weren't going out to Quanzhou, China, because geolocation information on IP addresses are, generic enough that, maybe it was actually going to the next town over, or, province, or whatever the case may be. It might not be exact. Well, it's still close enough, right? They were a US-based company. So seeing anything going off to China on a regular basis was enough to tell them, this is something we got to go in and pay attention to. IP delegation, who's responsible for that address. You can do a reverse lookup on their IP. You can look at what was the user querying. What DNS query was performed that returned to this IP address. That can be helpful information. Do you recognize that target? What is that environment? There's a lot of different research tools we can use to go in and investigate that. Unfortunately, for most environments, there is more ways to research the external IP than there is the internal IP. There's a lot of sites that, hey, plug in, get a DHCP address, go talk on the internet, life is good. They don't do logging, they don't do anything. What situation is your site in? There's an easy way to figure that out. Go to your help desk, your IT team, whoever's appropriate, and say, hey, this internal IP address, and give them a number. I saw some suspicious traffic. I'm just curious, who's logged into that system? What system is that? If they respond within 5 minutes and give you that information plus more than you asked for, life is good. If they respond back and say, hey, I'll go through the DHCP logs and see what I can find, or you don't hear back for 6 hours and what you get, well, it has this MAC address on it. So, usually Dell uses those MAC addresses, so it's probably somebody using a Dell system. If that's what you get back, oh, you're in trouble and you need to do better internal data collection. But unfortunately, most sites are more in that second group versus the first, which is why we look at the external IP before we bother looking at the internal IP. There's also sites out there that can kind of give you information on it. I'm not a big threat intel fan, but running down like, hey, what fully qualified domain names have resolved to that IP address over the last 6 months, a year, 3 years, that can be helpful information. If it claims to be Microsoft today, but it wasn't Microsoft, it was something in the Netherlands, last week and the week before that and the week before that, yeah, I'm going to be really suspicious. And really what we're trying to identify is there a business need? And this needs some context. This is something you can't automate into a tool. And this is a perfect example of that. So we've got an internal system talking to client.teamviewer.com. Is this evil or not? Well, it depends, right? It depends on, do we know it's there? I have done threat hunts where we've gone in and we've asked, do you have TeamViewer running? And they've said, yeah, we got TeamViewer running on these 2 servers for remote management. Great. And we go in, we do a threat hunt, we find TeamViewer running on a dozen systems. Well, now TeamViewer in 2 cases, good, right? The IT team is using it, they know it's there, there's a business need. TeamViewer in 10 other cases, bad. How did it end up on that system? Who put it there? Why? Who's coming in and doing remote control? We don't know. So again, that's a context issue, and you need to understand the local business to be able to figure this out. So you can't completely outsource all, threat hunting activity. Some of this does come down to being able to make that business call of what's appropriate and when. And potential false positives. There are things that will do persistent communications like we talked about. Windows notification server is probably one of the most common. Windows systems checking for patching. those are our most common false positives, but they're not really false positives. They are in fact persistent connections, but there's just a business need behind them. And that's what actually makes them safe. All right. And with that said, it is the top of the hour. We're a little behind on slides, so I'm going to have to pick it up in the next section. Let's take a break and we'll come back and pick it up from here. Talk to you in 10 minutes. All right, we are back. So I saw a question pop up that I want to go back and hit real quick just to make sure everybody's clear on it. Let me find the slide. This one here. The questions about this, like obfuscating the traffic behind a CDN network. So a CDN network is a content delivery network. So think Akamai and you'll get the right idea. So they set up proxy servers all over the world. And the idea is, let's say you want to go to Microsoft, right? Instead of your traffic going directly to Microsoft's network, more than likely it's going to go to Akamai's network. Akamai has all the algorithms in place to figure out where are you in the world, what is logically close to your network, and they're going to try and serve you up data from a logically close place so that things seem, responsive and very quick. So Microsoft may use them, other companies may use them. So that same CDN server may service multiple domains all at the same time. And they use the host parameter field within the data to identify which one were you actually trying to get to. That's what tells it goes to Microsoft or goes to Apple or whatever the case may be. So it isn't that the attackers are making their data look like it goes to Microsoft. It's that Microsoft is going to be leveraging those same CDN servers. So a connection going out to, let's say, this CDN server might have a final destination of a Microsoft system, an Apple system, or this command and control server. And if we're only analyzing IP to IP, well, all we see is this target IP. We're not differentiating between the Microsoft traffic, the Apple traffic, and the C2 traffic. So if we try to do a timing analysis, the C2 traffic might be going off on a very regular basis, but now the Microsoft and Apple traffic is going to that IP on occasion too and kind of mixing up that timing. It looks a little less like a consistent beacon at that point. So we can't do our analysis based on IP to IP. So what do? Well, the way to tell the difference between the traffic that'll eventually go to Apple or Microsoft or the C2 server is to look at what was that user trying to get to. If they were trying to get to www.microsoft.com, we don't care about that. Push that data aside. They were trying to get to portal.apple.com. We don't care about that. Push that aside. They were trying to get to foo.evil.com. Oh, we do care about that. Analyze that specific traffic only going to that IP to look for beacon-like activity and do that for any other IP address that's part of that same CDN network. So that's where I was going with that one. So it's not that the attackers are making themselves look like Microsoft or anything like that. It's just these are public, well, it's owned by a private company, but any customer of that content delivery network could be using those same proxy servers. So we need a way to be able to pull that traffic out. And the way to do that is to look at what was the user trying to reach. Look for us signaling based on that. Okay. So let's jump back in. So we talked about potential false positives. That one's pretty straightforward. Let's see. Okay. Unexpected app report usage. So this is just, what leaves your network should make sense, right? If you're seeing remote desktop software leaving your environment and it's remote desktop software that you don't use as part of doing business, like Chrome remote desktop, you should pay attention to that. That should not be happening. Modbus that's used by industrial Internet of Things devices, that should never be leaving your network. That should only be going between, your IoT devices and your PLC. That's the only time you should see that traffic. If you're seeing it go someplace else, that might be, in that case, that's probably just like a misconfiguration. With the Chrome remote desktop, that could be someone called them up pretending to be help desk and got them to install a plugin that they shouldn't have. And now someone else has remote control of that desktop. We want to jump on that. Unknown app on a standard port. So a technique a lot of us use is we will run applications on non-standard ports just to make it a little harder for the attackers to find them. For example, SSH, right? If I have SSH listening on TCP port 22, everybody and their brother are beating up on that constantly. They're constantly trying to login name password combinations. It's filling up my secure log. I don't care. I've locked that system down so that you need to use public-private keys to authenticate. They're not going to get in with the password. I've locked that system down so that the root account cannot be accessed directly or remotely. So they can try to log in as root all they want. They're not going to get in. I've done the proper things to lock things down. But I don't want to see all that crap in my logs, because the more junk in my logs, the harder it becomes to find the stuff that might actually matter. Like maybe they're trying to do a buffer overflow against it or something. Maybe the login prompt has a buffer overflow that showed up again. We've had that in OpenSSH before. And, that's what they're trying to do. I want to be able to see that and actually pay attention to it. So rather than run SSH on port 22, I might run it on port 20,022 and 10,022 or port 2222 or something like that. So it's not that I'm doing that to stealth the port or anything like that. I'm just trying to minimize the amount of cruft that ends up in the logs. That type of thing is perfectly normal. That's not something we worry about as threat hunters. What we worry about as threat hunters is when a well-known port is being used, but the protocol normally associated with that port is not being used. For example, TCP/80 is the well-known port for HTTP. So when we connect to a web server, we expect it to be over TCP/80. If it's a secure web connection, we expect it to be over TCP/443. So anytime I see TCP/443 traffic, I expect to see the client send an SSL hello packet. I expect to see the server send an SSL hello packet. I expect to see the server send its digital certificate to the client. Anytime I see a connection take place over TCP/443, that's what should be happening, because that's the well-known port for HTTPS. Now, what if I don't see that? What if I have a client talking to an IP address out on the internet once per minute, and it doesn't have that handshake for a TLS connection or an SSL connection for that matter? Well, that's odd, right? Why is that happening? That's actually a fairly common attack technique. It's not as popular now as it used to be, but the idea was, hey, nobody bothers to check what's going on in TCP/443 because it's all encrypted anyway. So we're just going to obfuscate the data so it looks like it's encrypted and just blast it out through that port, and no one will be the wiser. And in a lot of environments, that's a true statement. They wouldn't notice the difference. So I like to try and notice the difference. So if I see communications taking place and I don't recognize, the protocol is not what's normally associated with that port, that's something as a threat hunter I want to pause and make sure I pay attention to. So how do I find that stuff? Well, luckily to the rescue is Zeek again. Zeek has about 55 different applications it understands. And what's cool about Zeek is it actually checks the protocol every time it sees a communication. So for example, with your web server, when someone talks to TCP/443 out on the internet, it probably doesn't tell you it's TCP/443. It probably tells you it's HTTPS traffic. And it's not that your firewall statefully inspected that data and made sure it saw those handshakes that I was talking about. Your firewall is saying, well, it's going to TCP/443, and that's normally HTTPS, so F it, we'll just call it HTTPS. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. What Zeek does is Zeek does that analysis. So if it's SSH going to TCP port 443, Zeek will look at that and say, hey, I don't see those SSL handshakes that I understand. Something else is here. Let me check what's next. Let me check HTTP. No, it's not that. Let's see if it looks like, MySQL traffic. No, it doesn't look like that. Oh, hey, look, it matches my decode for SSH. It's showing, the client is identifying its SSH version, the server is identifying its SSH version, they're doing a negotiation for what secure algorithms to use. That's SSH. I'm going to label that TCP/80 connection as being SSH. That's cool. That's what we want. So now if I see somebody's blowing, SSH through TCP/443, yeah, I may want to pause and pay attention to that and see what's actually going on. It might be a fairly smart developer trying to circumvent content checking. It might be something more nefarious than that. You need to kind of do the investigation. So here Zeek is showing me, here's my source IP address, my destination IP address, the protocol, source port, target port, how many bytes got transferred. What I care about is this column here. Sometimes it's identifying it as being DNS traffic. Sometimes it's saying, yeah, I don't know what it is. So if I get like TCP/443 and it doesn't know what it is, that's what I want to go in and pay attention to. There's one caveat with this. Zeek needs to see the start of the session in order to be able to properly identify it. So imagine yesterday, somebody started an HTTPS connection with an IP address out on the internet. And then imagine today, I went in and collected 12 hours worth of data, which included that connection. When Zeek processes that data, Zeek will say, I don't know what protocol that is. It needed to see the initial handshake. It didn't because that took place before you launched Zeek. So it's going to label it as an unknown. So when I see something as an unknown, one of the first things I go looking at is how long was that connection running for? And if it looks like it started before these things got kicked off, that's something I go in and pay attention to. In the con log, you'll also see a column referred to as con state, CONN_state. And you'll see a 2 or 3 letter designation of that con state. That's actually code to identify how much of the connection did Zeek actually see. So for example, if this con state is listed as SF, that tells you it saw the start of the connection and it saw the end of the connection. It saw the SYN packet exchange, it saw the FINAC exchange. You should be able to identify what the protocol is. But if it identifies it as OTH means I didn't see the SYN packet exchange. I didn't see the FIN packet exchange. I only saw traffic in the middle. Now you know, yeah, okay, it makes sense. He couldn't figure out what it was. I need to go back to yesterday's data or the day before or whenever this connection actually started to figure out what protocol was actually being used here. Unexpected protocol use. So, you know, this is kind of like we were talking about with C2 over DNS. Right? DNS wasn't made to transmit data, or it wasn't designed to communicate that type of stuff. Attackers are bending the rules to get that to happen. So that's one of the other things we want to go looking for. And like I said, DNS is a popular C2 channel. So how do I figure out when my DNS servers are not just handling regular user queries, there's a C2 channel embedded in there someplace? How do I figure that out? One of the side effects of doing C2 over DNS is that you need to do a lot of unique, fully qualified domain name queries. And that kind of makes sense, right? Because what are DNS servers designed to do? They're designed to cache information. So if me, a compromised system, asks the same question each time, the local resolver is just going to hand me back a cached answer. So if my question is, do you have anything for me to do? The resolver is what's telling me go back to sleep. There could be commands out at the C2 server. The resolver isn't going to bother to talk to it because it already had an answer to that question in cache. So to make sure that doesn't happen, the compromised system will change what it queries for every single time in order to make sure that every one of those queries gets forwarded out to the C2 server out on the internet. Well, what that ends up being is a lot of unique queries within a domain, more than what's normal. What's normal? For most environments, 10 or less. Think about like, you know, your normal environment. What's it going to expose to be resolvable to hosts out on the internet? It's usually going to be fairly minimal, right? You're going to have a web server, a mail server, a couple of DNS servers, maybe a customer portal. Hey, look, we haven't even reached 5 yet. Then you get into the large service companies that offer services over the internet that everybody's heard of, like Akamai, like Google, like Amazon. And they could actually have somewhere between 1 and 500 different resolvable servers that you've bumped into in the course of the day. Akamai is a great example of that. Again, they're the biggest CDN network in the world. They're doing caching for everybody. So yeah, it's not uncommon to find out that you talk to, you know, 1 or 2 or 500 different Akamai servers in the course of a day. So unrecognized company, 10 or less. Recognizable large organization, a couple hundred. So once you get to 1,000 or more, yeah, you're kind of getting into this doesn't make sense for anybody. So one of the things we can look for is a large number of queries. So let's say I look up 10,000 different unique system names within a remote domain. Well, that makes no sense, right? Even for Google, that would be a lot. That'd be way more than normal. That's usually an indication it might actually be C2 because the C2 compromised system needs to change the query each time. That might actually be what I'm looking at. The other thing you can analyze is usage. If the DNS servers are looking things up, people better be going to that domain, right? Think about how this normally works. I type a name in my browser, DNS hands me back an IP address, I go connect to the IP address within that domain. So I should be able to look at what are the answers coming back to my DNS queries, and are my users actually connecting to those IPs? And if they're not, now I got to ask myself, why? Why did I look up 1,000 different unique queries within a domain that no one actually wanted to go access a resource within it? That again is not logical. That again is another indicator I might actually be looking at command and control. So here's another example. So here I'm using T-Shark. So T-Shark is the command line version of Wireshark. Very cool tool. -R, I'm reading a PCAP file. So I'm not actually just listening on the network interface. I'm saying, hey, there's a specific PCAP file I want to process. One of the things I love about T-Shark is this option here, -T fields. With T-Shark, I can go in and I can say, these are the only data points I care about. Don't show me everything. Don't show me a summary. Like if you ever use TCP dump, you know, you get a summary. And if I use -V or VV or VVV, I can get a more detailed summary. But what I get is what I get. I get no control over that. I can't say, oh no, all I care about is the TTL. No, well, here's everything. You go figure out what the TTL is in that output. That's not my problem. Most tools work that way. With T-Shark, I can go in and define the fields I want. So I say -T fields, -E, this is the field I'm interested in. And here I'm just saying DNS query name. What was being queried? I could use multiple -Es here if I wanted to. So if I wanted to say, show me the source IP address, the destination IP address, what was being queried and what was the answer that came back, I can spit out all that information. So I can pull one field out, I can pull out multiple. This is really cool. So then I'm sorting it, looking for unique values, reversing it. Basically what I'm doing is I'm saying, okay, a bunch of queries were done. I want to see how many unique queries were done. Well, I can't go in and say, look at like field 3 and 4 because, or 2 and 3, because I don't know how many subdomains were actually queried. In other words, somebody might query foo.evil.com. They might query foo.eastcoast.evil.com. They might query foo.5.7.eastcoast.evil.com. I don't know how many subdomains there'll be. So what this code is actually doing, the sort unique, reverse it, and then cut out some fields, is basically taking all the characters on the line. See, to describe it here, yeah, here's a good example of what's going on. I take all the characters in the query and I just print them out backwards. Well, here I had my sub, my domain, here's a sub, my domain, my top level domain. Well, the reverse command just simply prints that all backwards. Well, when I print it all backwards, here's the domain information I actually care about. So now I can easily go in and just cut out those fields. And now I just count them up to see how many unique queries were being done. So this is basically like a command line hack to figure out how many unique queries did we query out of each domain. And in this case here, there was 62,468. Well, we said for a domain we know about that's a large service company, it should be less than 1,000. For a domain we've never heard of, it should probably be like a dozen or less. So this falls into the dozen or less category. Look at this, here's Akamai, and with Akamai there was only 154. This is way bigger than Akamai, and we've never heard of that domain. That makes no sense at all. This to me looks like C2. So that's what this is doing here. If this looks complicated and you're kind of feeling like, yeah, this would be a pain for me to have to do all the time, don't worry about it. There's actually easier ways to figure this out using Rita, and we'll cover that software in a little bit. So bonus check for DNS, like I said. So for a well-known domain like Akamai, I might see a couple hundred domains or a couple of hundred unique queries. Here I'm seeing 125. Here, what this is telling me is that I looked up 125 unique systems within akadns.net within this specific domain, and that resulted in 13 of my systems connecting to one or more of those 125 hosts. Okay, this is how DNS works, right? I type a name in my browser, DNS hands me back an IP address, I connect to this IP address. So this is normal DNS behavior. Well, here's that r-1x.com domain. The only system that ever talks to that domain is the one doing the DNS queries. Well, wait a minute. Why did I need to look up over 62,000 resource records when none of my users needed those resource records? They didn't want to actually connect to that domain. Something else is going on. This is my second indicator that, yeah, I've got command and control running over DNS here. Some other things you can look for are things like unique user agent strings. I'm not so big on checking for unique user agent strings as checking for nonsensical user agent strings. For example, one of the things you'll commonly see with a compromised system that's using HTTP as a command and control channel is that when you look at all the user agent strings being used by that system, they will all ultimately resolve to being used by a Windows 10 system, right? All of them will be associated with some sort of software running on Windows 10. But then you'll see this one connection where all of a sudden it looks like a Windows 7 system. Well, wait a minute. It's either Windows 7 or it's Windows 10. It's not both, right? I could potentially be someone running Windows 10 and running Windows 7 in a VM. I mean, that's possible, but that's an outlier edge case, right? If I see that, that's what kind of triggers for me. You know, that's one where I say, yeah, these don't make sense. I want to do a further investigation of that system. But uniqueness within the environment, sometimes that's worth paying attention to too. Inconsistent OS IDs. Yeah, so here's an example. So these two IDs say, I'm a Windows 10 system. This ID says, I'm Windows 7. Well, wait a minute, it's the same system each time. That doesn't make sense. One of the other things I'll do as part of this analysis is I'll also look at what agents are being used where. How often was an agent used to talk to a specific IP address? For example, I might find that this string was used talking to 50 different systems out on the internet. This string was used talking to a dozen different systems out on the internet. This string was used only talking to one specific target system out on the internet. Oh, that's kind of weird, right? Again, that's something else you can kind of key in on. Let me talk about the command a little bit. Cat http.log. So we talked about conlog. We haven't talked about any other logs yet. So con.log is a summary of all my connections. When those connections are an HTTP connection, Zeek says, oh, let me save additional information about that connection in this other log file. So that's kind of cool. So if I go in and I see it's an HTTP connection, I can go look at the http.log file. SSL and TLS traffic are all labeled as SSL. So if I go in and the con log and I see a connection gets labeled as SSL, I can go to the, you guessed it, ssl.log file to get more detailed information about it, including what was the actual protocol that was used, you know, which hopefully is TLS 1.2 and not actually SSL. But that's one of the additional pieces of information to pull out of that log. So I'm catting http.log, and the fields I'm pulling out of that log are source IP address, _h, that's source IP, the user agent string, and then I'm sorting it, and I'm saying, show me unique instances that are associated with that IP address, right? That's what's giving me this output here. Like I said, if I was to tweak this, I might want to see how often am I using it at different IP addresses? Because typically what you'll see is if it's a command and control channel, not only is it odd, it's only being used to talk to one IP address out on the internet and that's it. Whereas the other ones are being used on multiple IP addresses. You can also look at the JA3 hash. So the JA3 hash is let's call it a summary for now, and I'll come back and talk more about it in just a second. A summary of what parameters are being negotiated as part of that TLS session. So remember I talked about HTTPS. I said, yeah, an SSL client hello goes by, an SSL server hello goes by, they negotiate a set of parameters and then it changes, they send the digital certificate and then they start doing a secure communication. Well, those secure parameters, you know, the client might say, hey, I can do AES 256 or AES 128, but I prefer to do AES 256. The server might respond and say, yeah, I only want to do AES 128. We're going to use that. That's our negotiation of how we're going to secure that connection. We can make a signature of that. In other words, if we look at what parameters were associated in what order, we can go look to see, are any connections doing that exactly? And if they are, we now have fingerprinted and can identify what's the software running that tried to create this connection. In other words, you know, Chrome version 50 running on Windows 10 Service Pack 1 will always look exactly the same. So I can go in and I can identify that. Now I could keep track of all the individual parameters, but a neat little way to go through and do it is to just hash those set of values. So I generate a hash off of it, that's this here, and now anytime I match that hash, I know I've got a match on it. Well, if all of my systems are running the same version of Windows and running the same version of Chrome, I should see the same hash coming from each system. If I see a different hash show up, something unique, that might be worth going in and paying attention to, especially if that system consistently uses a different hash. So it's kind of like the user agent string that we were just talking about. If we see uniqueness, especially when only talking to one specific system, that's something we want to flag and pay attention to. Once we get through all of that, now we want to analyze our internal system. And like I said, this is kind of a toss-up. This really comes down to what type of data we're collecting. Hopefully, we have system logs. So again, I started the class kind of bashing system log review as threat hunting, and it's not. But once we figured out context, once we can say, hey, my system is always communicating with that host out on the internet, to have system logs to help describe what application's doing that and why, that provides me context that's not going to generate any false positives to help me resolve, is there a business need behind this, yes or no? And one of the cheap, easy ways to go through and do this is to use Sysmon. So Sysmon is a Microsoft tool. It doesn't ship with Windows. You got to go back and do a separate download. It's part of their sysinternals group. But Sysmon will record basically anything about what your Windows system does. So if you want to monitor permission changes, registry key changes, you know, execution of processes in memory, I mean, you name it, you can go through and keep track of all that with Sysmon. And people tend to collect a lot of data with Sysmon. Ooh, this might be interesting. That might be interesting. They collect up all this data. The problem with collecting a ton of data is it takes up storage and it slows down queries. Meaning if I've got a big, huge database and I want to go in and search for a particular piece of information, it's probably going to take me longer than if I had streamlined the information that gets recorded. The specific piece of information I like to make sure I'm recording off of all my Windows systems is this here, ID3s. ID3s is an application talking on the network. It might be holding open a listening socket, letting other systems connect to it, or it might be reaching out over the network to talk to other systems. So notice what this event 3 information is here that I'm getting. I get to see the application that got executed, who ran it, where was it going from, where was it going to. Cool. So now with this context, if we're a Slack shop, I can look at that and say, oh, it's just Slack, not a big deal. But if we're not a Slack shop, why is this running? Why is this here? Again, the context of knowing this connection was taking place and it's causing a repetitive connection pattern, there's a persistency of connection, gives me the context to say, yeah, no, this is something I need to pay attention to. This is something I need to identify if there's a business need behind it. And we have an open source project called Beaker that's designed to do exactly that, this. It takes Sysmon, it runs Sysmon on your Windows endpoints. It uses WinLogBeat to collect up those ID3s, send them off to an elk stack. And then the interface on that will go through and allow you to do queries to search to see, okay, you know, let's say you see an entry in your firewall log and your firewall's telling you, hey, this internal system is connecting to this host out on the internet all the time. It's doing it every 10 minutes. And you look at that and you say, okay, I want to know what that process is. Well, you could log into that system, start monitoring processes and hope to see it execute. You know, good luck with that. You may probably miss the timing interval a lot. Further, if it is actually a compromised system, you're now poking around at processes, and if the attacker sees that, they know you're onto them, and they may respond in kind. But with this, I can go in and say, hey, when that IP talked to that IP over this time frame, what application did it? Oh, hey, look here, this was Notepad being run by the user James Kirk. Okay. Oh, it's just Notepad, not a big deal. Oh, no, wait. Notepad doesn't make network connections, right? Notepad's just a simple text editor. It has no reason to be connecting on the network, especially to an IP address that has nothing to do with Microsoft. Oh crap, we've got a problem here, right? Think about this. Would you ever write a signature on your SIM to identify when someone runs Notepad just in case it's a command and control channel? Of course not. It would false positive constantly, right? But here, we can actually tag that, right? We see the persistent connection, identify the application associated with it. That context of knowing that connection is taking place is what makes this information, and knowing Notepad is what's doing it, valuable to us, and helps to identify it as this is not the Notepad we think it is. This is some other type of process. What's really, 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 really cool about this is it's a very simple way that even junior people can find hidden processes running on a system. Here's the problem with the classic way we try to find hidden processes. So a hidden process is just, it doesn't register in proc. You run your normal tools to try and see what process is running, and it knows to hide from them. So you go to that system, you run your commands to try and, list out what's running on that box, and it prints out everything but the hidden processes themselves. That's a hidden process. How do you find those? The common way to find them is to take that system offline. Okay, so let's say this is the CFO system. You've now taken the CFO offline. Oh, that isn't going to raise some eyebrows, right? You're going to take it offline because you think there might be a hidden process on it. You don't know for sure. You haven't identified it. There's just some suspect activity taking place that you're not sure of. You don't know, you don't have any proof there's a hidden process there. It's just a hypothesis at this point. And then what you're going to do when you take that system offline is you're going to make an image of memory. So you're going to go in, image all of memory, and then search through memory to see, hey, are there processes listed here that aren't getting listed out normally? That's how you go in and find your tag your hidden processes. Okay, here's the problem with that. When you do that, you're hoping you're dealing with an adversary that may be smart enough to know how to hide their processes, but not smart enough to know to monitor for your sequential memory reads, which would only be indicative of you making an image of memory, in which case they just simply take their malicious code, swap it to disk, wait till they're done, and then swap it back up to RAM again. And now you've imaged memory, you've gotten everything but that malicious code because it got swapped out at the time, and now bang, the malware is back up and running again, and you're none the wiser. And now you have an image that seems to be evidence of no hidden processes, and yet there's a hidden process running on the box. That's how we've classically dealt with this. Here's how to solve that problem and have your junior analyst do it. Let's say we're looking at our firewall logs or our Zeek logs or whatever, and we're seeing that persistent connection out to the internet. We jump into something like Beaker and we say, hey, when that internal system is talking to that host out on the internet, what application is doing that? Let's say we go in and we query Beaker for that information, and Beaker comes back and says, yeah, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything making that connection. It's one of two possibilities. Possibility number one, Sysmon's not running on that box. That's easy enough to fix. Go deploy Sysmon on that box. Possibility number two, it's a hidden process. Well, wait, how do I tell the difference, right? Because missing Sysmon, help desk can take care of that. Hidden process, I might need to contract some very expensive third-party forensic professionals to come help me out. How do I tell the difference between the two? It's actually damn easy. Here's what you do. You go back to Beaker and you change your query and you say, okay, I want to see all connections that came out of that system over the same time frame. Not just the ones associated with this IP address, I want to see all of them. When you refresh the query on that, one of two things are going to happen down here. Either A, you'll still see nothing, and that means Sysmon's not running on the box. Or you'll refresh the query, and now you see Windows Update talking to Microsoft. You see Chrome talking to Google. And now you got to ask yourself, well, wait a minute. Why am I seeing those connections, but not this one? The only logical answer, the process making this connection is a hidden process. Think about what you've just done. This is a method of spotting hidden processes running on all of your systems at scale without having to take them offline. When you go to take the CFO system offline, you have evidence proving there's a hidden process on their system. It's not a guess. You know for certain there's one there. If you image memory and you don't find the malicious code, you now know you're dealing with an adversary that's smart enough to swap their stuff out while you're doing your check. You need to go through and do a randomized check of randomized read of memory and hope that they don't catch that. But you know that hidden process is there, you know for sure, and you're going to keep hunting until you find it. Notice the difference in context here. Again, start on the network, move to the host. There's some very powerful techniques here. But I have system logs. Yeah, this is a great time to check it. When we see that persistency of connection, we know something's going on. This is when our system logs are going to come in handy. It's not pattern matching. It's not going to generate false positives. You know, it's what we've needed to be doing for years and just haven't been. So what's next? Okay, at this point, we score it, right? Persistency of connection. Maybe I add in 70, 80 points for that. You know, do I recognize the target it's going to? Is there a business need associated with that? Did they mess with the protocol? All of those things can go into my point system to identify, do I designate this IP address as being safe or potentially compromised? Because that'll decide where do I go next. By the way, let's say I see a persistent connection, but I identify a business need with it. Am I done? No. I want to add that to a safe list. One of the things I want to do with my threat hunt is I always want to be leveraging, someone's asking, is Beaker freeware? Sort of. Beaker is open source. So yes, you can use it for free, but it's not freeware in that if you make improvements to it, we'd really like to be able to roll that into the code and make that available to everybody else as well. You can't take Beaker, you know, turn it into a commercial product and try and keep it away from people. That's not being nice. We want you to play nice. So if what you're looking for is a good tool to use for free that isn't going to cost anything, yes, Beaker is definitely that. But the licensing are slightly different. Okay, back to what I was talking about. So again, this point system is going to help me figure out, you know, is it safe, is it not? If it's safe, then I want to make a note of that someplace so I'm not dealing with it later. So one of the things I like to create is safe list. So let's say we do a hunt today and I find 10 connections going back to Microsoft systems that are indicative of just Windows checking for patches and all of that fun stuff. I want to make a note of all those systems. Now tomorrow, when I get my data together to do my threat hunt, the first thing I want to do is I want to pull out everything associated with those 10 IPs I already resolved as being something that's business acceptable. Now what I want to hunt is whatever's left. Notice what I've done. I've reduced the amount of data I actually need to hunt. I'm going to do the next thing, same thing the next day, same thing the next day after that. What's kind of cool about that is you kind of gain momentum with your threat hunts. So the first time you threat hunt your network, yeah, it might take you 3 days to go through 24 hours worth of data. It might. It depends on how much traffic you're dealing with. But the next time after that, it's probably only going to take you a day. The next time after that, it's probably only going to take you 4 hours. The next time after that, 30 minutes. The next time after that, really, you're only worried about new things that pop up. It should actually go fairly quick for you after that. So threat hunting, if you do it right, has this ability to become a simpler and faster process every time through. All right, C2 detection tools. So some of the tools we can use, some of which we'll be using in labs. One is TCP dump. I mentioned this one. This is just a raw packet capture tool. I grew up on TCP dump. I use this tool a lot, but I have to be honest and say I don't use it as much anymore. It's a great tool for capturing packets. It's not as useful to me as being able to analyze them. There's better tools for being able to do that, but it's a great tool for generating packet captures. The reason is it's very small, it's very efficient. So for example, this script on the bottom that's here, you could actually paste this into a bash script. And now what this tool will do is it will launch TCP dump, it'll restart it every hour, and it'll write those files out to a PCAP that has a name that's associated with the host name of the system and the date time of when those captures were created. So if I want to make sure I'm always gathering PCAPs of all the traffic going by on my network, running this script would do that for me, because now every hour it'll write out a new file and give me a copy of all that traffic. TCP dump's great for stuff like that. But when I get into command line packet analysis, T-Shark is my tool of choice. And a lot of that is because, like I talked about earlier, I can go in and I can specify exactly what data I want to see. So if I want to see user agent strings, if I want to see DNS queries, If I only want to see the source and destination IP addresses, if I want to see the TTL, the IP ID, whatever it is I want to see, I can specify just show me that and only that. It makes it a whole lot easier to go through and review the data. It also makes it a whole lot easier to go in and script it. You know, I'm not trying to cut out certain fields and stuff like that. I just print what I need and just run with it, and I'm in good shape. T-Shark is the command line version of Wireshark. A lot of us are familiar with Wireshark. I love Wireshark once I have something specific to analyze. It's not very good at doing mass analysis. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is if, let's say I've got a 1 gig connection to the internet and I collected up 24 hours worth of data, I don't want to use Wireshark to analyze that. It's too cumbersome. One of the problems you get with Wireshark is that Wireshark wants to load that whole PCAP file into memory before it'll do anything. Well, if I've got a 20 gig PCAP file running on a system with 16 gigs of RAM, guess what? You're going to be doing an awful lot of swapping. Things are going to run slow. One of the nice things about T-Shark, the command line equivalent of this, T-Shark just reads 1 packet at a time. So it doesn't have that same problem. So I could have a system with 4 gigs of RAM analyzing a 20 gig file, and because it's only reading it out in chunks, I'm probably going to be okay. Not something I can do with Wireshark. But like I said, once I have like a session I want to analyze and I want to dig into it deeply, Wireshark can be a really good tool for going in and doing that. Cap Infos is a tool that also ships as part of Wireshark and T-Shark. This just prints summary information. And the important summary information, if you run it without any switches, it prints out a ton of info. It'll tell you what was the packet rate at the time this capture was created and, you know, stuff like that. For threat hunting, what I really care about is what's the time duration within this file, right? Because if let's say I've got a PCAP file and I want to go in and look for long connections. Well, if the PCAP is only an hour long, it's not worth looking for long connections because anything in there could just be a big file transfer, not a persistent connection. And I can't tell the difference because they only have an hour's worth of data to work with. But if it's a 24-hour capture file, oh, now that data has value, right? Because if I'm seeing something running for 24 hours out of the 24 hours, oh, that's definitely persistency, right? That's definitely something to worry about. I think I mentioned earlier, about 20,000 seconds, which is about 5.5 hours, that's my threshold. Anything less than that, yeah, we probably don't have to worry about it. Anything more than that, yeah, that's definitely worth taking a look-see at. Brozeek, talked about this one earlier. We've been using this in some examples. Like I said, what I really love about Zeek is it is far more efficient than keeping PCAP files. I can keep my data for longer periods of time. It takes up less room. I can use tools like ZCut to go in and analyze specific pieces of information. We're actually going to be doing quite a few labs around Zeek. ngrep. So this has been around for a long time, and it tends to be a tool that people forget about. So I mentioned grep, our tool for searching for a character string within a file. ngrep is kind of like that, but for the network. So I can go in and I can say, ngrep, look for administrator, and every packet that goes by, it will look for the word administrator. And if it finds the word administrator in a file, it'll spit that packet out for me. Now I get to see what was the context around that. If I search for, oh, I don't know, password, anytime something went by that had the character string password in it, it will grab that file for me. And now I can go say, what got associated with that word password? That might be something that's interesting to me. A couple of very useful switches with ngrep. -I. Most command line tools use -r to read a file. For whatever reason, the folks who wrote ngrep decided -I made more sense for inputting a file. You know, usually for most tools, -W is what you use to write out information. With ngrep, no, it's -O, a $O to output that information. So that's one difference. The other useful switch is this one here, -Q. When you run ngrep and you say, hey, ngrep, grab any packets for me that have the word password in it. Anytime ngrep checks a packet and it doesn't have the password in it, the word password in it, it's just going to print out a £sign. Well, most of the packets aren't going to have that string in it, right? So what you end up with is a string of pound signs that very quickly fill up your whole screen. And if there's a match, you'll see it scroll off the top really quick because, oh, look, here comes more pound signs. So it's useful to not use -Q when you're trying to make sure everything's working and you're actually seeing traffic. But once you know it's working, -Q will make all those pound symbols go away. So here's an example. I'm saying ngrep -Q, don't print out the pound symbols, -I, read this PCAP file. I want to look for this character string, which is case sensitive, and only print out the first 15 lines of information so it all fits neatly on my slide. ngrep is coming back and saying, okay, for input, I'm going to use this PCAP file, and here's what I'm trying to match on. And here it found a match. So this was a TCP packet coming from this IP address, this port, going to this destination IP address, this port. The ACK and the push flags were set, and in the payload was this character string, which included right here, capital ADMIN. There's my character string. So it's printing out that whole packet for me. Here's another match. This is the response. So this was a GET request for a file. This was the response coming back, my 404 error saying, hey, that file you tried to get that had administrator in it, that isn't running on the server. So it's a great way to go in and kind of pattern match on things. I feel I want to archive this chat, so many variables and resources. Oh, I completely agree, dude. That's why we moved this from GoToMeeting to Discord, because with GoToMeeting, all this stuff just goes away at the end of the session. This way it's here, you can come back a week, a month later. Once you get through the class, yeah, you can kind of scroll through and say, oh, there's an interesting bit, copy paste. There's an interesting bit, copy paste, and kind of handle it that way. Let's see, data mash. So data mash, very useful tool. We talked about this one earlier, and I talked about how this can be used to go in and kind of add things up. And I wanted to give you an example of it working here. So here, I'm saying catcon.log, use zcut to pull out the source IP address, the destination IP address, and the duration of the connection. It's sorting on the third column, the duration column. It's a numeric value, do a reverse sort, biggest to smallest, and print out the first 5 lines. And when I did that, notice I have 2 lines here that are pretty much the same. My internal IP connected to this external IP 2 different times, once for 41 seconds, once for 31 seconds. Well, that's helpful, but I'd kind of like to know the cumulative communication time, right? That's the number that really matters to me. So here I did the same thing. I pulled out those same fields, but I removed blank lines. I removed any lines where the duration was dash, which means 0 duration time. I sorted that, ran it through data mash, adding up the third column. And now notice instead of 41.8, 31.4, it added those 2 values together for me. So I get a summary of the total time. That's what I want to look at when I'm trying to analyze cumulative time. The data mash is great for stuff like that. Rita. So Rita is our open source, which means free to use tool that is designed to go in and look for persistency of connection. We've got about 30 different patterns around the way we do beacon detection. And I'm being honest when I say I truly feel we are way better at detecting beacons than any other tool on the market, regardless of the price. Like I said, we were grabbing Sunburst when nobody else was in a free tool. That's kind of cool. So it's designed to help you identify that step 1 of our threat hunting steps, persistency of connection. What's in there that you need to go in and pay attention to? It scales pretty well. We've seen customers that are using this in environments without doing anything funky, all the way up to like a gig. You can get up to 10 gigs if you go in and add some BP filters to pull out things like broadcast traffic and multicast traffic and stuff like that. The data gets a little bit more squirrely at that point just because you get so much to work with. But one of the things we do with our beacons is we go in and we score them. Think of this as chance of persistency, right? So this first number is a scale of 0 to 1. And it's basically our way of saying, here's how certain we are this is a persistent connection. Anytime you see a 1, that basically means we're 100% certain this is a persistent connection. 0.833 means we are 83.3% certain there's a persistency of connection here. Well, what does that mean, Chris? That means that it's probably a persistent connection, but there's a slight chance we're wrong. 0.8 is kind of my cutoff, right? When I go in and I go looking, analyzing beacons, anything that scores 0.8 or higher, I'm paying attention to that. Anything scoring less than 0.8, I'm probably going to ignore it. You know, the chances of it being persistent after that point are far less. But this helps me identify what on my network do I need to pay attention to. So again, if I had 1 million connections going out to the internet yesterday, which ones do I have to pay attention to? Well, just the ones that look like a beacon. So this might look like a lot. Oh, wait, hey, Chris, we've got like 10 pairs here we need to go through and analyze. Yeah, we do. But we may have had hundreds of thousands of connections taking place. What Reader is saying is out of those hundreds of thousands, here are the 10 you actually want to pay attention to. It'll also go in and look for C2 over DNS. So we talked about, you know, resolving a lot of fully qualified domain names within a domain may be indicative of C2 running over DNS. This does that analysis for you, so that I was reversing the characters on the line and cutting out fields and that weird command there that I covered a little bit, but not in a lot of detail. A lot of the reason I didn't cover it in a lot of detail is the folks who are comfortable on the command line could see what I did and repeat it no problem. For the folks who aren't comfortable with the command line, they'd look at that and they would struggle with it. And I didn't want to spend a lot of time on it because there's an easier way to solve that same problem. Just to let Rita fix it. Let Rita go through and do the analysis for you. It'll take care of that. Passer is another cool tool. So this is a tool that is another one of the open source tools we offer that goes through and collects information about the internal network. So it tries to do some passive fingerprinting. It'll try to identify what type of device this is. If you have no telemetry about your internal systems, this might not be a bad tool to go in and run. We're about to add in some additional functionality to it, things like passive fingerprinting. So we'll look at like the TCP SYN packet and tell you, oh, hey, that's a Windows 10 box, or oh, hey, that's, you know, an Ubuntu system running 18.04, or whatever the case may be. So if you're in one of those situations where you know very little about the internal environment and it takes time to run things down, Passer might actually be able to help you out with that. You know, it'll also, as you can see, it's doing things like, hey, I saw somebody connecting to TCP port 43 at this IP address. That port's opening and listening. If you didn't know that, you might want to go pay attention to it, type of thing. All right, it is the top of the hour. Let's take a break. So I know we said we're going to do a 20-minute break. I'm going to cut that back to 15 minutes. And the reason is I wanted to be here a little bit sooner than we actually got here. So I want to throw another 5 minutes back into doing the labs. So let's take a break right now. At 15 minutes past the top of the hour and whatever time zone you happen to be in, we're going to pick up and immediately start doing the labs. This would be a great time to launch the VM on your system and just kind of get that stuff kicked off. We'll jump into labs when we come back. I'll talk to folks in about 13 minutes. All right. Noticed a couple of questions in the Discord channel that I wanted to kind of go through. One was about availability of the video. I want to clarify that. So it's not that the video will only be available for 2 weeks. It'll be available for months, but it takes about 2 weeks to go through, do the editing and the converting. GoToMeeting uses some weird format that like no one else but their tool reads. So first you got to convert it, and then they got to want to go through and do some editing. So sometimes that takes about 2 weeks to get online. So what is there until then, if you go to the threat hunt page, is the presentation from the last time we did this. So if there's a section you missed, you might be able to pick it up on that. But if you want to make sure you get the information from this class, because I did make some changes, that'll get posted in about 2 weeks. And once it's posted, it'll be available for months after that. So that was one of them. One of the other questions was, hey, so how do I do this in a cloud environment, right? Because we're talking about like capturing packets and stuff like that. It's actually, you can do this in cloud environments too, not necessarily all the time. It depends on the infrastructure you're using. If you're using infrastructure as a service, like EC2, yeah, you can go through and you can do this. If you're doing something that's like platform as a service or software as a service, yeah, no, you don't have access to the network. You can't go through and do it at that point there. So really, it depends on how you're going about executing your code. How do you do it in EC2? There's a couple of options. One is I can set up a gateway system. I can run Zeek on that. I can collect all that data up on Zeek or using Zeek. The other possibility is I can actually go in and basically create GRE tunnels to a second virtual interface to all of my systems and use that to collect packets individually off of every single individual system that I want to collect information from. We did a webcast on that a while back. Keith or Chris, if you're still online, if you could post the link in the chat channel to the webcast we did on setting up sniffing within EC2, that would be really appreciated.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you, dude. So what if I'm on Azure? Well, you can actually do it within Azure as well. Azure has Network Watcher. Network Watcher lets you go through and generate PCAPs. So I can go through and leverage Network Watcher to generate those PCAPs to then go through and let's say have Zeek process them to go through and collect that. We have not done a webcast on that one yet, but we do have one coming up over the next couple of months. So if you're in a cloud environment and you're running virtual machines, there are options to be able to go through and do this. There was a comment about doing it in a cost-effective manner. You know, that's obviously relative, right? One of the easiest ways to make sure it's cost-effective is to use cheaper storage for this stuff, like S3 when you can, and don't keep the PCAPs any longer than you have to. Again, this is one of the places where Zeek really shines. Generate the PCAPs or have Zeek collect the logs. If you could generate the PCAPs, have Zeek process them, and then delete the PCAPs and make them go away. Just hang on to the Zeek logs, which are a lot more efficient. That'll kind of help save some costs and all of this too. And Keith shared off that link on traffic mirroring. Thank you, Keith. So that's cool. Let's see, I get this error while I try to run the install script. Installing tools, check sudo, patching, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So what so Night Ant, awesome name. What that error is telling you is that we look for YUM or APT on that system as a package management system. So YUM is used by all the Red Hat variants. APT is used by all the Debian variants, so like Ubuntu. And we try to use those to pull down the packages we need to make the software work. If you're trying to run this script on a system that doesn't use YUM or APT, yeah, the script is going to fail because it doesn't have any way to pull the packages down. A way to get around that, go look at the script, look at the tools we're trying to pull down, like Zeek and Reader and stuff like that. Manually do that using whatever system you have. Or if there's a replacement command you could throw in there, like let's say you're not using apt or YUM, but there's something named Bob that your platform uses, go in and try replacing it with Bob and see if it works. If that doesn't work, manually pull down those packages, use the wget command to pull down the data, open up the tarball, you'll be set to go from there. All right, so let's get back into doing labs, because this is the hands-on stuff. This is what's fun. So we've got a series of labs. And basically what I'm trying to do with these labs is I'm trying to kind of walk you through the threat hunting process. So we're going to start off looking for persistency of connection. We'll then go in and kind of talk about ways to validate whether there's a business need for that connection or not. You know, weird protocol activity, we'll analyze that. So what we talked about is the steps of threat hunting. We're going to now go hands-on to make sure you're comfortable with actually implementing this type of thing. There's you've got 3 lab directories on your VM or on your system if you install the install script. By the way, if you ran the install script and the zcut command doesn't work for you, log out, log back in. When Zeek gets installed, we need to modify the path statement. You need to log out, log in to reload that variable. That takes care of life from there. But yeah, that'll fix that problem for you. But there's, we'll be doing labs in the lab 1 and the lab 2 directory. Lab 3 is for later, and I'll talk about that at the end of the class. So we're going to start in the lab 1 directory. I've used a consistent format for all of these labs. With all of these labs, the first slide is going to be, here's the problem I want you to solve. Like we're going to start off looking for long connections. So the first lab is basically, the lab description is basically going to say, hey, go to the lab 1 directory. You've got Zeek log files there, and you got PCAP files. Pick which one you want to use, and now go figure out what is the longest lasting connections that took place on this network when this data was collected. What's the longest duration connection? Now go in and look at it from a cumulative time perspective. So that's what the lab will define. Now, let's say you read that and you say, well, Chris, it's my first time on the command line. I kind of get what you're talking about with long connections and the duration thing and why that's important, but I've never worked with this before. I don't know what to do. Hey, that's okay. The next slide, so actually let's just kind of go in and I'll show you what I mean. Oh, reminder, login is thunt, password is all your base that belong to us, and all the labs are going to be in the lab something directory. We're going to start in the lab 1 directory. So the lab's first lab slide is going to define, here's the problem I want you to solve. Find the top 10 longest, in this case here, it's find the top 10 longest connections, then find the top 10 longest cumulative communication time between 2 IP addresses. Now, if you've been at this for a while and you look at this and you say, oh yeah, I think I know how to solve the problem, great, stop here, go for it, go get it done. If you're reading this and you're saying, like I said, hey, yeah, I'm new on the command line, this is my first time working with Zeek, yeah, I kind of know what you're looking for, Chris, but I really don't know what to do. The next slide is going to be hints. So you can go read the hint slide, and that will help point you in the right direction. It won't give you the answers, but it'll give you some more information about how to go about solving the problem. So read the hint slide, see if that kind of helps you get in the right direction. That might spark something for you to say, yeah, okay, now I think I know what I need to do. Let me go off and give this a try. If you go through the main slide, if you go through the lab slide and the hint slide, and you still don't know what to do, the next slide after that is all the commands. So go in, copy the command, paste it, and then look at the output. If you're still not sure what you're looking at, use that technique I talked about earlier. Okay, now, hit up arrow, get the command back, backspace, look at the first part of the command. What is that doing? What data is it looking for? What's the second part doing? What's the third part doing? That'll help you walk through the process. If you go through the slide, the main slide, the hint slide, the commands, you're still not sure, after that is the answers. So what I've tried to do is write labs in a way that if you're a guru or you're just getting started, you got the same level of challenge. It's just a matter of how much of the information you kind of pull in first. So I'm going to go on mute, but I am still here. I'm going to monitor Discord in case there's any questions. I might jump back online to answer a question if it's a little bit easier that way. Let's go in and do the labs. I'm going to give you some time to work through this one, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about it. So go to it, go have some fun. Okay, let's talk about this one a little bit. I'm gonna normally give you a little bit longer to do the labs, but I find with the first one, people are trying to get their pace down. So if I wait too long, folks can get frustrated. So I will give you a little bit extra time on later labs, but I want to make sure we're not getting anybody who's frustrated. So in this lab, we needed to do two things. We needed to identify the top 10 longest connections and the top 10 longest cumulative communication times. Okay, so we're looking for long connections. We talked about one of the things that matters is how long is that data set, right? So I've got, if I look at trace.pcap, right? This is where all that data came from. So we have the trace file. I created the Zeek logs for you out of that trace file. So all of this information is associated with each other. So I want to go in and I want to look for how long is this file? You can see it's got a pretty good size to it. So I'd expect that it's going to be a decent length. How do I figure that out? Well, we talked about cap infos, right? Cap infos, I can go in and I can just say trace1.pcap, just like that. And when I do that, it spits out all sorts of information on this file. You know, interface number that was collected off of, what's the hash of the file, what was the packet rate. And this is useful information, but not for the problem we're trying to solve right now, right? What I want to know is how much data, how long was the duration of this capture, so I can tell is anything close to the maximum, you know, capture time within this file. And that's actually just right up here, right? First packet seen, last packet seen. I want to see that along with capture duration. These three lines are really the only ones I care about. So the other data is helpful, but not really needed right now. So one of the ways I can focus in on just those is to use the cap infos command line switches to say, I want to see duration, start time, end time, and that's it. So when I run that command, now instead of all this information, what I just get back is, here's my duration, here's my start time, here's my end time. And my duration is 86,398 seconds. Well, we said 86,400 seconds is a full 24 hours. So this capture file is about 1.5 seconds less than a full 24-hour capture. Okay, let's round up, we'll call that even, right? So I've got a 24-hour capture file to work with. So anytime I see 24 hours worth of data, well, that tells me this connection ran the entire time this PCAP file was being generated. That's definitely going to be a long connection, right? All right, so now I want to go in and I want to show my top 10 longest connections. Where do I get that information from? Well, I can pull that out of Zeek. Actually, let's go in and take a look at Zeek again for a second. So I'm saying less space dash capital S. I want you to sort things out, sort out the columns so it's easier to read, con.log. And now I'm going to hit enter. And when I do, here's my output from that con.log file. So what information do I need to figure out how long a connection is? Well, where was the traffic coming from? That's going to be important, right? Here's how Zeek describes a source IP address. id.orig_h. So ORIG is short for originating. H is short for host, obviously. So like this one here, that is originating port or source port. RESP is short for response. Here's the response host, you know, the host that's responding to the request, response port. So again, for a long connection, what do I need? I need source IP address. Okay, here it is right here. I need destination IP address. Okay, here it is right there. And if I scroll off the right-hand side of the screen, I should see duration, which is going to be this column right here. So those are the three pieces of information I need. Great. So I'm going to hit Q and quit to go back to the command line. So here's what I'm going to run for a command. I want to list out the contents of con.log. And then I'm going to use zcut to say ignore everything but source IP address, destination IP address, and then duration. And when I do that, let me show you what we get. So here's what we get. So this spits out all my output. But now notice, here's a 7-second connection, but then after it is 0.09, that's shorter, but then there's 0.1, that's longer. So I've got all the data I need. It's just not organized in a fashion I'd like. I want to see the high connections first. So I could just say pump that through sort, but now what I'm actually sorting is the IP addresses, right? So you notice when the source and destination is the same, that's what's getting sorted. My durations are still all over. That's not what I want. So what I want is to not sort from the very beginning. I want to sort on K3, the third column. Okay, let me try that. Okay, that went through and that's sorted, but notice what we've got here. I went from 84 to 86,389 and then back down to 86. You know, here's 96 seconds, then 9 seconds, then 97 seconds. What's going on? It's pattern sort is looking at this as an alphanumeric value. That's why it's doing that weird sort like that. So I need to tell it that, no, those are numbers, -n. I want you to sort them as numbers. And now when I go in and do that, oh, hey, look, going up, 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 up. That's exactly what I want to say, right? Here's my longest connection right here. Here's my second longest connection right here. Is there anything else I could do to kind of clean this data up? Well, I wanted to see the top 10. So knowing I want to see the top 10, wouldn't it be nice if I could see the longest one first and then the next shorter ones after that, right? Well, the way to do that is to say -R, do a reverse sort. Now, when I do that, hey, look, here's all of my no connection times at the bottom, but all the stuff I wanted just scrolled off the top of the screen. I didn't get to see it. So the last thing I'm going to do is pump that through head. The head command says, show me the first 10 lines of output only, just like that. With head, I can also go in and say -3. I only want to see 3 lines. And it'll print that out. I can say -25, show me 25 lines. So I'm not stuck with just 10. I can change that as I wanted to, but the lab was looking for 10. So as I look at this one is just shy of my 86,400 seconds. So that one's definitely a long connection. That's one I want to make a note of. So I want to write down this IP address because well, probably both. I want to know this IP address pair is a long connection. I want to do more research to figure out, is there a business need behind this, yes or no? So this was the first part of our lab. The second part of our lab was to look at cumulative communication time. And for that, we talked about this command earlier, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but we said we're going to pull those same 3 fields, source, destination, and duration. We're going to sort it out. So source and destination IP address, when they were the same, they're one right after the other. We're going to pull out blank lines, pull out the dashes, and then run it through data mash to say when column 1 and column 2 match, add up the third column. And now we're doing our same sorted by the third column, not the first, numeric value reversed, show me the top 10 entries. So when I run that, here's what I get. So let me get these both on the screen at the same time. So there's my top 10. And here's my top 10 cumulative time. So myself a little more room here. So my 86,389, that's still my longest connection no matter what, right? But notice with my single connections, my next one was 243 seconds. Well, I've got a bunch of connections in here that added up to more time than that now, right? None of them are at that threshold I want to look at. I said that's 20,000 seconds or higher. They didn't quite reach that. But hey, everything in my top 10 now is above or longer than what my second entry used to be. So that's the answer to the first lab. So to kind of review what I gave you, here's the problem. Here's the problem I want you to solve. 10 longest connections, 10 longest cumulative time. So again, for the season folks, use this because like I said, all these labs are going to follow the same pattern. So for the seasoned folks, use this and try and solve the problem. If you're not that seasoned, You know, you've got a little bit of salt, but you're light on the pepper or whatever the case may be. You're not quite as seasoned as the most seasoned people. You know, maybe it's just a little bit of Cajun mustard and that's it. Use the hint screen, right? So with a hint, notice what I gave for hints. Long connections is a relative term. You need to know the length of time being audited. Oh, I need to know how long that PCAP was created for. Yeah, how did I solve that? You know, there's a slide on it earlier in the deck. All of the stuff I'm giving you, there's earlier slides. PCAPs don't store connection duration. Zeek stores duration in conn.log. Okay, so now I know figuring out the duration of the connection probably isn't best using the PCAP. I'm probably better off using the Zeek log files for that. Zeek cut extracts fields. Hey, yep, data mash is useful for adding things up. So notice I didn't give you the exact answers here, but I did kind of point you in the right direction to go in. That's what the hints are for. And then after that, I've given the exact commands. So again, if you went through those first two, still not sure what to do, copy paste, you know, go through and kind of get through it that way for now. And then after that, I kind of explain, okay, this is what you're looking for and why, which I already kind of talked everybody through. So if you, again, if you're completely green, jump right to the answers to see what's going on. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, I mentioned this earlier, we all start somewhere. At some point in our lives, all of us were green. You know, even me, who's been doing security stuff since the early 90s. In the early 90s, I was green. I didn't know anything. You know, this is about supporting each other, helping each other grow. I want to make sure Discord here stays a safe place. If anybody starts like, you know, oh, you're a newbie, go read the manual, any of that stuff, yeah, we're not happy. We don't like to see people respond like that. I've only seen that happen once, and they were basically shamed out of the channel. Everybody else kind of, you know, someone said, you know, gee, if you got to ask that, maybe you shouldn't be here. That was the response from somebody. And everybody else jumped in like, whoa, dude, no, that is unacceptable. And they basically got enough negative feedback. They weren't getting their ego fed that that person said F it and they left the channel. Awesome. That's what we want. We want a safe space here. So if you've got questions, don't worry about if they're dumb or not, or if someone might think they're dumb. We all start with those types of questions. There's no big deal with that. So if you're going to start with the answers, go for it. So yeah, here's where you'd find the duration field, and you know, there's other fields. You know, here's running cap info. So this is everything we just covered. I've got it in here for answers. Great. So that's how packet junkie. Wow, that's a scary grep statement. All right. So we've got, oh, I had 2 IP addresses here. Where did I grab the second one from? Oh, the second one was 4,000 seconds. So like I said, that's not quite the 20,000, but since we're just doing labs here, it's not a real threat hunt. I'm going to pretend that's one that's worth paying attention to too. Normally it would not be, but this way we're looking at 2 different addresses, not just one. But now we've got 2 IP addresses out on the internet that we want to do further investigation on. What do? We got a couple different options. We can use the host command. We can use these tools here to go off and look at them. Remember what I said earlier. Every system should have a DNS query that took place prior to somebody connecting to that IP address. I wonder if Zeek keeps track of DNS information. Wouldn't it be helpful if it did? Maybe there's a log file I can go look at and search for a particular IP to say what fully qualified domain name was the user trying to get to when they went to this IP address. Maybe that will help me figure out if there's a business need associated with this connection. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to do some research on these 2 external IP addresses. And based on what you find, come to a decision in your own head on, I am more suspicious, this is something I need to worry about, or I am less suspicious, this is something I need to worry about. I'll give you a little bit to work through this one. This should actually be fairly quick because it's just a couple of links to work with. So I'm going to give you a little bit more time, but for the folks that are having trouble getting Zcut to run, right? So you're in there and you're trying to do something like this and it's telling you command not found. If you're running into that, the most likely reason is you did the install with the install script and you did not log out and log back in again. So you need to log out of your VM, log back in with the same account, CD into that lab1 directory, and you'll be all set to go there. When Zeek gets installed, it modifies the global path statement, but doesn't modify your current path statement. That's why you can't find that tool right off the bat. So log out, log back in, that'll take care of that problem. All right, I'll give you a couple more minutes. Hey, so Bite Wolf had a really cool question. And the question was, where's the best place to capture traffic for this? Because they got multiple floors to deal with. And the answer is you want to capture the traffic as it's headed in and out of your internet link. So that means somewhere around your firewall, right? You could capture it on like the internal interface of your firewall or the external. Which one's a better spot? Personally, I like to capture on the internal interface of the firewall. That way I get to see the real IP address of all my internal privately addressed systems. If you capture the traffic outside the firewall, everyone's already been natted to like the same IP address. And now it's harder to figure out which of my internal systems is doing this strange traffic. But do the capture on the internal interface, that problem gets solved. So typically you'll want to, if I have multiple connections to the internet, I may want to have multiple Zeek probes to go through and collect that data. Well, geez, Chris, doesn't that get expensive? Actually, not really. So last week we did a webcast. Hopefully one of the team can post this into the channel. But we did a webcast on turning a Raspberry Pi into a network sensor. Raspberry Pis, if you're not familiar with them, they're Linux systems that are they're like smaller than a cell phone. In diameter, they're a little bit thicker, but it's running a full-blown Linux operating system. And you can use those to capture packets on the wire. And oh, by the way, they're like 120 bucks, somewhere in that range there. So for $120, I can create a Linux computer that can run Zeek to collect these at each of my points going to the internet. I could then take all my Zeek logs, pull them back down to the same VM and do all this data processing in one spot if I wanted to. So there's a couple of different options. Let's see, Betty's saying, oh, I love the Betty Crocker icon. That's awesome. Adding the line source, that's your profile to you guys script after the login would probably alleviate that. Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. I'll blame Bill. Bill maintains the script now. So yeah, it's Bill's fault. Yeah, no, it's my fault because I didn't tell Bill to do that. So, but thank you, Betty. I will definitely get that added in for the script for the next class. All right, so gave you a couple things to try with this one. The first was just to do a simple host query, right? Is there an IP address associated, or is there a fully qualified domain name associated with this IP address? And in the first case, yeah, there was demo1.ahhosted.com. What is that? Well, that's our next step, right? Now we know some systems associated with it. Now I want to kind of look into what is that demo1 system? Who is AIH hosted? Is that an environment that is a business partner of ours? If it is, great, we're okay. If not, then why is this happening? So we've got an organization that this traffic is going to identified. Now we need to run that down. Does that make business sense for our environment? In this particular case here, let's assume it does. Let's assume that's a business partner connection. That data connection is actually okay. Maybe we didn't know they were making that connection. Maybe we did. You know, we can worry about that later. But this is, yeah, if we know we're doing business with this organization, there's an explanation for this. We don't need to worry about this connection. The second one, we didn't get an answer back for. So we need to do a little bit more research on that. With the second one, when I go in and do research on that, that resolves back to Microsoft Corp. Now, be careful here. So, Microsoft used to have an ASN 8075 that was for all of their back-end management systems, which meant that anytime you saw traffic going back to 8075, don't worry about it. It's going back to a Microsoft managed server where they're implementing their best security, and it would be huge egg on their face if they let that box get compromised. So if you're seeing traffic going back to that autonomous system number, you know, that range of networks, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's just Windows being Windows calling home. And then Microsoft started deploying their own servers within their own Azure environment and conflated that ASN in with their other ones. The result is you can have traffic that looks like it's coming from Microsoft's ASN that only they use, that's actually a VM somebody just spun up in Azure. We've already had one customer run into that, where they saw traffic that they said, oh, that's Microsoft's ASN, they manage it, we're okay. No, somebody just spun that up within one of the environments. So the fact that it says it's going back to Microsoft, yeah, that's not enough for me. I want to know a little bit more about it than that, because that could be their public cloud environment and anybody can spin up resources there. If I run this data through ThreatCrowd tells me what was the fully qualified domain name associated with this system, and when did it see that fully qualified domain name being used? Okay, this is kind of cool because now I can go back over a year and see this has always been either Microsoft.com, or in this case here, it's endstate.net, which is part of their load balancing for Microsoft.com. This has also always been a Microsoft.com IP address. In other words, they haven't allocated it out to Azure or something like that. So that gives me a little bit more of a warm, fuzzy feeling that this system is actually okay. What does all this mean? ThreatCrowd tries to show you what this IP address might be related to. What are the other related records? How do they relate? Yeah, okay. Some folks find this useful. Some folks like me, find it kind of more confusing than anything else, but it is what it is. And there's plenty of tools out there that you can use to do this type of research if you don't like this one. Okay. So 51.179.219.14 is Windows. Is it? On the surface, this looks like a Windows system calling home, right? Wait a minute. Well, so sort of. It looks like there's a Windows system calling home to this network. Actually, I should have reworded that. Let me write that one down, because that is worded kind of confusingly, because it makes it sound like we know the system at 52.179.219.14 is a Windows system. And it probably is because it's Microsoft, but we don't know that for certain. But what we think is that the system on our internal network connecting to that host is a Windows system. And if it is, it's a Windows system calling home. If so, that would kind of explain why this traffic is taking place. Now, the question becomes, can we verify this? Some of the things we can check: DNS.log for queries, con.log to see what type of activity was going by. But basically, if I go in and I use grep to search these logs looking for this IP address, that might give me some more helpful information to work with. So with that said, it is the top of the hour. So let's take our 10-minute break. I'm going to give you time to walk through this, and then we'll have a little bit more lab time when we come back, and I'll go through and I'll cover it with folks. So I will be back online at 10 past the top of the hour. Hey, so we had a good exchange going on in Discord that I wanted to kind of comment on. And it was around the use of cat, C-A-T, versus Zcat, Z-C-A-T. So when you're working with Zeek and you process the PCAP file, it creates nice, neat little file names like this: con.log, dns.log, http.log, and so on. If Zeek is actually listening on the network interface and it's collecting that data live, in other words, it's not processing a PCAP file, it's grabbing those that traffic for itself. What Zeek will do is it'll create a bunch of directories. Each directory will be a specific day. And then within that day, it's going to write out a bunch of different log files. Each one will be a copy of each of these log files for a 1 hour specific period of time. So the name of the file will actually identify what hour that was captured for. So I'll have a con log that's like 00-01, and that tells me, okay, that's the first hour. Con log 01-02, okay, that's the second hour, and so on down. And it uses military time, so the last capture would be, 23 to 24 type of thing. It also compresses them. So instead of being a neat little, .log extension, you'll see a .gz extension. It compresses it down to make sure it takes up even less space. So how do you read that? Well, the same way we've been using cat, you can use zcat. Zcat says, this is a compressed file, uncompress it, and then list out the contents. And that's nice because that way I don't have to manually uncompress these files first. I can leave them in compressed format, open them up just to view it and pull the data out of it, and then just kind of go on from there. Now there was comments about, hey, you might have to cut out the headers that show up in each of the files. That's one of the nice things about zcut. Zcut will do that automatically for you. So if I say zcat space con star, so it's going to open up every single con log file, all 24 of them, and then pipe that through zcut and say, I want to see source, destination, source IP, destination IP, duration, whatever. Zcut will just jump through every single one of those 24 files, print all that information out for you automatically. If I want to make sure that everything stays in the exact order, I can add TS to be one of the fields that I pull out. TS is timestamp. I can then sort my timestamps to make sure, yeah, I've got everything sequential that way. So there's some ways to get around that that's been cool. Let's see, Monarch says, I've been doing different workshops and the GCIF labs on there. So could my turning it off and on? Maybe, so they're using the same VM for like GCIH labs as well as this one. Okay, yeah, if you ran the script, yeah, like I said, log out, log in, that should take care of that because it's not the VM that came with the class. FYI, there is an error in the suggested commands for the investigation lab of the IP and IP.dns.log. Is it written? It should be, oh, really? Oh, geez. Oh, okay, so here's what they're saying. Sorry about that. This first command, cat dns.og. It should say log with an L. Thank you for catching that. So yeah, so this is what happens when you do this all the time. You think you remember these commands off the top of your head and you don't take the time to test the command. You just write it in the slide and assume it's done. You caught me on that one. This was me just, oh, I know these commands off the top of my head. Let me just go through and do it. And of course, that isn't going to catch the typo where I got the file name wrong. So yeah, please go in and kind of correct that in your book. That should say log, and then yeah, that'll work okay. I apologize for that. All right, so this lab was, we're gonna run this stuff down. Gave you a couple of logs to work with. I'm gonna give you another minute, now that I showed you the commands, I'm gonna give you another minute or two to work through this, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about it and talk about why we wanna kind of process this the way we did. All right. So let's talk about this one a little bit. So LT had a good question. Any thoughts on working around protocols like DNS over HTTPS, hiding DNS queries from view? Oh yeah, fight that as long as you can. So here's the deal. So if you didn't know this is a thing yet, yeah, okay. So here's what happened. The browser company said, wow, it really sucks that the ISP get to sell all of their customer data. I wish we could do that too. We could make a lot of money off of selling that telemetry. But the ISPs have a corner market on it because they run the DNS servers. Hey, I know, here's what we'll do. We'll tunnel that traffic over HTTPS so you can't see what it is to decode it and bring it back to our servers. We'll call it a privacy feature. And now we can resell that data to people instead, and we'll get to make the money instead of the ISPs. That's basically what DNS over HTTPS is. Yeah, it's billed as a privacy feature because it hides the DNS query. But come on, once you get the answer, you're going to connect to the IP address you just queried. So if you're worried about your local nation state seeing where you're going, they're still going to see where you're going. If you're running everything through a proxy, well, your DNS traffic is going to be going through that proxy anyway. They already wouldn't see that. So the argument of it being a privacy thing is completely invalid. Really what it's about is an additional revenue stream for the browser vendors to get you to send them your DNS information instead. Now they get to make money off of it instead of your ISP. So with that said, how does this impact us within a corporate environment? Within a corporate environment, this really stinks because we don't get to see the DNS queries that are taking place. There are lists of servers out there that are the DNS over HTTPS servers. You can go in and block them. That hopefully stops this type of thing from happening, although it is a little bit of whack-a-mole to do it. With a Windows system, there's certain registry key entries you can go in and you can check for to make sure that someone hasn't enabled that feature within their browser. I highly recommend you do that because as soon as you take away visibility to DNS, you take away context, right? If someone's going to a specific IP address, if we know they're trying to get to patch.microsoft.com, we know not to worry about that. If they're trying to get to evil.badguy.ru, yeah, we know we probably got to worry about that one, right? So as security people, we need that context within our corporate environments. So absolutely, positively be an advocate for not letting anyone do DNS over HTTPS. I know that's not like, the best way to handle it, just say no, because that's kind of what we're talking about. But really, it's kind of down to that. You can take some proactive activity. Like I said, block access to those IP, check the appropriate registry key entries and systems, and reset them back so that they don't do that. But you don't want to let that happen within your environment. All right. Yeah, and if you use them like Google, couldn't they do the same thing? Yeah, they could. But at least with Google, it's still going out as a clear text DNS query. I can still see what that user was trying to get to when they went to that query. So while Google might be doing the same thing, at least it's staying in clear text, and that's not breaking me from a security perspective. Don't make my security life worse to generate revenue for you. That really kind of ticks me off. And Firefox and others are actually doing that today. All right. So we wanted to go in and do a little bit of research on this 52.179.219.14 address. So I said one of the places we could look was in the DNS.log file. So here I just said cat out the DNS.log file, and I want to cut out the query. This is what did the user go looking for, and the answer that came back. This is one of the cool things about Zeek. With most DNS servers, if you turn on logging, you see the query, but you don't see the answer. The answer is important because by seeing the query and the answer, it allows me to do things like this. I went in and then said, okay, any entries that have this IP address associated with them, grab those. Those are the ones I want to see. And then what I did is I ran it through sort, just because I'm obsessive. I don't think running it through sort really helped here, but I did it anyway. I think it's anytime I'm going to run things through unique, I just automatically run them through sort first. I don't think this is being helpful here, but it just, syntax, it helps me. Unique C, what does this do? Unique C says, hey, if there's 50 lines, only print one, but tell me that you conflated down 50 lines. So here we see that 26 times somebody looked up this fully qualified domain name, and that returned this IP address in question. There were no other fully qualified domain name queried that returned the same IP. So to go back to the question, what was the user trying to get to when they went to this IP address? They were trying to get to this Microsoft address, which, if memory serves, is associated with patching your system. Okay, that's Windows being Windows. Now, can we be sure that that was what they were trying to get to? Well, the other place we could go look is the con log, right? So I could go into the con log and I could say, cut out the source IP address, destination IP address, and the service associated with that, and grep for any connections that used this IP address. In other words, those 26 connections, what were they doing? Was it HTTP? Was it SSH? What was it they were trying to do? And then show me, sort it unique C, show me how many different services were being used. And when I go through and I run that, we see there was 38 connections that were SSL based. Well, wait a minute, Chris, we did 26 queries. How did we end up with 38 connections? Caching. Some number of times, specifically 12 times, when someone tried to get to that fully qualified domain name, the local DNS server said, hey, I've already got that answer in cache. Here's the IP address. So 38 times when we connected up to that IP, it was always for SSL traffic. Cool, because Zeek will look at SSL and record additional information about it. So now I can go through my SSL.log file, and here I'm going to say, look for the response host. In other words, I want to be able to grep on the IP address of the system out on the internet. So that's why I'm grabbing this field. And I want you to print out the server name. What was the name on the digital certificate used as part of this connection? And what was the subject? Who generated this digital certificate? Who has it been issued to? And now when I go through and run this, this tells me, oh, the name on the certificate matches exactly the DNS name the user was trying to get to. So the user looked up this name, they got this IP. When they connected that IP, they got a digital certificate from that IP address that was associated with that name that was queried, that's been issued out to Microsoft. The only piece missing here is this certificate valid? And Zeek will actually validate certificates for you if you tell it to. I don't have that feature turned on in our VMs because that would require an internet connectivity in order to check it. And I wanted to minimize the need for that within the VMs. But I can go into Zeek and I can say validate my certs. And now there'd be another field I could search on that would that I could print out that would show me, did this certificate validate? Did you go to the upstream of the issuing server and validate that this certificate is legitimate, yes or no? And it will tell you whether it did or not. Or well, it will do that and it will tell you, did the certificate come back as valid, yes or no? So we could add that check in. Now we know for certain that system has a digital certificate that was issued to Microsoft for this specific system name. Now we can be pretty damn certain that, yeah, this is just a Microsoft connection and we don't have to worry about it. So when we saw the DNS name, I was 70% certain, yeah, this is a connection back to a Microsoft network. We probably don't have to worry about it. When I saw that the connection used a digital certificate issued to that same fully qualified domain name, I was now 85% certain that this is probably okay and we don't have to worry about it. For that extra 15%, I'd want to see this cert get validated. I'd want to see it isn't a bogus cert. Once I know that, yeah, we're good to go. But quite honestly, for a lot of us, that 85% certain may be enough. In other words, even though Zeek didn't verify it, yeah, this looks okay enough. I think for most commercial, medium to small environments, that's plenty. Now, if you're a high target for the Chinese or the Russians, you validate the certs too, please. You want to go through that extra step. It's worthwhile. All right. My new answer says close the port. Yes. So here are all those answers we just talked about. circles and arrows around all the right things. Here's an explanation of it. Yes, it was an TLS 1.2 session. So again, even though Zeek always labels it as SSL, it might be SSL, it might be TLS. One of the things that'll get recorded in SSL.log file is what exact protocol was being used. So our final answers, that first IP address, we said, yeah, let's assume that's a business partner connection. That second IP address looks to be a Windows system checking for patches because we verified this is associated with Microsoft. So now what I would do is take both of these IP addresses and say, hey, when you see beacons going to this IP, when you see long connections going to that IP, ignore it, don't worry about it. Those are safe connections, there's a business need behind them. So now tomorrow when we do our threat hunt, these two systems don't show up anymore. The activity associated with these IPs doesn't show up anymore. There's that much less work to do. So if nothing changes from till today till tomorrow we go look and say, oh, look, no new long connections to worry about. We're done. You know, threat hunt finished, bang, that's it. So that safe list is what saves us work down the line. All right, so we've checked for long connections. We also want to look for beacons because beacons are a persistent connection as well. We could try to use Zeek for that, but it's going to be a hassle. Because think about it, we've talked about there's two ways to look for beacons. Delta in the timing or consistency in the session size. Well, delta in the timing, that's going to be a pain, right? Because like every time they come there, every time two IPs talk to each other, I got to calculate the delta between them, and then I have to figure out, is that delta consistent or is it statistically consistent? And yeah, no, that's going to hurt my brain a lot. And I'm not sure I'm actually going to get any real valid data out of it. I could look for a session size consistency, but I need to pick pairs to do that check for. In other words, I can't just do that blanketly against all my systems. I need to go in and say, I'm suspicious of these two. Now let me check for session size consistency. Well, so how do I pick which ones are suspicious, right? So using the command line to figure this stuff out is kind of a pain. This is where Rita comes in. So try each of these commands, please. So so Rita, like I said, is there to help us identify when we have persistency of connection. So if I just type Rita without any command line switches, here's what I get back. This is my help screen for Rita. So if I pipe that through less, now I can see everything. You know, it won't just scroll off the top of the screen. So I can see Rita looks for evil needles and big haystacks. I love that description. And it gives me a rundown of all the different commands that can be used with Rita. One of the most useful, Rita space list. This is all the databases that Rita knows about. So there's a command that is Rita space import. And Rita will let you import Zeek log files in order to go through and process them to see if there's any beacons. Now I saw a question before break, which was, hey, does Rita only work with Zeek? And the answer is no. Rita will also process NetFlow and IPFix and a number of other protocols. But we don't talk about that much. And there's a reason for that. Those protocols are horrible from a security perspective. When we were going through getting Rita to work with NetFlow, one of the problems we ran into was different vendors classify start time differently. In other words, when you want to identify beacons, you want to look at, hey, when did each connection start, right? And you would think that's a pretty straightforward thing to ask. When did the connection start? Well, it turns out different devices look at that differently. Some said, when was the SYN packet seen in the session? Okay, that makes sense to me, right? Here's the first packet that initiated that connection. That is the start time. That makes sense to me. Some of them log it as when did the connection enter an established state. In other words, they wait for the 3-packet handshake to go by and then wait for data to start. And when data starts, that's what they log as the start of the session. Well, no, we've already sent some packets back and forth. Oh, but we ignore those packets, so those don't count. Yet no, but that's still the start of my session. Show me that. We even found other vendors that record the time as when did they write it out. So in other words, the connection starts, data flows, it closes, and then they say, oh, okay, here's your timestamp. You know, now that I'm writing the log entry, here's the timestamp. Whoa, wait a minute. That tells me when you wrote the log entry. That doesn't tell me when the connection started or even when it finished, because I don't know how long you cached that information for. So trying to get accurate timing information out of like IPFix and NetFlow, oh my God, it stinks. Zeek is rock solid. So we talk about Zeek a lot because we can get our most accurate answers for you out of Zeek, but there is support for the other one. So if you're in a situation where like NetFlow 9 is your only option, no, I can't deploy Zeek for whatever reason. It's against my religion, you know, whatever the comment happens to be. You got to work with IPFix. Okay, fine. We'll support that. But you're not going to get the same level of data accuracy out of it that you would out of Zeek. So the Rita import command will go off and look for Zeek log files and import them in and create a data set. I've already done that for you. So my list of data sets that Rita knows about right now is lab 1, lab 2, lab 3. And guess what? Those correspond to each of the directories. So the directory we're in right now, lab 1, the lab 1 data set has all the data in it. Now we want to look for beacons. What commands can I use to look for beacons? Well, if I say, you know, Rita, which would normally just print all this stuff out, and then I say grep beacons, it pops up with 3 commands. There's a show beacons command, which is just to show beacons between IP addresses. There's a show beacons fully qualified domain name, which is to show beacons between an internal IP and an external fully qualified domain name. And there's even a show beacons proxy, which is, hey, all of my internal traffic is going to the same proxy server. And then from the proxy server, they go out to the internet. We'll look at that SOCKS connection and say, okay, when the user connected to the proxy, what were they trying to get out to? And use that as the termination point for the other side of the beacon. So there's 3 different ways we can go in and look for beacon traffic. So with that primer, guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna go look for beacons. So what I want you to do is to use Rita in that lab 1 data set to go in and see, is there anything with a high probability of being a beacon? And a high probability of being a beacon will be any beacon that scores a 0.8 or higher. We're 80% certain there's persistency of connection here. This should be really quick and easy to go through and do, because really I just kind of showed you the commands and everything else. So I'm going to give you about a minute or 2 to work through this, and then we'll cover it.
Hey, Chris, sorry to interrupt, but I do have a question, if you're still there.
Oh yeah, go for it, dude. Dude,
Hey,
man, I
it's
love
just,
you, because you knew I was responding to you, but I was on mute.
no problem. Hey, just basically because I hadn't really been paying attention, but answering questions. But
Yep.
Time had asked a question is for the lab 1, he said one of the answers was a TLS 1.2 session was initiated. And he's asking, where can I find that out? I mean, how did you know that it was a TLS 1.2 session?
Great question, dude.
I
So
agree.
in the SSL.log file, right? I'm going to open that up. One of my fields is version. That's going to identify the version of quote unquote SSL that was being used. Notice this says TLS version 1.2. So the version is what version of the SSL or TLS protocol that was being used. So that gets recorded for every single SSL TLS session that takes place. Does that make sense, dude?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. So thank you.
Awesome. All right, folks, going to give you about another 30 seconds. Okay. So one of the questions was, read a list shows lab 1, lab 2, lab 3. Is there a config file somewhere that defines where those data sets are actually located? We use Mongo as a backend. So there are actually 3 different data sets within Mongo that those are getting stored in. If you have the Mongo client and you're on the local system, you can actually talk to them directly. So when we run Mongo, we always bind it to the loopback interface just to make sure that no one can talk to it across the network, and you can get in and you can interact with it that way. If you want to make that database network accessible, let's say you don't want to run the read commands directly, you want to query the information directly out of Mongo, you can do that. But you got to go in, you got to tell Mongo to listen on all network interfaces, not just the loopback. I highly, highly, highly recommend you turn on TLS, you turn on some sort of public-private key for authentication. But yeah, once you do all that, you can use Mongo client to go in and connect in. All right, so we wanted to look for beacons. And this, honestly, Rita makes this dead simple. So I go in and I say, Rita, show beacons, and then the name of the data set that I'm interested. In this case here, it's lab 1. Oh, and I hate it when I go through and talk a lot and I had the mic on mute the whole time. So I apologize. Let me back up a little bit. So I was talking about the show beacons command, right? And I was talking about how Rita show beacons, the name of the data set. I can get that out of the list command, and I pumped it through head to show my first 10 lines. And here's my output. And what I'm interested in is anything that had a score of 0.8 or higher, which are just these first 2 lines. The problem here, of course, is this is kind of hard to read. So what I did was I ran it again with the -H switch. The -H switch tells Rita, make it human readable. Well, but that's not really human readable, right? It's adding, I can see it's added in some formatting, but I still can't really read this. So if I then pipe it through less space -S, that will reformat all of my columns for me. Now I get something nice and easy to read like this. So here's my score, my source IP, my destination IP, how many connections were taking place. So my first 2 lines are the ones I really care about. Those are scoring 0.8 or higher. Everything after that, 0.5, yeah, now we're not going to waste our time right now. Notice we can also see how many connections took place. What was the average number of bytes being transferred each time? This is the only time I'll drop below 0.8. If I see something that like scored a 0.75, that's below my 0.8. I normally wouldn't pay attention to it. But if I look at the average byte transfer and it's like 500 megs, oh yeah, I'm going to go take a look at that anyway. Or if it's like 20 megs or something. Yeah, you're moving a lot of data. Even though it's not a perfect beacon, you're moving a lot of data. I want to go in and make sure I understand why that's taking place. What about the rest of these, like interval range? What else we got? Interval range, size range, top interval, top size, blah, 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 blah. Don't worry about any of this. What that stuff is good for is, let's say you find something beaconing on your network and it's scored like a 0.6, and you want to come back to us and complain, and you want to come back and say, hey, this is a persistent connection. Look at this, it's going off every 45 minutes plus or minus 20 minutes or whatever the connection happens to be. And I feel like Rita was scoring this lower than it really should have. What my developers will ask you is copy paste this entire line. because this entire line will give them the data they need to figure out what did your connection look like, and that'll help them figure out why they scored it the way they did, in which case they can go in and make tweaks to the algorithm. So as a threat hunter, what I care about stops at average bytes. It's the, those first 5 columns are the only thing I care about. If I see something that I don't think is getting the score it should be, now the rest of the stuff matters when you're talking back to the developers. So we got 2 IP addresses that popped up out of that. Now, if I go in and I look for it based on fully qualified domain name or use the proxy one, there isn't anything there scoring 0.8 or higher. In fact, I think the proxy, there's no proxy traffic in this PCAP. So that probably comes back as 0. Yeah. So here were the 2. And like I said, 3,000 connections, 72 connections. Yeah, those are worth paying attention to. My highest score for fully qualified domain name, 0.6. That's below our 0.8. We don't care about that. And there was no proxy traffic to worry about. And I gave you this command too. Like I said, just nicely formats everything. Now, if I go into dns.log, right? So we've got 2 IPs we picked, right? If I go into dns.log and look for those 2 IPs, both of them come back empty. In other words, these are IPs we're beaconing to, but I'm not seeing a fully qualified domain name being queried first. And that's kind of suspicious. So then I went in and said, okay, I want to go in and I want to look for the traffic associated with the first IP address. And I've added in this field here, service. The service field is what did Zeek decode that traffic to actually be? What did Zeek see? Did it have HTTP headers, DNS headers, whatever the case may be? And the first one looked like HTTP. The second one looks like it's TCP 443, but we don't see that telltale SSL header sign. That's kind of weird, right? So if we dig in a little bit further, my 104 address, that looks like it's Microsoft. And specifically, it looks like it's, well, technically it looks like it's Akamai, but it's Microsoft using Akamai as a CDN service. That's what we're seeing in our list here. And again, if I go through what this has been, before it was associated with Akamai, it was associated with Windows. So this has always been a Microsoft backend server IP address. At least it has been, for the last year and a half. So that makes me kind of warm and fuzzy that, yeah, this is probably okay. And it's, let's see, that's the 10, which address is that? The 104 address. So we're probably in pretty good shape there. Why didn't we see a cert from the 52 address? In other words, we saw it beaconing, but we didn't see the SSL tag. Why? The answer is this OTH statement. So I pulled in another field here, con_state. Con_state is where Zeek goes through and describes what TCP flags did it see as part of this session. And OTH means I didn't see this TCP3 packet exchange at the beginning, nor did I see the FINAC exchange at the end or even a reset at the end. All I observed was established state traffic in the middle. All 72 connections used the same source port and the same destination port. Here's what happened here. Zeek has a timeout built into it, just like most firewalls and other security tools we have. It has a timeout built into it that says, hey, if this traffic takes place for this period of time, when a session is running, monitor when was the last time you saw a packet go by. And if you don't see a packet for this specific period of time, assume that connection is done and just age it out of the state table. And it's done to try and save memory on the system. The state table timeout that Zeek uses is 5 minutes. My personal opinion is that is way too low, because what they're effectively saying is, that if that TCP session stalls for 5 minutes, it must be dead. Well, no, no. TCP is reliable. I have seen TCP sessions hang out there for days without sending traffic. Like a couple of times a day, you'd see something come back and say, hey, I'm still here, and they still communicate. And that's what TCP was built for. So this 5-minute timeout is just way too low. I prefer to change the TCP timeout to 60 minutes, something a little bit longer. What I think was happening here was our IPs were communicating with each other. The session would pause for more than 5 minutes. And when it started back up again, that was Zeke saying, oh, hey, here's a new session. Here's connection number 2. And then it'd pause and then start back up again. Oh, hey, here's a new connection. Here's connection number 3. Well, no, they were all the same connection. It's just the system stopped communicating for some period of time. If we change this timeout, you'll find that instead of 72 connections here, we'll only see 1. So this is actually a problem with Zeek and their timeout entries that they chose by default. The way to fix it is to change the timeout entries. This is actually something I get into a lot in the advanced class, because there's other things to consider, like, you know, is this going to give me too many state table entries to worry about, blah, blah, blah. But I typically go in and immediately, no, give me 60 minutes. Don't give me 5. That's just way too short. So here's where we're at. That 104 address, we couldn't find any host information associated with it. Our third-party tools couldn't tell us anything useful. That has us suspicious. The 52 address, that's looking like it's Microsoft. We didn't see a digital certificate, but we can see a 1.5 years worth of history associated with that IP address where it's always associated with Microsoft. So we're going to call that one a Microsoft connection for now. So the one we're not sure about is this one here, the 104 address. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to try another tool, ngrep, and we're going to use our PCAP file to go in and look to see what data is going back and forth between these two systems, because it's HTTP traffic, which means it should be in the clear traffic. What traffic is going by in the clear? Let's take a look at that. So what I want you to do is use ngrep to go in and analyze that PCAP file. Now, remember to read a PCAP file with ngrep, -I for input. Don't use -R, which every other tool that we use uses. They needed to be different, -I, and then the name of the PCAP file. That'll give you everything, and then you can say host space, the external IP, and now you're only looking traffic going to that one IP address. Give you a couple minutes to work on this one, and then we'll come back and we'll cover it. So I'm seeing a couple of folks saying that Rita show beacons fully qualified domain name and proxy is not working for them. The only thing I can think of is you've got an old VM for the class somehow. Maybe the link is wrong on the page. And if so, I apologize for that. But the current VM, which is what I'm using and what I'm showing, seems to work. Well, let me make sure. I'm going to say show beacons, tab. Yep, there are my options. So if I say fully qualified domain name, I'm just using tab to do autocomplete, lab 1. Yep, it's giving me data. So the VM that we released with this version of the class has the updated version of Reader in it. I think what you're probably running into is the current version, the version on the VM should be version 4.3.1. My guess is you have an older version of Rita where we weren't supporting those features just yet. I apologize for that. One of the things you can do is just rerun the Rita install script, and it will actually just update you to the latest version, and you should be all set. And if there's questions about that, just go ahead and throw it into Discord. We'll cover it there. All right, going to give you just a couple more, half a minute, and then we'll go through, we'll cover this one. So Kevin was asking, do I have any words on Reader and Security Onion together? So yeah, with Security Onion, I can run Reader on that to process the Zeek data that's being collected there. Security Onion is a great tool. I have to be honest, I haven't tried version 2 yet. A lot of the reason for that is I'm a little gun shy. Version 1 I found to be a little brittle. By that I mean, so Security Onion has a ton of security tools that weren't exactly designed to work together, pulled together on the same platform, and let's try to get them to work together. And what I found was just so many inconsistencies where connections between different apps would just break. So I'd run into things where, just data wasn't getting reported. It looked like everything was fine, and it's not. It's recording it. It's just not pushing it all the way up to the Kibana interface. And I hate it when that happens. So I actually don't currently use Security Onion. Version 2, it's supposed to get better. I haven't actually given that a fly yet. But yeah, you can run Rita on Security Onion to go off and process the Zeek logs that way. That works perfectly fine too. That's another possibility for a platform. Looks like Rita doesn't install via the script. Seemed like it unpacked, but it didn't install. Okay, if Rita did not finish I'm not sure why you'd run into that. Ma'am, can I ask a favor? Can you do a direct message to William Stearns and just give him a copy paste of what you ran into? Bill knows that script much better than I am. The only thing I can really think of is maybe, so Rita uses Mongo as its backend database. One of the problems we've run into is Mongo isn't supporting like Ubuntu 20 yet. So you can't get Rita running on Ubuntu 20 with the version of Mongo that wants to get installed. So what you end up having to do is a manual install to backdate it and some other tweaks in order to get it to work, and it's a pain in the backside. It's part of the reason why we're thinking about moving off of Mongo, because all of those problems will go away. That may be what you're running into, but Bill should be able to give you a hand with that. All right. So the payload analysis, this is actually pretty straightforward. So we're saying ngrep-q, don't print out pound signs, -I, read this capture file, host 192.168.99.51, and host, the external IP. You could get away with just saying host and this IP address. What's the host stuff doing here? This is what's referred to as a BP filter. We're just saying, hey, out of all the traffic in this PCAP file, I only care about traffic that's associated with this IP address and that IP address. In this particular case, it's the stuff we're interested in that is the only stuff going to that external IP. So we could just check that IP and would be perfectly fine too. But if we're being a little obsessive compulsive, which I usually am, you can put both IP addresses in like you see here. But that's going to go in and tell ngrep, here's my command here. So ngrep says, okay, great, I'm going to read trace1.pcap, and my filter is I need to see this IP address and that IP address. I'm only going to scrutinize traffic between those two systems. And when I do that, here's my first match. My internal system coming from an upper port is going to that system on the internet, going to TCP port 80. Here's how I know it's a TCP packet, the little T way out here, so it's TCP 80. And in the payload is a get statement for, that's a very long URL, right? All the way to the end here. That's kind of odd. Let's see, what else is interesting in here? It's an HTTP connection. This is for text information on that page, or well, it supports text and graphics and all of that fun stuff. That's true. Doesn't necessarily mean it's that. Let's see, my user agent string is Mozilla 4 on Windows 7. That's a little weird. Am I really still running a Windows 7 system? It's running Java 1.7. Oh, geez, I hope we're not running Java 1.7. And my host field is the IP address of the system. Okay, this is wrong. My host field and my HTTP header should always, 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 always be the fully qualified domain name the user was trying to get to. Anytime you see an IP address, somebody's up to no good. somebody's doing a vulnerability scan, or it's a C2 channel, or there's something negative happening. You shouldn't see the direct connect to an IP address. The one minor exception is, let's say I've set up an internal web server, I'm doing some testing, and I don't bother giving it a fully qualified domain name, so I have to get to it based on IP. That's possible. But while that's rare, that's going to be like a 1 out of 1,000, 1 out of a 10,000 time that you'll see this and it's actually legitimate. Anytime I see this, I immediately get nervous. And we're getting an HTTP 200 OK, which is the server saying, I am perfectly happy with you requesting that URL, and that's for a valid resource. Okay, that makes me a little nervous because I've got this weird user agent string, the host string's wrong, but the system is saying all of this is okay. Yeah, something seems kind of off with all of this. So here's what I did as an additional check, and I talked about this earlier. So I said, hey, the http.log file in Zeek has all HTTP connection data that it sees. So let me cat that out. I'm going to use Zcut to look at the source IP address, the destination IP address, and the user agent string. And I'm going to grep on the IP address of my internal system. Then I'm going to sort it, and then I'm going to unique it. So what these first couple of commands do is, first I'm saying, hey, anytime this system has a user agent, or anytime the system connects out and uses a user agent string, I want you to print that out. So now I've got source IP address, destination IP address, and the user agent string that was used as part of that connection. I'm sorting them so that when they're the same, they're all together. And then I'm saying unique it. What's going to happen there is, anytime, let's say I connected to the same system 50 times using the same user agent string, yeah, collapse it down to one line. Notice I didn't bother to count it. What I'm trying to keep track of here is, how many IP addresses did I communicate with on the internet using each of these strings? You'll see why in just a second. So then I said cut field 3. What that does is that gets rid of the source and destination IP address and keeps just the user agent string. And then I sorted it. Now I unique seed it, and then said sorted highest match to lowest. So what's this data telling me? What's the eventual output here? This is telling me how many unique IP addresses did this system talk to when it used this particular user agent string. And in this case here, 29 different IP addresses on the internet. It used this Microsoft-WNS/10 string. 16 different unique IP addresses. It used this Microsoft delivery optimization string. 8 times the crypto API. Notice all of these are directly indicating Windows 10. Then Wiki Agent. What's that? Wiki Agent is another, it's part of the actual delivery optimization system. You'll see Windows 10 systems using that on occasion. But the important point is, this is you see this in Windows 10. So this all say Windows 10. Now, if I look at my last line, there's one IP address on the internet. When this system talks to it, it identifies itself as a Windows 7 system. Oh, that's not right, is it? That doesn't sound right. So I've got some app running on that system that decides to try and make itself look like Windows 7 when it's talking to this IP address on the internet. That can't be good. Something bad is happening at that point. So what's all this data we're sending? And we kind of saw it here, right? We saw this big long URL, and I could kind of page through all of the ngrep output to see, are we asking for the same string each time? The problem is, I'm eyeballing it, right? If this A turns into a capital letter, would I really notice that? Or if it turns into an O, would I really notice that? Eyeballing the data, probably not. Especially when we're talking about a lot of different connections. So one of the things I can do is I can extract that URI string out of http.log and then go through and sort it and count it to see how often did I send each different URI to that same target IP address. And now I can say, what am I requesting each time? that might help me kind of figure out what's going on. Because think about what's normal. What's normal is I land on a web page, I click things, and I navigate around, right? So each of my URIs are a little bit different because I'm navigating the page. If it turns out I'm asking for the same thing over and over and over again, why? That makes me suspicious. So we're just kind of, we were already suspicious. The user agent string looks wrong. The host parameter looks wrong. If it turns out we're asking for the exact same URI each time, yeah, now we're doubling down on this is probably a compromised system. All right, with that said, we're about 3 minutes after the top of the hour. So let's take a break until 1/4 past, and then we'll come back and we'll cover this lab. I will see folks then. Hey, so we had a couple questions in Discord. Want to make sure I hit them up. As I understand it, Zeek Bro doesn't run on the Windows computers. If that's true, how do you get the http.log file? So one possibility would be to, so you're correct, Zeek does not run on Windows. One of the things you could do is run it on a Linux. Now, with that said, I haven't tried it with the Linux subsystem, the latest version of Windows. That's supposed to be pretty good. It might work. I haven't tried it. I can't answer that. But what you could do outside of that is you could run Zeek on a Linux system, have it generate the log files, and then use a tool like SSH to pull that over to a Windows system and pull the files over onto Windows and process them that way if you're more comfortable with it. The other possibility is to generate the log files on the Linux system, do some level of processing on them like we're doing here, and then take that data, remove that over to the Windows system instead. It would be a smaller amount of data and it'd be just the stuff that you want to focus in on. That's another possibility. The third possibility is, and we don't really, I cover this in the advanced class. I don't really go into it here, but Rita has an option. Where is it? HTML report. So Rita will actually go through and generate an HTML report on the persistent connections it sees. So your third option is you could run Zeek on a Linux system, have Rita process that data, have Rita create those HTML reports, put them in a directory on that Linux system that run a web server on that server and have give it access to that directory. So now you could, from your Windows system, connect to that Linux box via an HTTP interface and go through the data that way. That way the data is always staying on the Linux box. You don't have to copy any of it over to Windows, and you can go through and you can process it that way. So there's three different ways you could go through and kind of solve the problem of the fact that Zeek doesn't run on Windows. Is it a waste of time to try and decode the URI data? Absolutely not, Andy B. So it might be UU encoded, it might be, XORed. There's a number of different possibilities. There's tools on the internet that can kind of help you try to go through it. Unless you really know what you're doing, it's a little bit of trial and error. It's a little bit beyond what I want to get into in this class. But basically what they're talking about is this data that we are looking at. This string is probably some sort of encoding. There's probably some raw ASCII commands in there that could be useful for us to say, and it might be encrypted. It might just be obfuscated. What's the difference? Well, encrypted means we're not going to see it until we get the key. Obfuscated means it's been passed through some sort of an algorithm to make it look different, to look like it's not ASCII text, in which case we can reverse it if we know what was used. If we know they XOR'd it, we can reverse the process. Is it worthwhile to go through and do that? Yeah, it's certainly worth going through and checking it. How much time should we spend on it? It depends. If they've been in our environment for 3 to 6 months, oh, it's worth it, right? Because there'll be a long audit trail of stuff they've done that we want to make sure we grab them on. Now, let's say we caught them on day one when they landed, and by analyzing the session size, we don't think they've actually done anything on our network yet. I'm not sure I'd bother. Get them off the network, get the system cleaned up. Those are the priorities. But knowing that the session size hasn't changed, now we know they didn't actually transfer any data, I wouldn't bother analyzing it any further than that. So it's definitely not a waste of time. Let's see. So Rita won't install on Ubuntu 20.04. So Rita does, Mongo doesn't, and that Mongo is the problem. So yeah, Rita will not directly run on 20.04 because it tries to pull down Mongo, and that's where it runs into trouble. There is a process for manually installing Mongo from source onto Ubuntu 20 and then install Rita, and Rita will work with it that way. But the straight up install doesn't work because their code, that's the Mongo code that's part of it, is kind of borked. All right. So we wanted to go through and extract out that URI and see if it ever changed. Here's the command I used. cat http.log, cut out the source IP address, the destination IP, and the URI. grep for that destination IP address. So now only the traffic going to that system is what I'm going to see. Sort it, unique see it. So unique see says collapse it down to one line, count out how many instances there are, and then just, sort it out highest to lowest to print it out. So when I ran that command, I ended up with this. This is telling me that 3,011 times, every single time that that system talked to this destination IP, this is the exact string that was used. So to go back to the question, is it worth decoding it? Yeah, it is. But if this is what I got back, I wouldn't put a lot of time into it. In other words, what this is telling me is that the command is the same all the time. The command I know that needs to run on a command and control channel is, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. So this tells me that was that same thing each time. It wasn't trying to exfiltrate out any data. Otherwise, we'd see a longer string taking place here. So with that in mind, I don't think I'd really go too far down the rabbit hole on this. Now, if it looked like data had been extracted, and again, if this had been there for months, yeah, I'm going to invest more time into trying to understand what's inside that string. Now it becomes worthwhile. So all those requests were the same. So how do we figure out what it is? What I like to do is, first simple, easy step, see if there's something unique in there we can key in on. Like that user agent string we saw, that might be something that tells me what malware actually uses that specific user agent string. In this case here, I said, well, they're all searching in this directory. That looks like a fairly unique string of characters. Let me put that into Google and see what comes back. And what came back was Fiesta EK. Hey, Fiesta EK does that. And when I went to the page that described that malware and looked at how it worked, that matched what we were seeing. Yeah, hey, we're dealing with Fiesta. And oh, by the way, finding an analysis like that, they may have already figured out what that URI string means. All right, so for now, we're done in the lab 1 directory. We're going to move to the lab 2 directory. And in the lab 2 directory, we're going to do this time, so we've checked for long connections, we've checked for beacons. This time, we're going to go in and we'll look to see, is there any C2 over DNS? Now, you can go in and you can check for long connections and beacons as well if you want to. I'm going to be straight up and honest with you and tell you there's nothing there to pay attention to. In other words, if you find anything that matches, it's going to turn out to be a false positive. So you may want to focus on C2 over DNS. So how do we figure out when C2 is running over DNS? Well, luckily, Rita's got a command for that. So this one right here, show exploded DNS, prints out DNS analysis, exposes covert DNS channels. So if I say Rita space show dash exploded dash DNS space, now we've moved on to the lab 2 directory. So I'm going to want to use the lab 2 data set and analyze that. But that would be where I would start to see, do I have any C2 I need to worry about? I'll give you a couple minutes to work through this one, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about it. If you got any questions, could you just go ahead and throw them into Discord. So we had a question, browsing for cookies said, how do we get to RMVK 30G? All right, let me back this up a little bit. So here is the URI the user was requesting, right? Here's our full string here. Notice what's at the very beginning of the URI string. It says, I want to access a resource that's not in the root directory. It's in this directory, RMVK30G. And here's the long string for the resource that we want to access. So I looked at this and said, this is probably an encoded command. I looked at this and said, that's probably a common directory that this tool uses whenever it's put onto a system. So let me do a Google search for that directory name. Now, it could have come up empty. In this particular case, I got lucky. But that's where that specific string of characters came from. It was part of the URI. Specifically, it was the directory where where we were trying to access the resource. That's why we went in and targeted that. So that's how we got to that. Cool. Let me give you a little bit to go through the next lab. So DLTD had a question. Is there any reason why HTTP log shows different amount of requests compared to PCAP on lab 1? I honestly not sure. I haven't kind of looked at it. It could be the PCAP is showing the query coming back sometimes. I don't know. I'd have to kind of dig into that one a little bit deeper. But the log was generated out of the PCAP. They should have the same data in it. I'll dig into that, maybe at the end of class today and see if I can't figure that one out for you. Let's see what else. Cool. So how do we find DNS or command and control over DNS? We got two options. One is that kind of convoluted command I showed you earlier, where I was kind of cutting data and reversing it and all of that other fun stuff. And it was a pain in the backside. The easy way to do this is to use Rita. So with Rita, I said, Rita, show exploded DNS in lab 2. And when I ran that command, here's the first couple of lines that come back. So the top is my columns, right? So this is, oh, actually, I wonder if I can just clean that up a little bit and make it easier to read. That would be helpful. Well, it makes it bigger. Doesn't really make it easier to read because some of the stuff I want is off the right-hand side of the screen. Okay. So let me go back to the first command. Then it was actually a little bit easier to follow. So what's this telling me? The domain that we were trying to query things out of was honestimnotevil.com. Unique subdomains. So that's stuff like this. right? We're querying this long, probably encoded string in honest, I'm not evil. Here's where we're querying for another long, probably encoded string out of honest, I'm not evil. Actually, I got 2 lines highlighted there. So there's 2 other different strings. So these are all the unique, fully qualified domain names that were being queried and how many times each was getting queried. But the one we really care about is this first line entry here. We're doing 2,074 unique queries within honestimnotevil.com. Okay, remember what we said. Always think about how many fully qualified domain names does it make sense for a domain to expose to the internet for resolution. And for most environments, it's going to be 10 or less. For the big players, Amazon and such, it might be a couple hundred. So here we're seeing over 2,000, which doesn't even make sense for Amazon, for an environment we've never heard of before called Honest, I'm Not Evil. That makes me suspicious. So do we have potential command and control over DNS? Yeah, we do. Where's the command and control server located? It's located at honestimnotevil.com. The name server for that domain isn't just any regular old name server, it's actually a command and control server. And here are all the unique queries that are going by. So each one of these queries is a way for an internal system to say, hey, I'm here. Do you have any commands for me to execute? What system's doing this? Right now, we don't know. What we know for certain is our internal resolvers are relaying these connections out to the internet. We now need to go look and see which of our internal systems are making these queries to our internal resolvers. Hopefully it's only one of them, and that one will be the one that's actually compromised. So that's how we would go through and run this down at this point here. So like I said, this one's pretty straightforward. Now this is that convoluted command I gave you. And like I said, you can do it this way. This is another way to get to, do I have any domains that are potentially being used for command and control? This command will get you there too, but this is so much easier. And here's the data output we saw. Here's the output if you use that command set. So like we said, 2,074 times that, both, we see the same amount of queries on both of these. 2,074 times we did a unique query within Honest, I'm Not Evil. That just doesn't make sense. We did one query within any.jp. Okay, we looked up one host name within the Japanese top level domain. That's not a big deal. And we did one reverse IP address lookup. This is a PTR record query. And we had one instance where our query just failed. We didn't get an answer back for some reason. Something went wrong. So that top one, that's the one that says, yeah, we probably got C2 running over DNS. All right, I got one more lab for you. So with this lab, it's a little bit of a variation off of what we were just playing with. So we figured out there's C2 running over DNS that's associated with honestimnotevil.com. One of the things I hear way too often is that one of the ways to catch C2 over DNS is to look for text record queries. And if you see a lot of text record queries associated with a remote domain, hey, that's your C2. And the reality is, yeah, that can happen, but it might not just be text record queries. People get caught up in the text record queries. And the reality is C2 can use other types of DNS queries. I've seen MX records, I've seen DKIM used, there's other possibilities. So what we want to do is we want to look at, are these text queries, or is there some other type of query being used here? So let me give you one additional hint to this that I think just kind of makes sense for everybody that isn't a Zeek guru right out of the gate, which is, so I'm saying less space dash capital S DNS.log. We got to know what to query, right? So we want to go in and we want to look for queries for stuff that has, where's my answers? Come on, what you doing with them? It would help if I'm in the right directory. Let me go to the lab 2 directory and then try that command. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. So I'm seeing these queries, and honest, I'm not evil. What I want to know is, what are they? What type of queries are they? I have 2 different ways I can look at the type of query that took place. One is numerically, one is by the actual descriptive name. Q-type will give me the number, Q-type underscore name will give me, you guessed it, the name. So for example, Q-type would be 16. Q-type underscore name is that it was a text-based query. So I need to see, excuse me, I need to see what were they querying? You know, what were they trying to get to? So query is one of the things I want to Z cut out. But the other thing I want to Z cut out is Q-type name. So use Z cut to pull out those 2 fields, query and Q-type underscore name. Take a look at that data output and now figure out how could you reorganize that data to figure out how many of each record type is, of each query type is being used. I'm gonna give you a couple minutes to go through this one and then we'll talk about it. All right, this is one of those commands that, again, it's probably a little easier for me to just kind of back up and walk you through each step. So we're catting the DNS.log file. Actually, yeah, let me bring it all the way back. There's the DNS.log file. So this is just going to spew out all the data that's inside of that. It's hard to read. So my next step is to say, okay, what data do I actually care about? Well, I want to know what was queried, and I want to know what type of query was performed. So I'm going to pull out QType name, which is the name, the type of query, and I'm going to pull out query, which is what was actually being queried. So when I hit enter on that, now it's saying, oh, this was a text record, this was an MX record query, this was a CNAME query. So there are my types. Then it's going to show me what was actually being queried as part of that. Great. So I don't care about everything. The only stuff I want to see is the stuff that's associated with honest.evil.com. If there's any other DNS queries taking place, I don't want to pay attention to those. So here that goes. So now I'm going to grep on that name. And when I do that, now I'm only getting the honest I'm not evil queries. So like we saw one going into .jp, we don't care about that. That won't show up. Great. What do we do next? Well, next, the only thing we wanted honest I'm not evil for was for this grep statement. In other words, we needed to be able to grep on that name to make sure that only queries for that domain was showing up in our data. Everything else was getting ignored. But now that we have that data, we don't need that long string anymore. There's no reason to leave that in the data. So the next thing I did was I said, cut out the first column. That first column is my record types. So once I run the cut command, now I've got this. Cool. We're getting closer, right? So what do we do next? Well, the next thing I can go through and do is I can say, go in and sort it. Cool, I'm seeing a lot of text records. I'm assuming there's other record types listed up off the top of the screen that I didn't get to see. Now I'm gonna say, now that I've sorted it, I'm gonna say unique see it, which means collapse it down to one line entry and count up how many lines you made disappear. So now when I do that, this pops up and says, okay, there was 675 instances of CNAME, 707 of MX, 692 of text. Okay, if I really want to be uber obsessive about this, I can now sort them, highest to lowest or lowest to highest. And that's what I've done here. So the record type used most often was MX records. We did use text records like people worry about, but that was in the middle, but we were also using CNAMEs. To be honest, when I was running this C2, I really tried to balance this. I wanted exactly the same number of MX queries as text and CNAMEs, and I never got it exactly right. I got close, but I never got it exactly right. But my point here is if someone tells you, oh, hey, yeah, DNS over or C2 over DNS, just check for text queries and you'll be fine. Well, this shows you no. Other record types can be used too. What have I seen in the wild? I've seen text, I've seen MX, I've seen CNAMEs, I've seen quad A queries, and I saw DKIM being used. DKIM is that security protocol that we have that allows you to validate the DNS server that's giving you the answer is actually authoritative for the domain in question. That one, I have to say, is kind of my personal favorite because somebody took a security protocol and twisted it into a way to make DNS less secure. Come on, you got to give them some props for the thought process on that. I'm not advocating doing it, obviously. And, I would hate to see that in my environment, obviously. But I thought that was kind of creative to take a protocol that's supposed to make DNS more secure and leverage that to make DNS even less secure. I just, the irony on that I found somewhat humorous because it hasn't happened to a domain that I manage. Cool. So we've been walking through, and yeah, if we add up all those numbers, we end up with the 2074 that we saw before. So we know we got everything. Now we've been working a lot with Rita, and Rita is a great tool because it's free. One of the biggest problems with Reader is you kind of need some skills to use it, which is why we have this class. But it also takes a little bit of time to go through and do the hunt. We do offer a commercial solution, which is relatively inexpensive. Actually, let me start with money, because that's always the thing, right? Can we afford it? We care about that more than anything else. The commercial tool, so this is the commercial implementation of Rita, if you will. $9,000 the first year, $4,000 a year after. So no six figures like all of our competitors. We actually like to brag that we're cheaper than the sales tax you will pay on Darktrace or Vectra AI or Extra Hop if you decide to go with them instead. We're cheaper than their sales tax. It's $9K the first year, $4K a year after that. This is an open site license. We don't nickel and dime, which means that if you have one connection to the internet or 10, it's the same price. If you want to run one copy on your internal network and another copy in your Amazon EC2 cloud, go for it, same price. Nothing tweaks that price up from there. The only limitations is you can't give it away to your friends, obviously, it's commercial software. And if you're a managed security provider that wants to offer threat hunting as a service, we actually have a special program for that where we do training. The price actually ends up being cheaper for you because you're a reseller. But this is what we offer it out to from like a retail perspective. Some of the big differences between the two, with AC Hunter, we go through and use that scoring system I was talking about. So for this internal network, which system is most likely to be compromised? It's the one with the biggest score. So once I click on the system with the highest score, that's going to be the system I need to focus on first. Over on the right, it's describing where are those points coming from? Like here, it's saying too many fully qualified domain names per domain would be seen. We added in 100 points for that. What does that mean? Well, if I click on it, I can go in and I can jump down on the data. Is that R-1X domain we were just working with? So rather than having to run Reader and sort things or any of that, this just pops up and says, hey, we had 62,468 unique queries done in that domain. Over on the right, I can see no one visits it except for the DNS server. We talked about that, right? We said Akamai, we resolved 125 systems. I've got 3 DNS servers doing those queries, and 13 of my internal systems then went and connected to the IP addresses that were coming back in the answers. That's not happening up here. The only thing going to that remote domain is my DNS server. That's bad. That's a pretty good indication we've got C2. So we've gone through and really tried to make this as simple as use as possible. So I can go through the beacon analysis, all of those graphs we were looking at. This is actually the tool I was pulling those out of. So for me, this last graph, or this bottom one, is really the big visual. This is the one that kind of tells me that I've got persistency of connection. Here's my 24-hour period of time. Here's the number of connections that are taking place each hour. And like I said, if you can draw a flat line up here, you got persistency. Now I can go up here and I can look at, okay, what was the user trying to get to? Oh, they were trying to get to baddns.r-1x.com. What do I know about that? Let's see what Security Trails knows about that domain. Let's see what Google knows about that domain. So all of these items are clickable, so I can go down the rabbit hole and research it further. Notice we're handing back, what was the protocol actually being used over this port? IPs, I can do the same thing. I can run down and I can kind of run this down to see, what do all these different resources know about the IP address as opposed to the fully qualified domain name. I can do the same thing internally. So like I could add my SIM to this. So now when I see this connection and I say, yeah, I want to learn more, I could put my SIM in here as a menu option. And now when I click it, I jump off to my SIM, load up the web interface, automatically load up this IP address. Now I'm looking at log entries that are associated with this internal system. Some other things I can do, deep dive is built into the tool. This allows me to go in and kind of see all the connections that this system is doing. So here's a summary of everything we did on the internet. I can then go in and click on any of these, and everything's color coded. So anything in white, that's our way of saying, yeah, we didn't see anything suspicious of that traffic. Anything that shows up in orange, that's our way of saying, hey, there's something here that looks suspicious. It might be what was generating all the threat points. It might not be, but we're going to highlight it for you in orange so you can go through and get a complete look. What I really love about this is, let's say we're in here and we say, oh yeah, this is bad. this system's compromised. One of our first questions should be around scope, right? It should be, do I have any other compromised systems? Well, if they broke into this system, compromised any others, they're going to get them calling out to that same C2 server. So I can simply jump in a deep dive to see which of my internal systems are talking to that C2 server. If I have one IP address here, great, clean up this one system, I'm all set to go. If I have 10 IP addresses listed here, guess what? I'm going to have to go play with all 10. What we typically see is that you'll have one IP address that has a fairly quick signal. You know, it's going off once per minute type of thing, calling home. And then the other 10 only call home about once every 8 hours. They try really hard to be stealthy. But this one view will show you all of them at the same time. So along with beacons, you can also go in and do a log connection analysis. One of the other problems you can run into with Zeek is Zeek doesn't write its log files until the connection's done. So you end up with what I like to refer to as the Zeek 3-month surprise. The Zeek 3-month surprise is someone compromises one of your boxes. They use a long connection to call out to their command and control server, and Zeek doesn't actually write that data to a log file until they close the connection 3 months later. So you're going through your log connections every day, everything looks happy, and then all of a sudden you get a long connection that was 3 months long, and you're like, wait a minute, why didn't I hear about this connection over the last 3 months? Why are you telling me this now? Because Zeek doesn't write it out to the end. So one of the little tweaks we do is we actually go in and we look at Zeek's state table, and anything that hasn't actually been written to a log yet, we'll pull that up in the interface and we'll list the state as being open. So now you know anything listed as closed, that connection's done. That's the max amount of time it's been running for. Anything listed as open, you know, is still an active connection. That connection is going to get longer and longer over time unless you go in and do something with it. So digital certificate check. So this is one we added in because of customers. We had a couple customers come to us and say, hey, we've got a hypothesis that attackers are going to use self-signed certs or free certs. So if we go in and check for that type of activity, that'll help us find the bad guys. So we said, well, hey, that sounds valid. Sure, we'll go in and we'll add that in as a feature, which we did last year. And what we found over the last year is this has helped exactly 0 of our customers identify a compromised system. It's actually the only thing it's really done is added in maintenance. Because now if you're in a situation where, let's say somebody's using a digital cert that's not signed by one of the popular authorities, you've got to go in and add that new cert in to make sure it gets validated properly. And it added maintenance. It didn't actually help solve the problem. So we're actually yanking this module out, and the next release of AC Hunter is going to replace it with a cyber deception kit. So instead of this certificate screen, you'll be able to go in and say, hey, I want to create an administrator account for my Windows domain with a randomized 32-character password, which no one will ever crack. And I want that to be an account that nobody actually uses. And we'll set up monitoring on that. So now when an attacker breaks into a system, enumerates all your user accounts and starts password guessing against them, well, here's an admin account that should never, ever get used. So any attempt at all to try and log into it, warning, Will Robinson, you've got a problem. So we'll assign 100 points to that internal system that's trying to make that connection. Now you know, hey, that's a box I need to go pay attention to. You'll be able to do other cool things with it too, like your net login share. You can go in and you can create a file on there that looks like a login script and then just don't assign it to anybody's profile. Well, that means no one should ever touch it. Well, if I'm a bad guy breaking into your environment and I want to get a lay of the land, one of the first places I'm going to go look is your net login share. And I'm going to enumerate those scripts to see what resources are out there that people are connecting to. Well, as soon as I touch and read that file that you put on there, you get an alert telling you, hey, this system just had 100 points assigned. This is something you need to pay attention to. So once you get this up and running, basically the way it works is we will send off a syslog message to your SIM, your elk stack, whatever it is you use, that identifies score changes off of the system. So when you see a system is increased like 20 points and it's doing it every hour for the first 24 hours, yeah, that's something you need to go in and pay attention to. We're always working with 24 hours worth of data and we give you a running history. So the rolling log file, that's always the most current 24-hour period of time. All of these is all the data for that particular day. And I can go in and I can say, you know, I want to prune out anything more than 90 days old. I'm not worried about that. You can do it through the GUI, you can do it on the command line, whatever makes life easier for you. So that is kind of the commercial option versus Rita, just in case anybody's interested. If you are, within the GoToMeeting chat, just type in demo and we'll have somebody reach out to you, set up a demo. We can tell you more about it. It's an inexpensive tool. It's very good at what it does. I honestly feel like we have the best network threat hunting tool that's out there on the market today, and we try to keep the price reasonable. We want to help as many people with that as we can. And there are a bunch of little slide captures in here that you can fall back on if you want to kind of check that stuff out later. And so that's like the marketing to kind of cover us doing this class, and we're done. And we're done. So here's yes, Reader Press, Pretty Print Plus GUI. Yeah, so there's actually some other cool stuff we have going down. Our UI team is actually working on gamifying it. We basically want a mode for folks that really don't know what to look for. Like imagine taking someone who's a help desk person with no training in threat hunting, and how can you get them to effectively find systems that have been compromised, that all the protection tools have missed. That is our goal. It's not just trained threat hunters that we want to have a valid tool for. The help desk person, that's the people we really want to go after, because we want this tool as simple to use as possible. So the gamify mode is actually something that will kind of walk you through the threat hunting process and tell you what you need to go in and pay attention to. So that one's a work in progress. We're hoping to have that done by the end of the year. But with that said, like I said, any interest, just type in demo in the GoToMeeting session, and we'll have somebody get back to you. But we are done. Well, wait a minute, Chris, there's still a Lab 3 directory. We didn't do the Lab 3 directory yet. Aren't there more labs to do? Yes, there are more labs to do, but not right now. Here's what I found. I've basically turned on the fire hose on you people, right? We've gone through a lot of different stuff today. You may have had a lot of concepts thrown at you that you hadn't heard before. But to do the labs are not too bad because it's still fresh in your head, right? And there's some concepts that you may think you have down solid, like how to find long connections and stuff like that, how to parse through the data, that maybe you do, maybe you don't. Maybe it's only lightly imprinted on the gray matter. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to wait at least a week. Then I want you to go back into the VM, go back into these slides, and at the end of these slides is a Lab 3 slide for you to go, through and do. With Lab 3, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go through the data in the Lab 3 directory. I want you to look for beacons, all different kinds. I want you to look for long connections. I want you to look for C2 over DNS, all the stuff that we've just covered. Anything you find that looks suspicious, I want you to run down that external IP address and say, does this make business sense? I want you to validate within the Zeek files. Does this make business sense? I want you to analyze the protocol and say, hey, is there anything weird taking place here? I want you to run through all of that. Once you do, the answers are at the end. See what sticks and what doesn't. Whatever stuck, hey, you're doing pretty good. Anything that didn't stuck, hey, we're going to post the video for this class in about 2 weeks. Go back and find that section in the video. Go back through that section again. Now go back after that Lab 3 data. If you go through that and you say, hey, that was great, I wish there was more. In other words, I like chewed up and spit out Lab 3. How do I keep, practicing this threat hunting stuff? On our website, activecountermeasures.com, go to education, go to blog. You're going to see these awesome blog posts that Hannah and Keith do called Malware of the Day. And as you can see, we do a lot of them. It's not daily, but it's usually about weekly. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to click on one of them and then don't read it. Skip to the bottom really fast. Close your eyes, go to your happy place. Don't look at any of the blog. Once you hit bottom, now scrolly slide up. And one of the things you're going to see is this here. You're going to see 2 PCAP files. Typically, one's an hour long, one's 24 hours long. Grab the 24-hour PCAP file. Go through this hunt process we just practiced. See if you can't figure out what's going on. Once you think you know what was suspicious in that file, now go back to this blog entry, start at the beginning, and read your way down. Were you right? Did you miss anything? If you missed anything, what can you change in your process to get better at it and not miss that kind of thing in the future? Great. Once you've done that one, we have dozens of them for you to go through. So if you want to spend some time honing these skills, there's plenty of posts here to go through and kind of take up your time. So that's that. Let's see, we got some more training come up. I talked about that way back at the beginning. And that be it. I wanted to say thank you again for Keith, KC, for Shelby in the background, for making this successful. I know everybody thinks it's me. It's not. I'm the, idiot in front of the microphone. They're the ones that actually make this work. So thank you to those folks. And again, I really want to thank everybody who showed up today. We call it a free class. This isn't free. This is your time, and you could choose to do something else with your time. So I'm hoping that making the choice to spend your time with us, you found that to be valuable, and you feel like you got something out of it. If this helps you in your career, if this helps you lock your environment down, all of us are going to feel like we've had a good day. So Shelby, Keith, KC, anything you want to toss in before we call this done?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. That was awesome.
It was.
I definitely want to mention all of the people in Discord. I'm just constantly amazed at how awesome everybody is by helping each other. So
Yeah,
I definitely want to say a huge thank you for everyone that helped in the channel today by asking or answering questions and just helping everybody out. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I find that like 9 out of 10 times I'll see a question and say, oh, let me give them an answer, and bang, 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 3 other people already respond.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what
And
kept
at least
happening to me
one is a
today, and I
better
love
answer
it.
than I would have given back myself. So
Yep.
yeah,
Very
that's a
good.
big part of what makes this work, is just everybody chipping in.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And Casey, did you have something you were trying to get in on?
No, I just second everything you just said. I'm just amazed at this community.
Yep.
It's just an awesome place to be, for
I
people
agree.
starting out, people been in the field. It's just a judgment-free place, and I'm just so proud of being part of that. It's awesome.
Well, so I want to give an extra special thank you to Casey, because she has gone through 2 painful medical procedures this week, and she's still here helping out. So
Yes. Yep.
thank you.
Of course. Oh, of
Thank you, bud.
course. You're welcome. Love being here.
Very cool.
Awesome. All right, folks. Shelby, still there or no?
I think Shelby.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Shelby fell out.
Yeah.
These damn pregnant women who refuse to work 20 hours a day, I don't get.
Yeah, she said something about pickles and ice cream, and I gotta go.
Yeah, exactly. What's up with that? She was perfectly happy working 20 hours a day, and now all of a sudden she gets pregnant and it can only be 16 hours a day. What's going on with that? Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, now she's only allowed to get pregnant once a year. So
Yeah. Awesome. All right, folks. Thank you again, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll keep an eye on Discord for a little bit in case there's any questions. But if you come up with a question later, hey, that is in fact my real email address. I do monitor that. Feel free to drop me a note. Everybody, enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
thanks, Chris. Thanks, everybody.